From Red Zone Weather in Bruton, Alabama, with meteorologist Spinks Meganson. A severe weather update starts right now.
It's 1:50 a.m. No tornado warnings for southwest Alabama or northwest Florida right now. We do have active tornado warnings for parts of southeast Mississippi near Hattiesburg, extending up to Wayne County, and a severe thunderstorm warning continues for parts of Monroe, Clark, and Wilcox County right here in southwest Alabama. A lot going on this morning, and this severe weather event is still far from over. We got a long way to go, but we're going to get you through it every step of the way. Let's go ahead and zoom in first up here into Monroe County, because if you're in northern Monroe County, raining like cats and dogs near Veredenburg, Franklin, Beatrice, along Alabama Highway 41, Red Hills of Monroe County. Very heavy rain right now, torrential downpours happening in the northern part of Monroe County. We've also got quite a bit of lightning in this storm, particularly up here in Wilcox County as well, just south of Camden. That storm is pushing to the northeast. We note that the northwestern corner of Butler County is also involved in that active severe thunderstorm warning. That includes places like Forest Home and areas out here in far northwestern Butler County. Does not include Greenville or Georgiana or any of the major population centers in Butler County. But again, northwestern Butler, much of Wilcox, northern Monroe, and far eastern Clark County still technically under a severe thunderstorm warning. And that's because we may have damaging wind gusts up to 60 or 70 miles per hour in places like Veredenburg, Beatrice. You've also got the community of McWilliams, which sits right here, Rosebud, Camden, Pineapple, Oak Hill involved in this severe thunderstorm warning. And so that's northern Monroe, eastern Clark, and much of Wilcox County. That's inland in southwest Alabama. A strong storm is happening just south of Jackson near Gainstown. That storm is pushing off to the northeast. And we have tornadic supercells, really supercells associated with this line of storms back in Mississippi that continue to push in from the west. This storm is going to approach Waynesboro. So if you're in Waynesboro, Mississippi, just know we may have an extension of the tornado warning shortly. Getting a lot of updates from our friends at the National Weather Service. Lots of lightning in these storms back in Mississippi as well. And look at all this. These are just scattered showers, really scattered thunderstorms at this point. We do see some lightning happening in the Mobile metro, but these storms are under severe limits at this point across Mobile, Baldwin, Escambia, Santa Rosa counties in northwest Florida, along with Escambia County, Alabama as well. We see a larger cell offshore that's going to make a run near areas like Perdido Key over the next few minutes. That storm is quite large comparatively to some of these smaller embedded circulations in through here that continue to move off to the north. You know, the shear values are just off the charts tonight. I mean, we're seeing so much atmospheric shear, and all of these storms are basically showing weak signs of rotations. Now, so far, we haven't had tornado warnings in Alabama or northwest Florida, but we very well could over the next few hours. So let me show you a wide view across the region of what's happening. Here's your main batch of storms. Once this main batch of storms comes through your specific area, we'll be able to give you an all clear. But many hours still to go, especially if you're in northwest Florida, south central Alabama. This main line of storms is going to cross southwest Alabama, places like Chatham, Mobile, Daphne, Thomasville, Grove Hill first, before kicking out to the east. So it is now 1:54 a.m. I'm meteorologist Spinks Meganson, joined alongside executive producer Landon Barentine. We certainly thank him for his service this evening. And I should mention as well, we have an ongoing tornado watch for all of the counties shaded in yellow. No matter where you are in South Alabama or Northwest Florida, you're involved in a tornado watch, and that's valid until 7 a.m. So that's why I'm saying we still got at least 5 more hours to go on this, if not a little longer, as we've got the main batch of storms back in Mississippi slated to move in over the next hour or so. Look at all the lightning. 2,000 strikes of lightning just in the last 10 minutes in the current map view. So these storms are producing quite a bit of lightning and thunder as well. we actually have a new severe thunderstorm warning. And so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to, if you'll get the box ready, I'm going to step off camera. You'll still be able to see me, but we're going to try something new that we've never tried before, just to make things a little bit easier around here. If you'll hang there until we get situated, we're actually going to put me in a box, and so you'll still be able to see me, but I am operating the radar from right by Landon here in the Red Zone Weather studio. And again, getting a new severe thunderstorm warning coming on the board for parts of Mobile and Baldwin counties. And so this is a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be valid until, let's see what time that goes until, 2:30 a.m. So 2:30 a.m. is when this new severe thunderstorm warning goes off of the board. Let me zoom in on radar and I'll show you exactly what areas are affected by this severe thunderstorm warning. And this thing is right over the campus of the University of South Alabama. So if you're at South Alabama, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning due to the potential for 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts, straight line winds coming in from the southwest. This storm is going to continue to move off to the northeast, and the Weather Service has this in place until 2:30 a.m. So 2:30 a.m. this new severe thunderstorm warning is going to be in effect for Baldwin and Mobile. So just getting out that Red Zone Weather app alert. And we've been really fortunate. We've had some pretty serious issues in the Red Zone Weather app tonight, but the good news is our alerting system seems to be doing just fine. And so arguably the most important feature of the Red Zone Weather app is alerting, and seems to be doing just fine, which is great. So watching this situation very carefully on this Tuesday morning now, we've entered into Tuesday, and let's kind of zoom in real tight on this and see exactly what the Weather Service warned about, because they're concerned about the potential for damaging straight line winds. And look, this thing is right over the radar. You can kind of see this orange circle in the middle of the screen. That's actually where the Mobile radar is. And so that specific radar is at the Mobile Regional Airport, and the storm is right on top of there. Baker High School, also areas near the campus of the University of South Alabama. You've also got areas near the Orchard neighborhood. Pritchard, also areas near Saraland, Satsuma, involved in this new severe thunderstorm warning that's valid until 2:30 in the morning. Mauvilla is also involved. Creola, Axis. You've also got areas near the Dolly Parton Bridge, which is of course on Interstate 65, involved in this severe thunderstorm warning. Let's actually go over to the velocity view here, and I want to check this out. I really don't see anything that would be indicative of immediate rotation in that storm, but I tell you what, the one south of Dauphin Island right in through here has really shown some signs of rotation. I'm circling that on the screen. We'll be watching that storm as it approaches Fort Morgan and Dauphin Island over the next little bit. No tornado warning, by the way, for our local area as of 1:58 a.m., but we do note that we do have active tornado warnings in progress for parts of Wayne County, Mississippi, and also for areas just to the east of Hattiesburg. And so if you know folks that are near Waynesboro or Hattiesburg over in Mississippi, let them know we do have active tornado warnings in progress right now for parts of Mississippi. No warnings in effect for Alabama. And again, we're doing some testing here with this box situation ongoing. The idea is we want to be able to get Landon, who's sitting next to me, in our coverage as well. And so we're doing some testing tonight to be able to ultimately move toward that goal to bring him into the coverage as well. Speaking of Landon, do you have anything to report to us, Landon? Are you seeing anything in the comments? Okay, no reports as of now. And look, you know, it's the middle of the night. It is 2 o'clock in the morning almost. And I realize most folks are probably asleep. Hopefully they have their NOAA weather radios powered on and set to alert mode. But it is just so tough, even for us here, to do these overnight events. We're so grateful that you've chosen to join Red Zone Weather early on this Tuesday. And look, again, we're going to get you through it every step of the way as we have active warnings that continue. Right now, it is 3 a.m. in the east. It's midnight out west, and it's 2 a.m. here in South Alabama and Northwest Florida, where we are kicking off yet another hour of live severe weather coverage. I'm meteorologist Spinks Meganson, joined alongside executive producer Landon Barentine with us this evening. We certainly are glad he is here. And again, just reviewing the data pretty carefully to see exactly what we've got going on. I note that the Weather Service has issued a special marine warning for parts of Mobile Bay out ahead of that storm that's going to be coming in from the Gulf shortly. And so watching the cells south of Dauphin Island with keen interest. I tell you what, let's zoom into the storm south of Pensacola. This thing is going to come into Pensacola very shortly, and this is going to produce quite a bit of heavy rain, gusty winds. Also, we may have quite a bit of cloud to ground lightning near Pensacola Beach, near Gulf Shores, near Warrington, NAS Pensacola. You've also got places out near Perdido Key, Fort Pickens, those areas about to have some nasty weather move in from the Gulf. Now keep in mind, there is no warning out on that specific storm that we're looking at right now. We'll check on these storms in northern Santa Rosa County, and I don't really see anything that would suggest an immediate tornado signature, and so that certainly is a good thing. Same thing in Escambia, Alabama. Yes, you've got rain, thunderstorms, but you are A-OK right now in terms of being in Escambia County. Same thing in Conecuh County. If you're in Conecuh County, you are fine right now. Same thing in Covington. And Landon, we also note that the warning for Monroe, Conecuh, Butler, Wilcox has officially been expired. And so we've got one warning down. So the only warning that we have in Southwest Alabama or Northwest Florida at this point is this one, and it's for parts of Mobile and Baldwin counties here in Southwest Alabama, valid until 2:30 a.m., I believe. Let me check myself on that to make sure we get our expiration time correct. Yeah, till 2:30 in the morning. And you can see the text on the right-hand side of your screen right now. 2:30 a.m. is when this warning expires, and you see it has thunderstorm damage threat, and it says considerable. And that is because the Weather Service believes that this storm may produce 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts as it rolls through the northern part of the Mobile metro. We'll zoom in real tight. And again, just to get your geographical bearings straight on your screen, you're looking at the city of Mobile, Pritchard, Chickasaw, areas near 8 Mile, the campus of the University of Mobile, also under this severe thunderstorm warning. And the heaviest of the rain right now really is at the University of Mobile campus. You've also got a very heavy downpour happening near Orchard, where the winds may be howling up to 70 miles per hour. But right now, the good news is I don't see anything in the way of an immediate tornado threat in this severe thunderstorm that is moving through the Mobile metro. We note that lightning in that storm over the last few frames, we'll kind of put this in motion for you, has pretty much held steady. There were 40 strikes about 5 minutes ago. Now it's down to 26. So this storm may be kind of cycling a little bit. But nonetheless, if you're in Mobile, be inside, be away from windows and doors, just to be safe. This is not a situation where we have a tornado warning right now, but we do have an active severe thunderstorm warning. And this severe thunderstorm warning is on the board until 2:30 in the morning. And, just to kind of shoot it to you straight, like we always do, normally when we have severe thunderstorm warnings, we don't come on the air. We get a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings, especially in summertime, and they're a dime a dozen, to be frank. Now, they're still serious, but we get a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. And tornado warnings are a little bit less common, but if we went on for every severe thunderstorm warning, my goodness, we'd be on live about every day. And so we certainly don't want that. But on a night like tonight, when we have the atmospheric parameters in place that could support a few strong tornadoes and damaging straight line winds, we want to be with you every step of the way, keep you safe, keep you a little bit less anxious. Hopefully, I had some folks reach out earlier about severe weather anxiety. It's a very, very real thing, and I empathize with you greatly. if you have that going on. And so that's another reason we have our service going on. While we go out to our wide view here, and I'm going to put this in motion so that you can kind of see what's going on across the region, I also want to give a big shout out and thank you to all of our wonderful Red Zone Weather sponsors. They're the folks who make our coverage possible every single day, and you can actually see our sponsors in the top right-hand part of your screen. And so we're certainly grateful for them as well. Be sure to support them with your business and let them know that we sent you, frankly. We appreciate them being on our team. As of 2:05 a.m., we have one severe thunderstorm warning on the board, and it's in place for parts of Mobile County. We'll zoom in. And yes, kind of looks like there's a hook there, but it's not a tornadic hook. You can kind of see, I'll draw it for you, sort of an appendage here. And a lot of people get, kind of bent out of shape when they see a hook on radar, but I can tell you not every hook on reflectivity is indicative of tornadoes. It's just not. So we're watching this, and the Weather Service is too. Let's check on our storms to the south. Watching these in Mobile Bay, those are broadly rotating, especially the one here near Weeks Bay, but there's no clear-cut sign that strong rotation is happening. This storm over around Fort Pickens, or coming into Fort Pickens near Pensacola Beach, is also rotating broadly, but at this point there is no warning out on that either. So at this point, loud storms continue across much of the area, but the only severe warned storm continues to be in Mobile and Baldwin counties. Let's check on our main line of storms. Hey, some good news to pass along. As of 2:06 a.m., no active tornado warnings. No active tornado warnings in Mississippi. Those are now gone, and the Weather Service has decided to issue a severe thunderstorm warning instead, and that's going to be in place for parts of Stone, George, Greene counties, and the Weather Service actually has the tornado possible flag in there. And so that means that brief spin-up tornadoes may be possible as this line in southern Mississippi continues to push off to the east. Again, looking at southeast Mississippi, looking at our lightning counter, we're at over 1,000 strikes of lightning just in that view. Some of that coming from our Alabama storms, clearly. Let's go into southern Clark County. I know we've got a lot of folks in Clark County who watch. Just to get your geographical bearings straight, middle part of your screen, Alma, Gainestown, Choctaw Bluff. That's Clark County. And this storm is ultimately going to approach the same areas that were affected earlier by that severe thunderstorm warning that lasted, goodness, about an hour, to be honest. And that storm is going to ultimately end up in places like Gosport, areas near Claiborne Lock and Dam, also near U.S. Highway 84, near Purdue Hill, near the post office there, near that Chevron gas station there at Purdue Hill in about 5 to 10 minutes. So certainly be inside, of course, if you're at Purdue Hill. By the way, thank you to everyone who's giving kind of a ground truth report. I don't want to gloss over the fact that it's so helpful for us to have eyes and ears on the ground everywhere across South Alabama and Northwest Florida. Red Zone Weather consists of 3 people on a good day. On a severe weather day, we have 3 people. We have Landon, we have Bentley, and of course me. And on the regular, it's just me. And so we're 3 people. We don't get to see what's happening outside the studio. And so it is immensely helpful for you to be able to give us, exactly what you're seeing on the ground, even if you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning. That is immensely valuable and helpful. So thank you to everyone who's sending in reports on Facebook Live. Landon is watching those comments diligently. And let's zoom out across the region while I scan a few things. And y'all know the drill. I normally say when I'm up on the wall, if I go silent for a minute, just bear with me. We've got 400,000 things coming in the studio left and right in terms of information, and we want to do our best to be able to get you that. And unfortunately, I cannot give an all clear just yet to any part of Southwest Alabama or Northwest Florida. No part of Alabama, really South Alabama or Northwest Florida, gets an all clear, but in about 30 minutes, we should be able to start that process from west to east. And look, it's going to be a long process, but I promise throughout the night, we will progressively be able to give you an all clear kind of as we go. So let's just kind of do a run through of what we've got going on in each county across the region. Let's first zoom over here in Northwest Florida, and you're looking at Okaloosa and Walton counties. Light showers happening near Miramar Beach in Walton County. That's pretty much all that's going on in Walton County right now, so that's a good thing. Weather probably will take a turn for the worst in Walton County after 6 a.m. Okaloosa County, that's places like Destin, Niceville, also areas near Crestview, Baker, Mary Esther, Duke Field. You've also got Laurel Hill, Escambia Farms, Holt. What else is in Okaloosa County? You've got, of course, Eglin Air Force Base, VPS, the airport. All those areas right now, yes, there's some intermittent rain falling, but there's not really anything on radar that would suggest an imminent tornado threat in Okaloosa County. Now, let's talk about Santa Rosa and Escambia counties in Northwest Florida, because this storm is moving into the Pensacola metro, and it is, frankly, a loud storm. But the good news is I don't see anything suggesting a tight rotation as of now. I do see broad rotation and certainly some gusty winds being likely in the core of this storm. And keep in mind, when I say gusty winds, we've got winds going on all across the region. We've got a wind advisory for every county, and we've got a high wind warning at the coast. So I realize it's windy everywhere, even away from thunderstorms. But when I say we're about to have some gusty winds with this storm coming into Pensacola, probably maybe 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts, just looking at this on the radar display with you. And those numbers continue to rise. So that's certainly something we're going to be watching as the core of this storm kind of moves into Pensacola proper over the next few minutes. I would be curious to know, Landon, have you had any comments in the last few seconds or the last minute from Pensacola or that general area? None coming in? Yeah, getting a lot of those reports. I mean, a lot of those, of very strong wind gusts across the region. That certainly has been the theme. Let's zoom out and show you Baldwin County. The northern part of Baldwin County, up here near I-65, the Dolly Parton Bridge, Stockton, Rabun, also areas out here near Hurricane Landing, the River Pub. All those areas are involved in a severe thunderstorm warning, and it's because of this thing back in Mobile County. We'll turn on the velocity data for you, and you can see really nothing there, which is good. That's what we want to see. Thunderstorm, yes. Nasty thunder, loud thunder, of course. Quite a bit of lightning illuminating the skies, but I don't see anything right now in that cell that would produce an imminent tornado. South of that cell, we do see a strong thunderstorm currently out over Mobile Bay. We'll zoom in there. Here's Barnwell. You've got Point Clear up here, the Grand Hotel. You've also got areas near Yupon, Clay City, Magnolia Springs, Weeks Bay. All those areas that I just called out, gusty winds likely over the next 10 to 15 minutes as the core of this stronger storm pushes off to the north. So we're watching that in southern Baldwin County. Here in central Baldwin County, near the interstate, near Spanish Fort, near Timber Creek, near Spanish Fort High School on the north side of town, near the Eastern Shore Center, Malbus. You've also got Stapleton, Steelwood Country Club, Bell Forest, even the northern part of Daphne near Home Depot and Taco Mama. Very heavy rain at times, but no imminent tornado threat. There's just nothing there. And so that certainly is a good thing as those cells push off to the north. Let's go inland, check on inland areas. Washington County, no imminent signs of a tornado, just kind of scoping that out again. I'll tell you what, the thing in Clark and coming into Monroe County there near Gainstown, that is a storm that is likely producing, I would say, maybe 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. Yeah, there's the radar estimate, 42 mile per hour winds right there in southern Clark County. And by the way, you see that minus symbol next to the wind symbol. Just discard that. We looked for the gate-to-gate shear to kind of see how rotation is evolving, and so it puts a minus symbol there. That storm is ultimately going to end up near Gosport, Purdue Hill, also near Finchburg over the next 5 minutes. And so that's ultimately going to be coming into Monroe County, crossing the line there near ARC, the Alabama River Cellulose. You know, for years it was the ARP, Alabama River Pulp. Well, now it's Alabama River Cellulose, I've been informed. And so nasty storm about to be near that paper mill in Monroe County over the next few minutes. Let's go up to northern Monroe County. Here's Beatrice, here's Midway. You've also got Hines Farm. Well, what else is up there? You've got McWilliams, Rosebud, Pineapple, Oak Hill, Old Texas. We'll zoom in a little bit tighter. There's Old Texas, Buena Vista. All of those areas having very heavy rain right now, lots of lightning. Let's put on our lightning tracker, about 90 strikes of lightning over the last few minutes, but that storm just is not showing anything in the way of imminent tornado potential, which is good. Let's talk about Conecuh and Escambia, Alabama. We haven't talked about those counties yet, and Covington County. Yes, you've got some rain, intermittent rain near Bruton, Evergreen, Repton, Range. You've also got heavy rain happening near Pineview, Sardine, areas near Porch, Damascus, Bradley. You've also got areas near tiny communities. Some of, if you're an old timer, I guess you could say, you may remember the community of Fish Pond back in the day. That is now out over private property, but there was a community about 80 years ago called Fish Pond in the eastern part of Escambia County, Alabama, about to have some heavy rain. And so it's just rain. That's all it is in Escambia, Conecuh, and Covington counties right now, thankfully. Let's go back to our main view, and we're tracking severe thunderstorms in parts of central Mobile County, approaching the Mobile-Tensas River Delta, and across parts of northern Baldwin County shortly. Our main batch of storms back in Mississippi continues to be quite robust, and I'm really concerned that as this line of storms back in Mississippi comes into more of a ripe air mass, in other words, the air mass will be a little bit more conducive for severe weather, we will see if we see more what we call tornadogenesis. In other words, more tornadoes forming. That is a possibility over the next few hours. Landon, if you will, I want you to take me over to, if you'll go back to the wall view for us. There we go. And I need to make one adjustment here to our system. Again, thanks so much for watching our live severe weather coverage. It is 2:17 a.m. I'm meteorologist Spinks Megginson, joined alongside Landon Barentine. And right now we do not, I repeat, we do not have any active tornado warnings, thankfully, across South Alabama or Northwest Florida. The reason we are here, frankly, it's the middle of the night. We're awake, you're awake. We might as well be doing some live coverage at this point because we got a lot of folks on edge tonight, and we realize that, and we want to kind of do our best to be there for you and hold your hand through this. And hopefully, the best case scenario would be we don't get any tornado warnings across the local area, but we can't guarantee that just yet. And so we're gonna hang with you over the next little bit, just kind of watching this to see if we get any warnings that pop up. Again, just checking out a few things off camera. I really hate going off camera. It's my job to, be there with you, but we're gonna get back to that shortly. Just bear with me. Making some adjustments here. That should be a little bit better for you, Landon. I had to adjust the camera view. So if you will, go ahead and put me back in that box, please, sir. And I think we'll have kind of a better vantage point of what's going on. Oh yeah, there we go. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 2:30 for parts of northern Baldwin County. The storm is really getting set to exit. That's what we'll focus on first as we continue tracking the storms on this Tuesday morning. Let's go into the severe warned storm. Yeah, and they've trimmed the warning back. So that was a good call because this storm has now exited out of the Mobile metro. So let me give you an all clear for now. This is not a permanent all clear, but this is a temporary all clear from the severe thunderstorm warning. Mobile, the campus of the University of South Alabama, Pritchard, Orchard, also areas near Tanner Williams, Baker High School, Seven Hills. All those areas are now out of the severe thunderstorm warning and have a way to get warnings because I suspect with this impending line of storms coming in from Mississippi, you can see it here, really moving towards southwest Alabama in a hurry. We may have more warnings for Mobile County a bit later. But again, for the areas I just called out, you get a temporary all clear. Now, let's talk about the warning as it stands now, because we do have very heavy rain happening near the US Highway 43 corridor, near places like Axis back down to Creola. Would not want to be driving right now on Interstate 65, specifically near the Dolly Parton Bridge, which of course connects Baldwin County to Mobile County via Interstate 65. In fact, the main spire, I guess you could say, of the Dolly Parton Bridge, there it is right there. Interstate 65, and very heavy rain is happening there, in addition to the potential for 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. And so, again, we're calling no travel for the next 5 to 10 minutes over the Dolly Parton Bridge on Interstate 65. Downwind from this, we're going to see the potential for damaging straight line winds shortly near Stockton and Vaughn and even Lathan, even Gopher Hill. Gopher Hill is a very tiny place, but it's out here in the middle of nowhere in Baldwin County. There it is. And Gopher Hill, Rabun, Latham, Vaughn, Stockton. Just be inside. This is not a tornado warning. This is northern Baldwin County, and this is a severe thunderstorm warning. And so watching this very carefully, zoom out and show you the whole region. Landon, what you got over there for me, buddy? Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, getting multiple reports that we now have power lines down in Pace. Was that multiple comments or was that one comment? Just one. Okay, so at least one report of power lines being reported down in Pace. Hey, by the way, we're getting a new warning that's about to come on the screen. Let me get that queued up. It's going to be for this cell yeah, there it is, in Pensacola. So here's the deal. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning. So let me quickly get out the app alert for our friends in Escambia County, Florida. Let's see, this goes until 3 a.m. And first thing we'll need to do is tell you exactly who's involved in the severe thunderstorm warning. This is not a tornado warning, but it is a severe thunderstorm warning. So again, getting out the app alert first for Escambia, Florida, next for Santa Rosa County, and finally for Okaloosa County, northern Okaloosa County, also involved in this new severe thunderstorm warning till 3 a.m. All right, and there we go. So let's tell you exactly who's involved in this, because this is a new severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Escambia, Okaloosa, and Santa Rosa counties here in northwest Florida. If I call you out, you're involved in the severe thunderstorm warning. Pensacola, the Pensacola Metro, you're involved. Pace, Pea Ridge, Milton, Point Baker, Whitingfield, Mulat, the Garson Point Bridge, Tiger Point, also areas near Parkerville, Whitingfield, Whitfield, Munson, Rowville, Dickerson City, also areas near Milton are involved in this new severe thunderstorm warning, valid until 3 a.m. I'll zoom in tight and show you the warning. Again, just to call you out, you're involved now in a severe thunderstorm warning. Pensacola, Ferry Pass, Brent, Scenic Highway, Mulat, Garson Point, all of Avalon Boulevard. If you live in any of those neighborhoods right there adjacent to Avalon Boulevard, kind of south of the main drag, Highway 90, anywhere in Pace and Milton, Pea Ridge, Florida Town, Baghdad, Point Baker, Whitingfield. You've also got areas out near Pine Bluff, Harold, Holt, Baker, Blackman, Good Hope, Escambia Farms, the Blackwater River State Forest. All those areas are under a severe thunderstorm warning. So I've called out the folks involved. Now let's look at the radar signature because, goodness, look at that. This is just a mess. Torrential downpours of heavy rain. And I tell you, Landon, that circulation is getting pretty tight. That's something right there we're going to have to watch as this kind of pushes off to the north just like that. I'm just giving you a heads up. If you're in Milton, Mulat, Florida town, let's really kind of watch that because that could, I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying it could prompt a tornado warning in the next few minutes. And that would be our first tornado warning of 2024. So we'll watch it. Right now it's a severe thunderstorm warning. And look, even if it's a severe thunderstorm warning, when it's going through your neighborhood, it's a big deal. We want you to be inside, away from windows, away from doors. No need to panic, no need to, have a stress attack or anything like that, but just, have the common sense going on and be inside. That's what we do during severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's zoom out and show you across the region, kind of a wide view. 2:26 in the morning here in South Alabama and Northwest Florida. And the current situation is we have supercell thunderstorms now popping up in parts of Escambia and Santa Rosa counties in Northwest Florida. The main supercell of concern right now seems to be near Pensacola, Tiger Point, Gulf Breeze, Oriole Beach. Interstate 10, no driving right now on Interstate 10, extending from Pensacola all the way back over to Crestview. You can't be driving right now. Same thing up here near the Dolly Parton Bridge. We have this ongoing severe thunderstorm warning, valid until, that one's on the board until 2:30 a.m. So that one's only got 4 more minutes. We'll see if they decide to extend it. I expect that they won't because it's kind of just broadening out a bit, to be honest. And I say broadening out, the reflectivity is just becoming quite narrow, indicating I think the storm is kind of weakened somewhat. So clearly the big dog at the moment is this storm that we've got happening right over the Garson Point Bridge. And I would not want to be driving right now on that Garson Point Bridge that connects Avalon Boulevard back down to Tiger Point. Just don't do it. If you have business out that way, hold off until say 3 o'clock and I'll be able to give you an all clear. Right now it's 2:27, so 33 more minutes on that. And again, this storm, look at the lightning output. This is now up to 360 strikes of lightning in the last 5 minutes alone. And so very, very noisy thunderstorm pushing off to the northeast. And in addition to being noisy, this is also a situation where we could see damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, even with this thunderstorm. Downwind of this, just putting you on notice, the worst of the weather from this will begin shortly in Milton, Baghdad, areas near Point Baker. You've also got the Milton Airport out on the eastern side of town. You've also got Florida State Highway 87 that runs from Berrydale back down to Milton. No travel right now on Florida State Highway 87 from Whitfield and Berrydale back down to Milton. Same thing, no travel from Milton down to Holly and Navarre on Florida State Highway 87. We would say the same thing on I-10 from Pensacola to Crestview. Same thing on US Highway 90. Don't be traveling from Holt and even Crestview all the way back over to Pensacola at this point, as this severe thunderstorm continues to push off to the northeast. Let me do a quick check around the region and we'll come back to our most important storm, which is currently happening across parts of southern Santa Rosa County. The thing I'm looking at with so much intent right now is this line of storms back over Mississippi. Landon, I don't see any tornado warnings over the length of that line. I do see 1, 2, 3, 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. And so, this may end up being a deal where we got a new severe thunderstorm warning I need to tell you about. I'll come back and finish what I was going to say in a minute, talking about that main line of storms. This is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning, and this is going to be for parts of northern Monroe County, and this is going to be valid, let's see, until at 3:15 a.m. So let's zoom in there and talk about that. Franklin, Packers Bend, areas near the school at Packers Bend. I was at that school a few months ago. It's called it's called Monroe Intermediate School. So if you live near Monroe Intermediate School, Packers Bend is the community that has been displaced from Monroe County by the closing of that ferry. That is such a sad story to me every time I see it come up in the news. You used to could take a ferry over the Alabama River right there at Packers Bend. There's been several really tragic stories of ambulances having to take the hour route, up 84 and up the old line road back into Packers Bend. And unfortunately, that ferry is still out of service. But nonetheless, if you know where I'm talking about, in Packers Bend, north of the Claiborne Lock and Dam, you need to be inside and away from windows. This thing could be producing 70-mile-per-hour winds coming into Veredenburg, Franklin. Keith, the community of Keith, sits right in through here as well. River Ridge, and Scratch Ankle, Alabama. Also involved in the severe thunderstorm warning. Buena Vista, McWilliams, even Camden. This does go all the way up to Camden in Wilcox County. And so, again, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning, valid until 3:30, I believe. Let's check on our time. Sorry, 3:15 a.m. That new severe thunderstorm warning for Monroe just went out in our Red Zone Weather app. And I'm encouraged, even though we had that likely denial of service attack in our Red Zone Weather app infrastructure earlier, we had have the notification server on a different system. Thank the Lord, because we are still able to send out vital push notifications. And so we're grateful for our app development team for getting that back up and running so far. Can you go in the app, Landon? And I'm just curious to see if the actual, main part is still. Yeah, go to the main feed. I want to see if that's down. Okay, so just leave it. Yeah, let's watch that for a minute. Let's go back to our storm down in southern Santa Rosa County. And yeah, the app infrastructure is still under attack. So we'll deal with that with time. But you're looking at a storm right now in parts of southern Santa Rosa County. If you're in Escambia County, Florida, specifically Pensacola, we will give you a temporary severe weather all clear. So again, temporary severe weather all clear. You can go back to bed as long as you've got a good, reliable way to get urgent weather information. NOAA Weather Radio is great. We have a Red Zone Weather app, but I'll be honest, I'm frustrated with the app right now, to be honest. And so don't just rely on one thing. Don't just rely on NOAA Weather Radio or an app or anything else for that matter. You need multiple ways to get urgent weather warnings, and that's all the time. So have those weather radios turned on. But again, Pensacola gets an all clear for now. The storm has clearly moved to the northeast and is now affecting places like Milton, Pine Bluff, also areas out here near Avalon Boulevard, Pace, Florida Town, Mulat. The good news is if you're in Pace, we'll be able to give you an all clear from this particular storm shortly. This is the worst of it. All right, we've got a new tornado warning that's coming. All right, brand new tornado warning. This is going to be the first tornado warning of 2024. And you're hearing all those alarm bells. This is going to be a tornado warning for these same areas. So we've shifted now. And Landon, if you'll keep me up on the wall, we'll do this from the wall quickly. Yeah, there we go. So this is our first tornado warning of 2024, and it's about to pop up for parts of Santa Rosa County. If you're in Milton, we need you to get to a tornado-safe place now. We have a possible tornado coming into Milton, and the Weather Service is choosing to issue a tornado warning as of 2:33 in the morning. This is going to be valid until 3 o'clock. And we just sent that out. This is also going to include a part of Okaloosa County. I can tell you it's not visible on that screen yet, but if you're in northern Okaloosa County, this tornado warning also is going to be in effect for you. All right, so there it is. First thing we need to do is tell you exactly who's involved. And this is going to be East Milton. If you are west of downtown Milton, all right, so Pace is out. Florida Town is out. Pace High School is out. Even downtown Milton is technically out, all right? So west of downtown Milton, you're out. But if you're east of downtown Milton, in other words, on the other side of the railroad bridge in Milton, and I say railroad bridge, if you're on the, here we go, here's a better view. Here's Milton, this is downtown Milton right here. This is the bayou that the railroad bridge and Highway 90 goes over. The tornado warning is going to be just to the east of there. And so this is out toward the Milton Airport. We have a tornado possible over the next few minutes near the Milton Airport. And look, this is our first tornado warning of the night at 2:35 in the morning. I know that it is inconvenient, it is hard, it is difficult, and nobody wants to be doing this. I get that, but do me a favor and call your folks in East Milton, Pine Bluff, Harold, also areas, go over to LD3 for a minute, Landon, if you will, please, so I can get that fixed. Harold, also areas near Baker are going to be involved. There you go, that should fix that. Take me back over to LD1, please. There we go, thank you. Harold, Holt, the Blackwater Fishery Facility, also involved in this tornado warning. You've also got Crestview. If you're in Crestview, you're now under the gun from a tornado warning. Baker, Milligan, you're involved in this as well. Let me swivel this screen around. That would greatly help me out. I told Landon earlier, this has been kind of a night where if something can go wrong, it will go wrong. And so bear with me. We're going to get you through this every step of the way. And again, let's look at Okaloosa County because that area is also under the gun. This is a big chunk of northern Okaloosa County involved in this tornado warning, valid until 3 o'clock. So again, Crestview, Campton, Auburn, Good Hope, Escambia Farms, you've got Baker, also involved in the tornado warning, and that's just a repeat. You hear that alarm going off. Laurel Hill, you're also under the gun from the active tornado warning that's valid until 3 a.m. So let's go back to our storm as it stands right now. This thing is very near the eastern part of Milton. And again, for those of you that just may be joining us, the Milton Airport sits right here. All right, here's the Milton Airport. This is State Highway 87. This is US Highway 90. This is Interstate 10. We would say absolutely no travel on Interstate 10 from the Avalon Boulevard exit all the way up to Crestview, all right? No travel right now on Interstate 10. Same thing on Highway 90 from Milton to Crestview. Floridale, you're also under the gun from this active tornado warning. This is eastern Santa Rosa County. Let's zoom out and show you both counties because I can tell you this, if you are in Jay, Chumuckla, Brownsdale, 5 Points, Central High School, Allentown, Cobbtown, those areas are out, all right? This is strictly for areas down here in the southeastern part of Santa Rosa County. And Landon, do you have radar scope available as a source? If you don't, it's okay, but do you have that up? Take it. Let's take it full so I can show you the velocity. Yeah, there it is. Nasty, nasty couplet right there. This could be a tornado doing damage. Let's check our debris tracker. By the way, if you're hearing those very formal sounding chimes in the background, those are our new direct feed to the National Weather Service. Their new app kind of makes a different noise than it used to, which is a little bit more pleasant. So again, possible tornado on the eastern side of Milton out near the airport. If you live within 5 miles of the Milton Airport, you need to be taking this seriously and putting as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. What do you have up on that far right monitor? Do you have the graphics up? If you'll get over to the what to do graphic, I want to kind of focus on that. Let's look at velocity on this. And yeah, that thing is real tight, very near Interstate 10, very near Interstate 10 in Santa Rosa County. I traveled this area a good bit, and if you miss the Avalon Boulevard exit, you can go on up the interstate right there at the Love's truck stop and get off right there at exit number 26. But then the exit that's really of concern right now is the one really at Ward Basin Road is where we're most concerned about. And that's exit 28, circled right now. So again, just to get your geographical bearing straight, this is Avalon Boulevard right here. Here's exit 22. Here's exit 26. Exit 28, if you live within 5 miles of exit 28 in Santa Rosa County, get sheltered. Lowest floor, site-built structure, away from windows, away from doors, putting as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. Grab a helmet. You need something to protect your head. That's not just kids, that's adults. Let's go back over to LD1, please, sir. Adults, too, need to be wearing a helmet. Now, before we got interrupted by the tornado warning, which is much more important, I do want to show you this line of storms. Milry down to almost Loosedale, extending back to past Christiane and Ocean Springs. That's your main line of storms. Once this line of storms comes through your specific area, we'll be able to give you an all clear. That is not now. Nobody gets an all clear just yet. And we're dealing now with a tornado warning in northwest Florida. I quickly want to show you this storm in northern Monroe County because this is pretty serious. Could have 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts shortly near Veredenburg, Buena Vista, Alabama Highway 41, Alabama Highway 21. If you live near there in northern Monroe County, be inside. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go back to our storm down here in northwest Florida because this is the one that means business. This is a tornado warning, and this is why Red Zone Weather exists, frankly. We exist to cover tornado warnings. That's what we do, and you know, we've been really, really blessed and fortunate around here. We have not missed a tornado warning in terms of live coverage ever since we've been existing. Now, sometimes it doesn't look good because I've been out on the road. Fortunately, we're not tonight. We're in studio, but we are grateful to be your source during tornado warnings. We take that very seriously, and we thank you for watching. Let's zoom into our storm here near Harold. And the couplet is actually kind of on the back flank of this. Right in through here is your couplet. So stay sheltered in East Milton near the airport. This is on you right now. This is crossing, if it hasn't crossed already, Florida State Highway 87 right here. This is Interstate 10. This is US Highway 90. We'll give a tornado all clear to Pace, Florida Town, and areas near and west of downtown Milton. All right, near and west of downtown Milton, you're out of this. The tornado is going to be to the east. And this signature, it's kind of broadened out a little bit. Let's see if, Landon, do you have the radar scope source up? Yeah, there we go, thank you. And here's your circulation. It's a little bit more broad than it once was. Let's kind of loop it and see. Yeah, it kind of tightened up there, but it's more broad at this point. So if those trends continue, then we will hopefully get a cancellation. That would be kind of a best case scenario. Back over to LD1, looking at the core of this storm. And look, downwind of this, let's talk about who's next. Northern Okaloosa County, Holt. You've also got areas near Baker, Milligan, Auburn, Florida, not Auburn, Alabama. This has nothing to do with the Auburn Tigers. This is Auburn, Florida. Campton, State Highway 85 from Laurel Hill back down to Crestview. Good Hope, Escambia Farms. You've also got areas in here to the north of Baker. Very sparse cell phone service out there, I might add. I went down that road, down 137, and ultimately into Baker just a few weeks ago. And I tell you what, Verizon's cell phone service is not good out there. So if you happen to know someone that would be near, say, Escambia Farms, Baker, anywhere in between there, Blackwater State Forest land out there, call them and let them know that we've got a tornado warning for those areas due to this storm back in Santa Rosa County right now. Possible tornado is going to be here on the back flank of this supercell thunderstorm. And we note that we have another cell forming to the south down here in Okaloosa County near Mary Esther, Eglin Air Force Base, that extends over into Niceville as well, but that storm is under severe limits. So if you're in Destin, Niceville, Mary Esther, Eglin, Fort Walton, Ocean City, Blue Water Bay, Duke Field, you're fine, all right? Southern part of Okaloosa is fine. The warning is northern Okaloosa because the cell is making kind of a southwest to northeast trajectory just like that, coming out of southern Santa Rosa, coming into northern Okaloosa. This is very near the interstate right now. Go back over to the radar scope source, please, sir, and we'll see that, yeah, this is broader than it once was. Still probably going to have some gusty winds in through here, but the odds of a tornado being down at this moment may be a bit lower. Now, there still may be a tornado down, but the odds are a bit lower based on the signature. But nonetheless, you know, I'm always hesitant, back over to LD1, I'm always hesitant to say things like that because these things cycle, and I don't want anyone to ever get out of their tornado warning hiding place with me kind of giving you a play-by-play of what's happening in the mesocyclone of this storm. And so don't get out of that tornado safe place if you're at East Milton, Parkerville, near the Blackwater fisheries right there. Let's see if Rowville's included. Rowville is out there by the dirt bike track, MX 191. And let's see, here's Munson. So Munson Highway is going to be right here. By the way, Munson's out. If you're at Munson proper, they're at the store near the, what is it, the seed, I was going to say seed factory. It's not a seed factory. It's the seed orchard where they do the pine trees right there at Munson, right there near the country store. That area is out of the polygon, but it's close. You go down the hill into the Blackwater River State Forest. Those areas are in the polygon, in the tornado warning polygon. And let's see, I never did see, let's see if, all right, so here's Munson Highway, here's Spring Hill. Spring Hill's out. Yeah, MX 191 is out. Same thing at Rowville. Here's Rowville. If you're at Rowville, you're good, all right? The tornado's to your east. Close, but to your east. This thing's right on top of Floridale. Right on top of Floridale right now. And I know that we've got some longtime viewers in Floridale specifically that have just been so good to us in terms of watching our coverage. We appreciate that. And the good news for our friends in Floridale is this does not look as intense as it did about 10 minutes ago. Now, this still may be producing a tornado. And Landon, please diligently watch those comments over the next few minutes because this thing could come back with a vengeance. This is a supercell storm that's going to be capable of producing a tornado pretty quickly. And if you'll take me over, or actually let me just do it from here. I want to show you a wide view across the region. One tornado warning as of 2:47 a.m. and it's for eastern Santa Rosa County and northern Okaloosa County. Main line of storms is here, stretching from Millry and Silver Cross in Washington County back down to Pass Christian and Bay St. Louis in southern Mississippi. So that's our main batch of storms. Getting a report from our wonderful colleagues and friends at the Weather Service. Pensacola International gusted to 62 miles per hour. So we have got some strong winds out there on this Tuesday morning, just insane wind gusts happening across the region. And that's because we've seen shear values just off the charts tonight. Landon, if you'll get set, I'm going to go back to the box for a bit. And we're just watching this situation in eastern Santa Rosa County very, very carefully. 2:48 in the morning, and look, I know if you've got kids, it is so inconvenient to wake the kids up and get them, you know, in that tornado safe place. One thing we haven't done is, before I go back to the box, let's put up the graphic of what you need to be doing right now. If you're in Harold, if you are in Floridale, Baker, Crestview, Milligan, Laurel Hill, Escambia Farms. lowest floor of a site-built structure. You need to be in a house or a building away from windows, putting as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. Let me actually step off camera so that you can take a screenshot of this. If you're watching us, you know, on your iPhone or Android, whatever it is, take a screenshot of this so you'll have it next time and you'll know what to do, especially if you're new to our area. I would just vehemently encourage you to take a screenshot. All right, let's go back over to LD1 because we are tracking this possible tornado in parts of eastern Santa Rosa County, and this is very near Floridale at this point. This could be a tornado that is on the ground at this point based on the signature we're seeing. It's noisy. It's not, you know, the most classic thing I've ever seen. I tell you what, let's go back over to the iPad view, please. Yeah, and I mean, there is a bit of rotation there, and I'll draw that on the screen for you, but there's your rotation. It's looking just like that. That's your mesocyclone, so your possible tornado would be somewhere right in through here. Let's go back over to LD1. Right in through here is going to be your possible tornado, and your counterclockwise circulation would look like this. That's how the air's rotating in this thunderstorm. Inflow coming in here, like that. Possible tornado would be right in through here, somewhere near the interstate, Interstate 10 near Harold. And so tornado warning continues until 3 o'clock for eastern Santa Rosa and northern Okaloosa counties in northwest Florida. Current time 2:51 in the morning. I'm meteorologist Spinks Megginson, joined alongside executive producer Landon Barentine. We are grateful you are with us this morning. We know that you have a choice of where to get weather information, and we are honored that you are choosing us. So thank you very much. Let's look out a little bit wider here because I do want to show you kind of a wide view of Santa Rosa and Okaloosa counties. And you can see this tornado warning box never included Navarre. It never included Berrydale, Munson, Whitfield, Whitingfield. Severe thunderstorm warning did and still does technically, but the tornado warning was issued a bit farther to the east of those areas. There was a tornado that ripped through Holt, Florida in the spring of 2022, I believe it was. And Holt is currently under the gun from another possible tornado. So if you're in Holt, be in a safe place right now. Lowest floor, site-built structure, away from windows and doors, putting as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. Here's Baker, here's Holt. Possible tornado is here, and that's lifting off to the northeast, just like that. We'll zoom out and show you kind of who's ahead of this too. You have been so blessed with lead time if you're in Laurel Hill, Good Hope, Blackman, Campton, Auburn, Florida, not Auburn, Alabama. Crestview, if you're in Crestview proper, you need to be implementing that tornado safe place. I can tell you it looks like the core of this tornado situation may kind of skirt Crestview out on the northwest side and may even miss Crestview to the northwest, but nonetheless, you're in the polygon, in the tornado warning polygon in Crestview, and you need to be doing something about it, putting as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. Possible tornado is now near the county line, near Holt. There's a railroad that runs right in through there, kind of between Highway 90 runs between the railroad and Interstate 10, right there near Holt. If you're near Holt, near that railroad, within 5 miles of there, be in a safe place. Baker, what comes to mind when you think of Baker? The Gators, that's who's in Baker, the Gators. Baker High School is, we'll zoom in tight because this thing's gonna be very near there. Baker High School sits right about here on the map, that little dot I'm drawing right there. And so if you live within 5 miles of Baker High School, you need to be implementing that tornado safety plan right now. No need to panic, no need to, have a stress attack or anything like that, but just do the right thing, get sheltered, put a helmet on, something to protect your head. We will get through this together. Let's pass along some good news, Landon. My favorite thing in the world to do, my favorite thing about severe weather coverage is being able to give you an all clear. And I can give you an all clear right now if you are at Milton, East Milton, the airport area, Milton Airport area, will give you an all clear from this particular tornado warning. All right, so all clear. And just getting a message from the Weather Service, here's some even better news. I'll give you everybody some better news. The tornado warning's just been canceled, all right? And there it goes, it's gone. So tornado warning canceled, and I think that's a good call. Let's go back over to the radar scope, and I'll show you that, I mean, you can see the signature's just gone. It's gone, which is good. Yes, there's very, broad rotation on radar, nothing spectacular at all, nothing to write home about. Let's go back over to LD1, and there's just nothing there. I mean, it's gone. So that's good news. Now, let's talk about what could happen. And I think that tornado warning came back up on the screen, but that's not a new warning. That's going to be, yeah, there's the old one. It's gone. What could happen, however, is that you may get gusty winds shortly in Baker. Same thing in Crestview. All the places that we've been calling out that previously were in the tornado warning, now you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. And so what that means is gusty winds will be possible, up to 60 miles an hour. The Weather Service is noting, and let's kind of look at look at that. They're going to be watching this cell next, right in through here. So this one's off the board. That tornado warning is off the board, but we have a new one, X's and O's. You don't want to be in an O tonight. You want to be near an X. Tornado warning gone. That's what the X means. The O is an area that we're circling. And the good news is, again, the tornado warning that keeps flashing on and off the screen has been canceled, all right? It's been canceled. But, and there we go, trying to get that telestration off the screen. Let's go back over to our reflectivity product, and we'll show you that across the region, we continue to see this line of thunderstorms pushing in from the west. Damaging straight line winds are going to be the main concern over the next few hours, really, as that main batch of storms comes into Washington, Clark, Mobile, Baldwin counties. But these storms out ahead of the main batch of storms, in other words, the storms currently happening in Monroe, Escambia, Alabama, Conecuh, all of our northwest Florida counties, those are the ones that could go supercellular in nature and produce a few tornadoes. So just to kind of make this a bit more clear, Landon, if you'll key me back on the wall, please, sir, and I will kind of demonstrate this. By the way, you may be wondering, Spinks, why in the world are you going from box to the wall? Well, we're doing some internal testing tonight with this severe weather coverage, and the idea, we want to be able to incorporate our executive producer, Landon, into the coverage, and so we're working on some things that you'll see over the next few weeks. Hopefully you won't, actually. Hopefully you won't see them for a while, but I have a feeling, because we're going to have an active weather pattern over the next few weeks, you probably will see more of us. But again, this is the zone where I'm more concerned about the tornado risk imminently compared to this main line of storms back here in West Alabama extending into southeast Mississippi. This is going to end up being more of a damaging wind deal. What I'm encouraged about, though, is that I don't see any warnings back here right now. None for Mississippi, none for West Alabama. Landon, that's, I believe, is that the old tornado warning or is that a brand new one? Let's make sure that I think that's the old one that is, it seems to be kind of a phantom tornado warning. Yeah, what they did, they expired that warning. They didn't cancel it, but I think in the chat they said it was canceled. What's that? Yeah, oh, I'm in the box. Okay, great. See, and that's why we're testing this out. So it's kind of hard to practice some of this, and so I said, Landon, we're going to do some tests tonight. All right, let's look around the region and tell you what we've got going on. We do have active severe thunderstorm warnings in progress, one for Wilcox County. Let's zoom into Wilcox County up here in south central Alabama. And this storm could be producing gusty winds out near Gee's Bend, also really to the south of Gee's Bend. That's going to be coming into Dallas County over the next few minutes. Rosebud is here, Oak Hill is right here, and the core of this could be producing quarter-sized hail. All right, so quarter-sized hail possible in Wilcox County, specifically just to the northwest of Camden. We'll go back down to our severe storm in Okaloosa County, specifically northern Okaloosa County, and I can tell you it is raining like cats and dogs near places like Holt, Baker, Milligan, Beaver Creek, Escambia Farms, Auburn, Florida, Campton, Florida, And you could have gusty winds upwards of 70 miles an hour in that same general vicinity. And y'all know the drill. Pardon me if I'm looking aside. I've got so many things going on. We just want to make sure that we get you the latest and greatest information. Current time is coming up on 3 o'clock shortly, so we'll kind of do a reset at the top of the hour, Landon. That thing that... Yeah, you may get some really nasty winds over the next few minutes in Baker. Here's Milligan. This is a situation where folks in Baker may see upwards of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this storm. We will see if the Weather Service decides to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for northern Okaloosa County. I suspect that they will momentarily, but we'll see. Regardless, it's still a nasty storm. If it has a designation or not, folks in Okaloosa County, especially in the northern half of the county, are under the gun from a strong thunderstorm right now. But the good news is the Weather Service, in their assessment, they're not pulling the trigger on a new tornado warning right now for that southern storm, and so that's a good thing. Tell you what, let's go over to our Eglin Air Force Base radar. The radar data is popping off for a second. Yeah, and you can see that structure. What they're watching is going to be right in through here, right there. That's the area of concern, and this is moving off to the northeast. And so that's going to miss Niceville to the northwest, all right? So not really expecting major issues from that storm in Niceville. But man, oh man, it's raining like cats and dogs in northern Okaloosa County. There's no doubt about it. Just a very nasty night. Good news is no warnings in effect for Okaloosa at this point. It's now 3 a.m. here in South Alabama, 4 a.m. in the east, 1 a.m. out west, and 3 o'clock here where we're kicking off another live hour of tornado warning coverage. I'm meteorologist Spinks Megginson, joined alongside executive producer Landon Barentine. We are glad that you are with us this morning. Wish it were under better circumstances, but the weather is bad tonight. We've had a tornado warning over the last hour, probably some more on the way, and we've had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings over the last several hours. Landon, have you had any reports or comments that you'd like to pass along? All right, I see that I'm officially 917 notifications behind, so I apologize if I haven't given you a personal briefing or a response. You know, I try to do that every day, but right now things are a little busy, and I'll try to get to those when all this is over. At this point, let's put the radar in motion and go back over to our mobile radar. It's 3:02 in the morning, and we don't have any active tornado warnings for South Alabama or Northwest Florida. The only warning that I'm seeing, and I'll put that on the board for you, there we go, is Wilcox County. Let's check to the north just to be sure. Yeah, only warning in America right now is Wilcox County, severe thunderstorm warning. We do note that we have flash flood warnings well to our west out of our area in parts of Hancock and Pearl River counties over there near the Pearl River in southeast Mississippi. But the only convective warning or severe warning that we've got going on is this thing in Wilcox County, Alabama. So let's zoom in there. This thing is going to quickly be out of Wilcox County and into Dallas County in about 5 minutes, crossing the line. The highway that runs out of Camden up to Selma is Alabama Highway 41. And what we would tell you is no driving right now on Alabama Highway 41 north of Camden, south of Selma, as there is a strong storm coming in. No warning yet for Dallas, but we may get a severe thunderstorm warning shortly for parts of Dallas County. Tell you what, let's do. Let's go through county by county and tell you exactly what's happening as our coverage continues. First, we'll start with arguably the strongest storm in our local area in Okaloosa County. The northern half of the county is really the zone where we're seeing the heaviest rain and lots of lightning right now. But the good news for our friends in Okaloosa County, The bark is worse than the bite right now, meaning, yes, you've got gusty winds, you've got heavy rain, lots of lightning, loud thunder, very loud thunder in some circumstances, but no warnings, which is good. No imminent indication of a tornado, which is also very good news. Let's look at Walton County briefly. Just some showers. There are some lightning strikes noted near Mossy Head right now, near the Interstate 10 corridor. Also have some lightning up around Paxton, near the 331 corridor that comes out of Opp down to Defuniak and Freeport, but those are just showers and general thunderstorms. So Walton County, the northern part of the county, north of the interstate, the weather's about to get pretty gnarly in terms of having very heavy rain, torrential rain in fact, quite a bit of thunder and lightning. Santa Rosa County, scattered showers. We don't see any imminent tornado threats in Santa Rosa or Escambia counties in northwest Florida. Just checking our high-res velocity as well. I don't see anything that would suggest an imminent threat in Escambia, Florida, or in Santa Rosa County. The tornado warning has been canceled about, 20 minutes ago now. So you're good for now in Santa Rosa County. Let's go to Escambia County, Alabama. Landon and I are sitting right here in Brewton, Alabama. We are in Brewton, Alabama. And right now in Brewton, things are fairly tame compared to the rest of the region. Yes, you've got some distant thunder, very heavy rain happening near Atmore, Porch, Sardine, Pineview, Barnett's Crossroads, Wallace, extending down to Walbeek and Canoe in Escambia, Alabama. But you're fine. You are fine right now in Escambia, Alabama. Let's do three counties together. Here's Butler County first in the right part of your screen. Greenville, Georgiana, McKenzie, Chapman, Forest Home. General showers. Thunderstorms off to the west are going to come in a bit later, but for now you're fine in Butler. Here's Conecuh County. Scattered showers. Some thunderstorms, some more intense thunderstorms are going to come in from the west near Repton and Burnt Corn over the next, say, 20 minutes. Belleville as well, same thing in Evergreen, Lieffian, Bowles. All those areas going to have a good bit of rain and thunder over the next hour as this storm in Monroe County comes in from the west. Very heavy rain, lots of lightning, in fact, coming into Monroeville. We'll zoom in real tight. Lots of wonderful folks in Monroeville have been watching Red Zone Weather for years, and we thank you for that. We can kind of see where generally folks are using our Red Zone Weather app, and we know that we've got a lot of folks that watch in the general vicinity of Monroeville. And I tell you, if you're in Monroeville, you need to be inside. There's no warning in effect, no tornado warning, nothing like that, but there is a nasty storm coming in from the southwest. Currently at Mexie, very near Purdue Hill, out toward Ollie and the airport as well. Same thing at Frisco City, very heavy rain, quite a bit of lightning. It's going to push into Peterman, Tunnel Springs, Monroeville, and even Beatrice in about 20 minutes, basically working its way up Alabama Highway 21. So that's one to watch in Monroe County. No imminent tornado threat. Let's go down to Mobile and Baldwin counties. You're fine right now. Yes, the winds are howling in some cases, especially down around the Alabama and Alabama beaches. Down there around Orange Beach, Gulf Shores, back over near the Floribama, Perdido Key, those areas. But the good news is we don't see any imminent tornado threat. Let's check on this storm in the northern Gulf. Yeah, it's broad, which is good. That's what we want to see. Let's check on that one. Yep, it's broad. Good. All those in the Gulf are behaving, and so that certainly is a bit of good news. Now, let's go back up to Washington and Clark counties. This is your main line of thunderstorms, and 3:08 in the morning, we're getting close. We're not there yet, but we're getting close to being able to give our first all clear of the night. We cannot do that just yet. So if you're in Clark County, just know the worst of the weather is yet to come through over the next hour. Same thing in Washington County. Worst of the weather is happening right now in Milry, Yarbo, Chapel Hill along the Alabama Highway 17 corridor. Same thing on US 84 from Silas over to Coffeyville. No travel right now as intense storms move in from the west. A little early in the morning, Landon. Glad you're here. Thanks for being here. We certainly appreciate Landon's services this morning. And you got anything to pass along? You know, it's always a good thing, whether it feels a little bit awkward for me or not, but it's always a good thing to not have terribly too much to talk about. You know, when we have these tornado warnings, obviously, you know, I get up and get a little bit more animated, but the good news is right now we have no warnings, none in effect for our area in southwest Alabama or northwest Florida. Wilcox County is under a severe thunderstorm warning, but I believe that is the only severe warning that we have on the board anywhere in America right now. So Rosebud, Camden, Oak Hill, all those areas are under a severe thunderstorm warning. That one goes off the board at 3:15 a.m. and this main batch of storms is finally starting to enter our area from the west. So what we're going to do is, if we don't get a tornado warning in the next few minutes, we'll go back to covering storms in the Red Zone Weather app. And of course, if we get warnings, we'll come back on and bring you the latest. We're going to keep going for now just to kind of watch trends over the next few minutes. And y'all know the drill. If I go silent, just bear with me. Good news is I don't see really anything that's just too incredibly, you know, impressive right now. And I say impressive in the sense that I don't see anything that's going to prompt an immediate tornado warning on our velocity display. You can see the lightning output below our wonderful sponsor logo up there, Horton's Insurance, 2267. That's the number of lightning strikes over the last 10 minutes in the current map view. That is a lot of lightning, especially for January the 9th. You know, it's so typical around here. We get these high shear, low instability events in the middle of winter. But this one's different. This one has quite a bit of instability, to be frank, for a winter event, and just sheer numbers that are off the charts, to be frank. And so that's why we're having this severe weather event tonight. In fact, I tell you what, Landon, if you'll go over to the iPad for a minute and let's check velocity, please, sir. There we go. And I want to queue up, yeah, there it is. If you'll take LD1 full again, I want to show you the temperature department. Look at this. We've got 72 degrees at the Mobile Regional Airport at 3:12 in the morning. 3:12 in the morning and it's 72 degrees. So, you know, I had some questions earlier in the night about would we have that moist, unstable air move inland? And the answer to that resoundingly is yes. We are seeing temperatures rise, and we're actually going to have high temperatures at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, and temperatures are going to go down all day. So the ingredients are there for this, you know, event to continue. There's your tornado watch, valid until 7 a.m. local time. All local counties continue to be in the tornado watch and will be until this main line of thunderstorms passes through your specific location. (3:12 a.m.) Let's zoom into this storm. We're going to zoom into Okaloosa. Yeah, and it's just noisy. I mean, it's kind of hard to see on that view anyway, but that's good news for our friends in Okaloosa County. When I say noisy, that's what you want to hear when I'm looking at the velocity display. Lots of lightning, lots of thunder, noisy thunderstorms in Crestview, Auburn, Florida, Campton, Laurel Hill, Dorcas, Deerland, Forest Highlands. You've also got areas near Duke Field. Duke is on the north side of the Eglin property there, near State Highway 85. That traffic in the afternoons, especially on Fridays, backs up for miles from Crestview back down to Duke Field and really on beyond that on 85. Horrible traffic on State Highway 85, especially in the late afternoons. But right now, that road should be free and clear as we have thunderstorms nearby. And because it's 3:13 in the morning, let's go back over to our storms in West Alabama, because Yeah, I don't really see anything that would suggest an imminent tornado threat. And even more good news, Landon, I don't see anything that would suggest an imminent severe thunderstorm threat from the main line of thunderstorms. That's a bit surprising at this stage. We were expecting a bit more in terms of damaging straight line winds. Now, one thing that may be happening, these storms are coming into a better environment. And so what we may see over the next, say, 4 hours or so, the main line of storms may start to tap into that better instability as it approaches the northwest Florida counties, and we may see sort of a ramp up of damaging straight line winds once the line of storms reaches northwest Florida and perhaps south central Alabama. And thank you again to everyone who is commenting what's happening in your specific location. That is immensely helpful. And even if you're not involved in a warning, you know, for you to get there in the comments and tell us what's happening where you are, you have no idea how helpful that is for us, for other folks watching our feed. We got power companies watching, we've got electric cooperatives watching, we've got water systems watching, people in water systems. Everybody's watching our coverage to get a good idea of what's happening on the ground. We can do that with radar, but radar can only go so far. You are our eyes and ears on the ground, and it's so helpful for you to be able to give us what's happening in your location. Just know we greatly appreciate that, even at 3:15 in the morning, as we have this ongoing severe weather risk across our region. Let's go down into the Gulf of Mexico here. And I don't see anything that would suggest an imminent tornado threat, or water spout threat, I guess you could say, down there. Getting a report from Jason Beeman. Jason is the MIC, the meteorologist in charge down at NWS Mobile. He's telling me that we had a 61 mile per hour non-thunderstorm wind gust at about 2:10 a.m. So get this. Yes, we've got winds howling up to 60, 70 mile per hour in these thunderstorms, but even away from the thunderstorms tonight, we've got pressure gradient winds. In other words, pressure gradient is just winds outside of the thunderstorms that are caused by atmospheric pressure differences, I guess you could say. And we had a 61 mile per hour gust measured, I should say, in Jay, Florida, right here in northern Santa Rosa County. There's Jay on the map, 61 mile per hour winds in a look like that without thunderstorms around. So those winds are absolutely howling. I hope that folks took down their Christmas decorations before this event. I take mine down December 25th, 26th. I mean, I have to get it gone. I can't stand it. I want it gone. But I know that we had folks who didn't put up their Christmas decor, especially, you know, out in the yard. I hope folks don't wake up with the Christmas decorations blown away, because that very well is a possibility, just telling you, with these storms. All right, so let's kind of do a reset and talk about what we've got going on right now. And honestly, not much, which is good. And look, you know, I'm saying not much. I realize the weather is horrible, absolutely horrible where you live in some cases. All across our region, we've got thunderstorms. But when I say we don't have much going on, I mean specifically in terms of urgent weather warnings to pass along. And so that certainly is a good thing. We simply don't have warnings right now, and that's a good thing. Let's give you an overview of what's happening. I think the strongest storm in terms of lightning output is clearly this thing in Monroe County, and this storm is very near Monroeville right now, coming into Tunnel Springs and Peterman over the next few minutes. You've got Alabama Highway 21 and also Alabama Highway 41 involved in this. Beautiful, beautiful terrain out there in the Red Hills of Monroe County. Lots of lightning, thunder, very heavy rain coming down in Beatrice, extending back down to Fountain and Axel and areas near Peterman, Monroeville, Mexie over the next few minutes. Let's go back down to our storms down here in Walton and Okaloosa counties. Same type thing. These storms are under severe limits, meaning we're not going to have hazardous winds or a tornado right now or large hail, but you still are having loud and proud thunderstorms in Okaloosa and Walton counties. We'll zoom in on this storm near Pensacola. This is going to come into the Pensacola metro shortly. I suspect that if we don't have many folks watching in Pensacola, a lot of times what happens is the lightning and thunder will kind of wake a lot of folks up. They'll be kind of jarred and they'll tune into the coverage. But Pensacola, just know, heavy rain, lots of lightning, lots of thunder about to begin, but there is no warning for Pensacola right now. So you're okay, even though the weather's about to get pretty nasty in Pensacola. Yeah, Landon, let's see if I can, we've got some video coming in, kind of some good ground truth videos. Tell you what, if you will, let's go to audio only real quick. There we go. And what I'm going to do is get up this video on our iPad source. Let's hold it on LD1 for now, but I want to show you the kind of a ground truth video of what's happening across our region. This video is coming in from Benjamin Mashburn over on Twitter, or I guess it's X now. What a horrible branding change. It's X, not Twitter. But some video coming in there. Let's keep it on LD1 for a minute, Landon, and we'll be able to show this video pretty quick. Having to log back into Twitter, it logged me out. All right, yeah, and if you'll take that video full, this is what it looks like outside right now. And do you have audio on that? I don't think so. Let me turn it down to be sure. Hard to see. It's tough having these overnight severe weather events because of that. Darkness, and you can't see anything. Don't ever think, oh, I'm gonna go outside and see a tornado. No, you're not in this. It is so hard. We've got trees, we've got darkness. It is impossible to do the whole tornado chasing thing around here at night. This guy's not, by the way. I'm not saying he is, but just don't try to be a storm chaser in the middle of the night. It's so tough around here. Let's see if I've got other, I think I do. Yeah, look at this, some torrential rain. This is in Santa Rosa County earlier as that tornadic supercell was moving through, and this is the type stuff that we're getting across the region. Very torrential rainfall in Santa Rosa County. Let's see, I think we've got one more video. Yeah, look at that lightning. Pretty intense lightning, and this was the supercell that moved near Milton almost 45 minutes ago. Very intense lightning, and I don't think we're going to be able to see anything, obviously, in terms of the cloud bases. You've got rain and trees. This is just classic of what happens in the middle of the night. Let's go back over to LD1. I don't really see anything in the way of a tornado there, thankfully. And while I'm here, let's cue up radar scope, because we will be watching this storm in the Gulf of Mexico push toward the north, and that could be our next hotspot coming into, let's see how that trajectory is going. Yeah, that's moving toward Okaloosa County, just like that. So that's one to watch over the next hour. No imminent threat from that. That's down in the Gulf of Mexico. Let's do a probe. That's about 30 miles out. So no imminent concerns there. Let's check our velocity, if we can do that. Yeah, there we go. And you see these embedded little kinks in the line. That could be the beginnings of a couplet. And a couplet is simply an area on radar that is more conducive for tornadoes. Couplet's kind of a radar indication of a mesocyclone that could produce a tornado, is a better way to say it. So we're going to be watching those over the next few minutes back in Mississippi, because if that holds, that would come into Mobile County in the next hour or so. That's going to be a concern for Hurley. Even if you don't get a tornado in Hurley, you're going to get gusty winds, no doubt about it. Winds gusting up to, say, 50 miles an hour with this thing as it comes in. Also watching a little kink in the line right here near Loosedale. That's going to be coming into Wilmer over the next few minutes. And so just know there are some signs that this line of storms may be ramping up a bit. And that's to be expected as it comes into an area out ahead of it where it has a little bit more juice, per se, to work with. So, Landon, if you'll put me back on LD1 and hang tight while I go back to my box over here. Again, getting up and down this evening, we're doing some internal testing with some new equipment, making sure everything is set up correctly. And again, watching this situation very carefully. Yeah, you can go ahead and put me in the box. Thank you, sir. Looking at the state view, there's our latest convective outlook. This is going to be valid for after 6 a.m. You can see that we now have much of southeast Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, Georgia, and the Carolinas in the new level 3 out of 5 risk. And the risk is in place because of this mess that is going through our region. And it is quite a mess, a messy, loud night, numerous thunderstorms around. But for now, no warnings. No warnings as of 3:25 in the morning. Tell you what, let me work this line, Landon. We'll work it on LD1 where we are. And yeah, when you start seeing notches like that and like that, I'm drawing it in the middle part of your screen. This is Jackson County and George County in southeast Mississippi. Those are the zones where we are kind of looking at our next potential tornado genesis. In other words, where tornadoes could happen. And so those are our two little notches that we're gonna, and it doesn't look like much, but those little notches represent some rotation kind of getting going in the atmosphere. So we're gonna keep our coverage going, even though at this particular moment, we don't have any tornado warnings for southwest Alabama or northwest Florida. We do have an ongoing tornado watch until 7 a.m. local time. Hopefully, we will see counties start to be cleared out of the watch sooner than that, specifically across West Alabama, because you'll be done long before 7 o'clock with the severe weather risk, and I'll be able to give you an all clear. In fact, speaking of all clears, I promised you this about 20 minutes ago. We'll zoom in. Let's do it. The best part of the night, if you are in Choctaw County, Alabama, Choctaw County, Alabama, we'll give you an all clear. You're done. You can go to bed in peace. No more tornado threat for Choctaw County. You are done. All right? You're done. Go to bed. Don't worry about weather. We do have another severe weather risk on Friday. That one's going to be during the day, hopefully. I'm tired of the night severe weather events. You're tired of them as well. The next one, never good to have severe weather, but this one probably will be in the daytime on Friday. So that is somewhat of a good thing. But again, Choctaw County, Alabama, all clear for all parts of the county. We also can give an all clear to Milry. If you're in Milry or Dunbar or Chapel Hill in northern Washington County, the core of the line has come through and we can now give you an all clear. It's over, it's done, go to bed in peace. Milry, Dunbar, Chapel Hill, even Yarbo at this point will give you an all clear. You're done with the tornado threat at that, or at those locations, I should say. Let's go back up here to Marengo County. Go ahead and give you an all clear. If you're in Sweetwater, Linden, Demopolis, also areas out near Aimwell. You've also got areas near Nanophilia, all clear for those areas. Providence as well. Same thing at all of Sumter County. All of Sumter, Greene, Hale counties. You're done for the night. All clear for those areas. So again, what we're looking for is back behind this main line of thunderstorms that extends right in through there. If you're back behind the line, you get an all clear. You're done with the severe weather risk. The problem is out ahead of the main line of thunderstorms, we can't give you an all clear just yet. What you got for me? Nothing? All right. putting the radar into motion so you can get a better vantage point for what's happening. The good news is these storms in Monroe, Conecuh, and Escambia counties in Alabama remain under severe limits. So we're not really seeing anything in the way of an imminent tornado threat in Monroe, Conecuh, or Escambia counties in Alabama. Same thing in Butler and Covington counties. Yes, you've got heavy rain happening near Chapman, also near Garland and Grace and Greenville and Georgiana. Same thing at McKenzie, lots of heavy rain in those areas. But for now, there is no tornado threat specifically in those areas. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning, and this is what I was kind of afraid of. This line is strengthening. And this new severe thunderstorm warning is going to include all of Mobile County, all right? All of Mobile County. And look, don't be shocked. Do not be surprised if you get another tornado warning, possibly in Mobile County in the next hour or so as this line passes. I'm just putting you on notice because that's how it works. These lines have a just weird tendency to come in these populated areas, and all of a sudden the Weather Service will trigger a tornado warning, mainly because they can see more of the low levels closer to the radar. And so, again, a severe thunderstorm warning coming on the board for parts of Mobile County, valid until 4:15 a.m. So sending out that app alert right now for Mobile County. There we go. And the whole county is under this. So let's tell you exactly what's happening in Mobile County, now under the gun from a severe thunderstorm warning. And I want to call your attention to the text because you see here it says tornado possible. Tornado possible. What that means is the Weather Service is tracking this line of thunderstorms. And in the line of storms, there may be a brief spin-up tornado. If a signature strengthens to the point that it kind of maintains itself, the Weather Service will be forced to issue another tornado warning. We've already had one, but we may have another for parts of other counties other than Santa Rosa and Okaloosa counties that were involved in the tornado warning a bit earlier. Current time is 3:31 a.m. I'm meteorologist Spinks Megginson, joined alongside executive producer Landon Barentine. And we are tracking this line of severe thunderstorms pushing into Mobile County from the northwest. Just getting out a message to some of our folks in northwestern Mobile County right now. Getting several more marine warnings as well. All right, so let's tell you who's involved in this. If I call you out, you're involved in a severe thunderstorm warning in Mobile County. City of Mobile, all parts of Mobile are involved in this. Gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour are the main concern. Pritchard, Saraland, Satsuma, Creola, Orchard, Crichton, Seven Hills, Dawes, Dees, Bayou La Battery, Codin, Alabama Port, also areas near Bellingrath Gardens, Delchamps, Wilmer, Sims. You've also got Malvilla, areas up here in the northern part of the county going to be under the gun immediately. Citronelle, Gulfcrest, Chinchula, Earlville, along the 43 corridor, Mount Vernon, Chastain, Axis, Creola. Everybody in Mobile County, severe thunderstorm warning. This also does clip far southern Washington County. So far southern Washington County is also under this severe thunderstorm warning that is valid until 4:15 a.m. That includes places like Calvert, the former ThyssenKrupp plant, which is now AMNS, I believe, if it hasn't been bought out again. You've also got Dwight and areas just south of Sims Chapel there in Washington County involved in this active severe thunderstorm warning. And I tell you, that thing is showing signs of, yeah, look at that. Look at that. area of rotation right here, this is going to make a beeline toward Chinchula. Now, I'm not saying there's a tornado down. That's not what I'm saying. But I am saying suspicious area on radar needs to be watched pretty carefully. You may have gusty winds up to 60 or 70 miles per hour in Chinchula or Gulf Crest shortly, and Gulf Crest, I should say. Same thing here at Wilmer. This is U.S. Highway 98 out by Wilmer and Moffattville as well, and Sims along the 98 corridor there just north of Big Creek Lake. Intense winds coming in from the west. We will see if the Weather Service needs to post a tornado warning shortly for parts of northern Mobile County. That's a possibility, but right now it's a severe thunderstorm warning. And look, you know, even if you're not under a tornado warning, the severe thunderstorm warnings tonight, or this morning I should say, mean business. 60, 70 mile per hour straight line winds can be just as bad, if not worse, than a tornado. And so take this seriously across Mobile County as the main line of thunderstorms moves in. 3:35 in the morning as we are tracking a severe weather event across South Alabama and Northwest Florida. Let's check on our storms down here in the northern Gulf. Broad rotation, but no imminent signs of a water spout or tornado situation down there. Let's check on the storm right there at Pace. You're good. Just rain right now at Pace and Milton. Let's check on our storms up here near Castleberry and Appleton. Yeah, that has a little rotation on it. Look at that. That may be one to watch. Let me check on our high-res velocity on that because, yeah, it looks a little bit more broad on the velocity where I can see it a little bit better. But nonetheless, gusty winds likely near Appleton, Sandcut, London, exit 83 of Interstate 65, exit 77 of Interstate 65, which is the Bruton-Repton exit. Exit 83 is the branded as the Castleberry-Lennox exit. So if you are near those two exits along I-65, we want you inside, all right? No tornado warning, no severe thunderstorm warning, but just a nasty storm. Storms also happening in parts of northern Monroe County, up here near Beatrice. Landon, everybody and their brother knows about Conecuh sausage, but did you know there's a Monroe sausage as well? It's located just south of Beatrice along Alabama Highway 21. So if you live near Monroe Sausage in the northern part of Monroe County, storms are loud, storms are proud, but right now, no warnings. Yes, quite a bit of lightning, but you're good right now in terms of, you know, no imminent hazardous conditions other than the intense lightning. Let's go over into Clark County. Here's Clark County. This is your main batch of storms, and I'll be honest, the lightning in here is not nearly as robust as it once was when it was coming through Choctaw County. Loud and proud storms coming through Thomasville, Grove Hill, Salitpa, Jackson right now, down into Washington County. And when you get down into Mobile County, that's when the thing becomes severe. And a severe thunderstorm, I'm going to nerd out on you for a second. To get a severe thunderstorm, you have to have winds in excess of 58 miles per hour, hail 1 inch in diameter, or you have to have a tornado. And in this case, it's because the Weather Service is deeming this as capable of producing 60 mile per hour winds. Wouldn't be shocked, by the way, with the signatures. That's very in line with what I'm seeing as well here. Could have damaging winds, capable of knocking down a few trees in the northern part, specifically of Mobile County right now. Down here in the southern part of the county, the line is still pretty much back in Mississippi. There's our velocity again. There's our reflectivity. And this is a nasty storm coming through Pascagoula, Biloxi, Escatawpa, about to come through Hurley there in the northern part of Jackson County, Mississippi, cross the line into Alabama. And once you do, you get into areas like Tanner Williams, Big Creek Lake, down to St. Elmo and Dees and Dawes on the north side of 10. That's the area where this line of storms is going to come into over the next few minutes. But again, it does look like the northern part of this storm is kind of the dominant area at the moment anyway, and coming into Wilmer, Chinchula, and Gulf Crest right now as we continue to track these storms working their way in from the west. Let me, while we put this in motion and let you watch it, let me look at our velocity products. Don't see anything that would suggest an imminent tornado threat. I'll tell you what I do hear. The wind at our studio location is howling. We have some, we have the ability to kind of hear the wind outside. We've got tiny windows in this studio, which is a good thing for the whole lighting situation, but we can kind of get, you know, some glimpse of what's happening outside, but it's just dark, and those winds are just howling right now. Winds in the greater Bruton area are gusting up to 40 miles an hour where I am and where we are here in the studio. And so even it brings up a good point that even away from this main batch of thunderstorms coming in from the west here in parts of Washington and Mobile counties in West Alabama, you're going to have pressure gradient winds in excess of 40 and 50 miles an hour in some cases over the next hour ahead of this main batch of thunderstorms. Landon, I'm a bit encouraged because I have seen no comments and no reports of anything really significant. Have you? Yeah, no? All right, good. Hopefully we'll keep it that way. But again, tracking this main line of storms coming into Mobile County. Let's zoom into Mobile County because that's the area of main concern at this point. Current time, 3:40 in the morning on this Tuesday. And again, I don't see anything that would suggest a tornado, and that's what we like to see. Certainly what we like to see in the middle of the night. Had that tornado warning earlier for parts of Santa Rosa and Okaloosa County, our first tornado warning of 2024. Get this, since we got a little bit of downtime with no tornado warning, I can tell you a few bits of weather information that aren't specifically pertinent to our severe thunderstorm warning in Mobile County. We went 203 days without a tornado warning. I was, you know, I'm a nerd. I look at all this stuff in Excel, and last tornado warning we had was that 5-day streak when we had 5 consecutive days of tornado warnings back in June. We have not had one since then. We've had a few low-end severe weather events over the last few weeks, all seemingly in the middle of the night, I might add, but this one has been a little bit more productive in terms of being able to produce some reports of damage. We've seen some back in Mississippi, a tree down, branch down, that sort of thing. I saw some very minor structural damage earlier on from the pressure gradient winds, but so far so good. I haven't seen structures being heavily damaged or that sort of thing in this particular event. So let's continue to work this line. 3:42 in the morning, very early on this Tuesday, January the 9th, 2024, our first major severe weather event of the year. And we'll go back into northern Mobile County because if you're in Citronelle specifically, winds are probably howling out of the southwest really at probably 50 miles an hour at this point at least, if not higher. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning, which means winds are likely in the, closer to 60 miles an hour in the warning. But same thing at Gulf Crest, down Highway 45. That's the main drag from northern Mobile County down into the core of the Mobile Metro from Citronelle. That's Highway 45. Wilmer sits on U.S. Highway 98. Just to the north of Big Creek Lake. And let's look at that little appendage right there. Yeah, look at that. That is, again, this is the kind of stuff we watch for. The line itself is pushing off to the east like that. But individual, minor circulations like this are moving like this. And that shear or that, changing of the wind direction is one of the reasons that we're seeing the severe weather threat overnight. Shear values have just been off the charts with this particular event. And even in the southern part of Mobile County, let's go down in there. Let's see if we can put the probe out because this is going to be pretty close to the surface of the earth. 60 miles an hour, and that's that's pretty close to what we're seeing. 60-mile-an-hour winds right in through there as well, getting a bit far from the radar site. Let's zoom into that little notch near Tanner Williams and Big Creek Lake. Yeah, you could have 50, 60 mile per hour winds, and now we're seeing that being verified on our radar system. And it says negative, obviously discard that. That has to do with the direction of the wind flow. Green values mean that the wind is blowing toward the radar, and red values mean the values are moving away from the radar when we're looking at this velocity display. That's what tells us if there's a tornado in the area, oftentimes, the velocity signatures, and right now we just don't see that, thankfully. What we do see is a fairly pronounced threat of damaging straight-line winds moving through Mobile County. And let's kind of give you a heads up of who's next. If you're in Mount Vernon, Chastain, areas near Salco, also Creola, Saraland, Satsuma, Chickasaw, some of the smaller places. You've got the Crichton neighborhood. You've got the University of Mobile. Of course, you've got the University of South Alabama campus there, just to the east of Baker High School. If you're at Baker High School, you need to be inside, away from windows. Severe thunderstorms coming in from the west. Same thing at the Mobile Regional Airport. What time is it? Have flights started? No, flights have not started. First flights out of there, I believe, are in the 5 o'clock hour. And so these storms will be past there at this point. Hopefully, the folks waiting to fly out of Mobile Regional won't be delayed too much. This is coming up on the airport now. By the way, if you, let's say hypothetically that you are a person in Mobile or Baldwin counties and you're trying to get to Mobile Regional, which is out on the west side, Mobile Regional Airport, I would hang tight for the next 20 to 30 minutes and let this line of storms pass. Because there is a real risk of damaging straight-line winds and brief embedded tornadoes. I tell you, one of the hardest challenges that meteorologists can face here along the Gulf Coast is these QLCS, or squall lines as they're better known. This is simply a line of storms, and trying to warn for these brief whack-a-mole type tornadoes. You warn for them, they go away. Tonight may be a little different. The tornadoes that are embedded, if we see some form, may be a little bit more longer lasting because of the amount of shear and because of the amount of instability, especially for the wintertime. And I tell you, that thing in Chinchula is looking interesting on reflectivity. That may be more of an artifact of the interpolation, or smoothing, I should say. We'll watch that. And Landon, do you have the, yeah, you don't. That's okay, I'll fix that. I was gonna see if you had the other radar system up so we could go over to that and kind of get a change of scenery for a moment. I'll show you the wide view across the region. And again, we promised we would keep every county posted tonight. So, severe thunderstorms moving in to Mobile County. Those storms are going to imminently be in Chinchula, Sims, also areas near the Mobile Regional Airport. You've also got Grand Bay, Dees, Dawes, Bellingrath Gardens, Biola Battery, Coden, Tillman's Corner, DIP, Mobile, Saraland, Satsuma, all imminently going to be in this severe thunderstorm that could be producing damaging straight line winds. Baldwin County, let's talk about Baldwin County. Nothing's going on right now, just gusty winds, especially down around Mobile Bay, Fairhope, Point Clear, Barnwell. You've also got Daphne, of course, Montrose, Spanish Fort, Bell Forest. Tornado warning. We got a new tornado warning coming on the board right now. Let's see who that's going to be for. I believe it's going to be Mobile and Baldwin. Let me see. You're hearing all those alerts go on. Just bear with me. Yeah, there it is. All right, so new tornado warning. Let's get up on the wall. If you'll keep me off of this and keep me on the wall, we'll do a little tornado warning coverage with you. And this is what we were concerned about. Main line of storms coming through, boom, you get a tornado warning. Embedded tornado has ramped up to the point where we could see a tornado developing at any point. So first thing we need to do is tell you exactly who is involved in this active tornado warning. And I can tell you that this is going to include the Mobile Metro. So the Mobile Metro is now under an active tornado warning, and this is going to be valid until 4:15 a.m. Current time is 3:49, so it's not going to last very long, but we need you to take action now if you are in Mobile County. We're about to have a lot more folks joining the feed, a lot of folks waking up, hearing those wonderful NOAA weather radio alarms as we have a possible tornado developing in the western part of Mobile County. So let's see if we can take control of our radar system, there we go, and turn off, there we go, the radar data. So let me tell you who's in. If I call you out, you need to get to a safe place. Lowest floor, site-built structure, away from windows, away from doors, putting as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. Possible tornado is developing out here. This is going to be just to the northwest of the Mobile Regional Airport. Coming into areas just south of Sims, this is going to include Orchard. This is going to include Crichton. This is going to include Chickasaw, Saraland, Satsuma, downtown Mobile, midtown Mobile. You're now under an active tornado warning, and you need to take this seriously and do something about it. Let's put up on the screen what you need to be doing now if you're in downtown Mobile or in midtown Mobile. Lowest floor, site-built structure, away from windows, away from doors. For adults and for children, put on a helmet. You need something to protect your head. That is the most important thing on this whole list. Take a screenshot of this if you need to remember for next time, to know what to do. Let's go back over to LD1 and look at our tornado warning for Mobile County. The tornado warning does not include Citronelle, Chinchula, Axis, Mount Vernon, Tillman's Corner, Grand Bay, Bayou La Battery, Coden, Alabama Port, DIP. This is to the north of those areas that I just called out. Downtown Mobile, you are involved in this active tornado warning. This also does include the campuses of the University of South Alabama and the campus of the University of Mobile. Landon, I am not sure if, and maybe you can watch the comments and somebody out there can tell me, I don't know if South or the University of Mobile, if those students have gone back to class after winter break, but if so, they need to be getting in their safe place now. If you've got a kid, if you've got a student on the campus of South, University of South Alabama campus, right there in the heart of Mobile, call them, wake them up. I know they're going to be frustrated. They can be frustrated at me. Don't let them, pop off at you. Tell them to come on my comment page. They can pop off at me if they want to pop off. Here's the University of Mobile. If you have a kid there, you need to call them now. And I'm practicing what I preach. It is so important that we get out this information to loved ones, and you can be the hero. I guarantee you, there are people in this tornado warning polygon right now that have no idea this is going on. They're sleeping, they have no idea. But you can be the hero. Call your folks, wake them up. This is serious business. This could be a serious tornado coming in from the west. We'll turn back on the radar data, and this is going to pass. I mean, this is real close to the Mobile Regional Airport, real close. Coming out of Big Creek Lake, this thing is moving like a train on track. Going to be moving just to the north of the radar site. Let's zoom in real tight. Here's Seven Hills, here's Tanner Williams. Possible tornado is going to be right in through here. That is very, very near that radar site, very near Mobile Regional Airport. If you live within 5 miles of the Mobile Regional Airport, especially on the north side, out here toward the campus of USA, Orchard, US Highway 98 up to Sims, be in a safe place. This clips Sims on the south side. I would say you're so close to that polygon, if you're in Sims, I would be in a safe place. You can kind of get some semblance right in through here. That actually may be your tornado right here. Let's go over to the iPad, Lando, and see if we can see it on velocity. Yep, there it was, right here. And that's a tornado signature. QLCS, quasi-linear convective system, squall line tornado signature. It's not as tight as it was, that's good news, but it's still there. And this could be a tornado that is on the ground coming into the heart of a very large population center now. Population density ramps up really quickly once you get into this part of Mobile County. Let's go back over to LD1, and we're tracking a possible tornado at 3:54 a.m. Central Time on this Tuesday, January 9th, 2024. It has been a long night already. This is our second tornado warning of the night, and this is for Mobile County. We also note, I believe technically this does include Baldwin, but I'll be honest, this is going to be like mostly the Mobile-Tensas River Delta. I'll zoom in real quick and show you this, but this is a Mobile County issue is what this is. You've got Alabama Highway 225, which connects Spanish Fort ultimately up to the interstate. The Weather Service decided to include, I'll tell you who this includes. This is out here by the River Pub. If you know where the River Pub is, out on the Tensas River, from the River Pub back down to basically R&R and the Causeway is where we have this tornado warning in Baldwin County. But again, we're here because of the imminent tornado threat just to the north of the Mobile Regional Airport right now, coming directly onto the campus of the University of South Alabama. Now, I will say the signature is broadened out somewhat. That's great news. Let's go back over to the iPad view. Same view, and just looking at it on a different perspective here, possible tornado would be here. And look, you know, they did the right thing. The Weather Service did the right thing by issuing the tornado warning. That is what they do. That's their job, and they did a fine job with that, but it has fizzled out, apparently. And so, you know, stay in that safe place for the next 5 to 10 minutes, and hopefully it will stay this way. You know, one of the dangers is you don't want to just cancel the warning, because this thing could come back with a vengeance. I show a video in all my school presentations that I do of a tornado down at Fort Walton Beach that happened a few years ago, and that thing, man, it cycled up, it cycled down, it went away, it came back within 2 minutes. It was down 3 times and up 3 times. That may be what's happening here in this QLCS tornado north of the Mobile Regional Airport. I mean, just north. Let's put the probe out and see. That's within 2 miles of the airport. So we will watch it. Let's go back over to LD1 and see the rest of our polygon here. And again, let me stress, downwind of this, for now, you remain involved in an active tornado warning on the north side of the city of Mobile. Here's your polygon. All this area is in the danger zone. Orchard, campus of the University of South Alabama, U.S. Highway 98, U.S. Highway 45, U.S. Highway 43, Interstate 65, 165 is right here, Crichton is here. And so all those areas are under the gun from a possible tornado right now. Be in a safe place if you're in the areas that I just called out. And Landon, I'm going to take my machine and come back to the box for a minute as we continue to track a possible tornado in Mobile County. Joined alongside executive producer Landon Barentine. He's with me this morning at this point, and we are so grateful for his continued service as we approach 4 a.m. Let's zoom in tight here, and I want to look at the velocity again. It's becoming more noisy, which is good, but still stay in your safe place if you are at Orchard, the campus of the University of South Alabama, now on the edge of the polygon. 8 Mile, University of Mobile campus remains involved in the tornado warning polygon. Saraland, Pritchard, all of Pritchard, you need to be in a tornado safe place. If you know anyone in Pritchard, Alabama, call them now. Wake them up now. Could have a tornado moving in from the west. And look, it's happened before, it'll happen again. If somebody gets, you know, mad at you for waking them up in the middle of the night, you know, because of a tornado warning, tell them to blame me, because this is serious business. A tornado, you know, it can drop down and hit 2 houses and then lift back up. If that's your house, it's a big deal. So make it happen if you're in Pritchard, areas near Saraland as well. Here's some good news to pass along. For western Mobile County, we will give you, specifically at Big Creek Lake, Tanner Williams, and Seven Hills, we will give you a tornado all clear for now. The threat is over, and this is the main line of storms, and so your threat should be over for the night. But again, for folks out ahead of this in Mobile County, Alabama, you are now under a tornado warning. They've clipped out downtown Mobile, Landon. They've clipped it out. And so downtown Mobile, you can see, is now out of the tornado warning polygon. The red zone is the tornado warning. And now you see why red zone weather is red zone weather. If you're in a red zone, you're in a tornado warning. All right, we've got a new tornado warning. This is going to be a new one coming on the board now. And this is going to be for another separate circulation. This is going to include downtown Mobile. So I realize that we just gave you an all clear for downtown Mobile. We got to take that back because we got a separate circulation that has just developed. The Weather Service rapidly issuing another separate tornado warning. Keep that banner up, and I'm going to go back over to the wall after I get out this app alert in just a moment. That's going to be a new separate, and look, this is going to include Baldwin County as well. Going to be on the board until 4:30. All right, 4:30 a.m. So getting out our app alert for Mobile County and Baldwin County, and this is on the board until 4:30 a.m. Just sent that to Mobile and Baldwin. Now let's talk about who's involved in the new tornado warning, because this is a brand new warning. And if you are in downtown Mobile, this does include your specific area. So downtown Mobile, be in a safe place. We're getting a new one. This is going to be a new, we'll come back to that. Leave that banner up because we got a new severe thunderstorm warning to tell you about. This is going to be for parts of Clark, Baldwin, Mobile, Washington counties. More about that in a minute. Let's go back into our tornado warning. This is the new one. And this is going to be a possible tornado right in through here, just to the south of the campus of the University of South Alabama. And so you're blessed if you're on the campus of South, because it looks like what has happened. This cell is going to pass south of the University of South Alabama, and this one is passing just a touch to the north. And so kind of splitting the difference between the University there of South Alabama. Lots of folks involved in these tornado warnings. Let's tell you who. All the Mobile metros under a tornado warning at this point. Specifically, if you are inside I-65, Interstate 10, and 110, the core of the Mobile metro, under a tornado warning, valid until 4:30 a.m. Nav code. You've got Government Boulevard. Here's Crichton. You've got areas near Ladd-Peebles Stadium under the gun from a possible tornado. You've got Azalea Road. You've got areas near Water Street. You've also got areas near Dauphin Street. 165 under a tornado warning. The Africatown Cochran Bridge also under a tornado warning. Also, we have parts of Baldwin County under an active tornado warning. Spanish Fort, areas near 225, also areas near R&R and the Bluegill. You're under an active tornado warning as well. And so this is a tornado warning that's on the board until 4:30 a.m. All right, 4:30 a.m. Two separate tornado warnings. Possible tornado number 1 is here. Possible tornado number 2 is here. And so watching these with vehement intent as we continue to track the tornadoes. Landon, if you'll put me back in the box, please, sir. As we continue to track these storms, I want to focus in on the first tornado warning up here near 8 Mile. This is coming into 8 Mile, very near the campus of the University of Mobile. Just checking our debris tracker there. That could be a tornadic debris signature. Let me back that up and see how that played out, because it is associated with, yeah, that's going to be some noise rather than a TDS, which is a good thing. I don't see any debris necessarily being lofted into the sky, but look, you know, it doesn't matter if you don't see that specific signature on radar. we've got tornado warnings. Saraland, be in a safe place. Chickasaw, be in a safe place. Pritchard, be in a safe place. Same thing at 8 Mile, the campus of the University of Mobile. We want you in a safe place as well. Orchard, Forest Hill, Crichton, stay sheltered. This thing on the south side, man, that's coming straight up the pike towards downtown Mobile. And the Weather Service continues to be very concerned about that specific cell. So it can't be stressed enough. If you are in Navco, if you live near the mall, Bel Air Mall, you've also got downtown Mobile, Midtown Mobile, Crichton, Pritchard, all these areas are under an active tornado warning valid until 4:30. And look, across the bay, Spanish Fort, you are under this active tornado warning as well. This is coming your way, and I wouldn't be shocked if we saw some damage over the next few minutes, if we haven't already, in parts of Mobile County, as these signatures have been pretty pronounced on radar for a very short period of time, no less. But watching these signatures very carefully. Landon, have you had any reports in the comments? I know they're probably coming in fast and furiously over there. When I look off camera, y'all pardon me, what I'm doing is I'm looking down not only at some comments, but also we've got some mesoanalysis features going on. Yeah, and the Weather Service is indicating, this is Jason Beeman. Jason is the MIC, the meteorologist in charge now at NWS Mobile, and he is indicating that there's a potential tornado about to cross near Highway 45 and I-65, which is exactly what we're showing you on the map right now. Let me actually draw that for you right there. That's the intersection that Jason's referring to. Possible tornado when this radar scan was completed is right here, and it's pushing just like this. So this is going to skirt across the northern part of Pritchard, just like that, and ultimately come out here toward the Africatown Cochrane Bridge over the next 5 minutes. If you live within 5 miles of that bridge in any given direction, you need to be in a tornado safe place, all right? Within 5 miles of the Africatown Cochrane Bridge, be in a safe place. Same thing in downtown Mobile. I realize it's inconvenient, but if you're near downtown, if you're near Ladd Peoples Stadium, if you are near the mall, the mall, you've also got Brookley Field involved in this tornado warning. Anywhere near those spots that I'm calling out, please be in a safe place. UMS Wright, the campus of UMS Wright is right there in the heart of this as well. So please be in a safe place if you are in those areas that I'm calling out. Let's move across the bay because I want to focus on Baldwin County. Got a lot of wonderful folks in Spanish Fort who watch our coverage. Any part of Spanish Fort, especially north of the interstate, we need you to be in a safe place. Spanish Fort Elementary, Malbus, you've also got Timber Creek, big development there. Be in a safe place. Same thing near Buckingham Boulevard. And practicing what I preach, getting my family sheltered in Spanish Fort, shooting them a text. And you look, I've said it before, I'll say it again probably 5 more times in this broadcast. You can be the hero. If you have the capacity or the capability to wake someone up in Spanish Fort, Alabama right now, do it, all right? Do it. You could save their life. You could be the hero in this process. I can, get up here and talk about tornadoes for 24 hours if I have to, but you can be the real hero. Help get this information out. That is so immensely helpful. Tag folks in the comments below that may be watching or may be awake at the ungodly hour of 4 o'clock in the morning. That would be immensely helpful for us. The Weather Service is noting we may get another tornado warning. Yeah, there it is. We got a new tornado warning. So let me go back over to the wall for a minute and introduce this one. This is a new separate tornado warning coming on the board for parts of southern Mobile County. All right, new tornado warning. I tell you what, Landon, let me get the app alert out as well. We've really been hitting Mobile County with some tornado warning notifications over the last little bit. This one's going to be, I believe, until 4:45. Yep, 4:45 a.m. So let's go ahead and send that out. Boom, it's gone. Now, here we go. New tornado warning for parts of southern Mobile County. So we've got three active tornado warnings now for Mobile County. Here's the new one. Bayou La Battery, you're involved. Bayou La Battery, be in a safe place. Alabama Port, code in. Fowl River, Bellingrath Gardens. You've also got DIP. Sunny Cove is also involved in this. Looks like Dog River is right on the edge of this. Let's kind of look and see. Goat Island, here's Bellingrath. Fowl River is in, Delchamps is in. Fowl River is going to be up here to the north, so Fowl River is out, but Delchamps is in, and yeah, there's your circulation. Look at that, right over Bayou La Battery, coming just like this, basically paralleling the state highway coming into Alabama Port. So if you know someone in southern Mobile County, tornado warning now for you until 4:45 a.m. So 4:45 a.m. for this southern one. The Weather Service particularly concerned about this northern cell that's right over Chickasaw in Mobile County. Possible tornado at Chickasaw about to cross out into the Mobile-Tensas River Delta. We will see if they issue a warning downstream from that. Bay Minette could be the next target for that tornado. So that's one to watch over the next little bit. Mobile, downtown Mobile, remains involved in this tornado warning. And it's a bit hard to discern where the circulation is. It started here, and so right in through here, there's broad circulation. That looks to have weakened a bit. Let's see if we can go back over to the reflectivity and see it better. No, we can't, just a line of storms. But nonetheless, if there's a tornado down, it's gonna be right in through here, very near the mall, very near Interstate 65 right now. So 3 separate tornado warnings. We've escalated a situation pretty quickly, and by the way, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning as well for Baldwin, parts of Escambia, Alabama, and Escambia, Florida. So we'll deal with that in a minute, but let's focus on our tornado warnings. Right now, the core risk is happening over the Mobile metro. I want you to stay sheltered in downtown Mobile, midtown Mobile. Pritchard, stay sheltered. Same thing in the southern end of the county. Bellingrath Gardens, Bayou La Battery, there's your notch. That's a likely tornado coming down the highway toward Delchamps and toward Alabama Port along DIP. Landon, if you'll put me back in the box shortly, I'm going to go back to our other camera here, and we're going to continue to track this storm together. Current time is now 4:11 a.m. Could have 3 tornadoes on the ground right now. 3 tornadoes, not 1, not 2, but 3. We are getting a report. This is a ground truth report. Tell you what, take it back over to the iPad, please. Go back to. Sorry, that was on me. I thought the data was not updating. Let's go back over to LD1, please, sir. There we go. Weather Service now particularly concerned about this tornado warning that's happening in southern Mobile County. They're concerned, as I am, about this notch that has appeared. Let me draw it for you. Right in through there. That's what we're concerned about. So this would be the area of concern, the circle that I'm drawing on the map right now, and that thing is pushing just like that toward DIP. I mean, it's making a beeline for DIP. So Delchamps, Alabama Port, there's Delchamps. Bellingrath Gardens, be sheltered. The Weather Service is indicating that we may get a TDS, a tornadic debris signature, shortly as this storm continues to strengthen. And Landon, I hate to say it, but this is exactly what we were afraid of. These storms are coming into a better, more conducive environment for tornadoes. And I'm afraid that we're going to be here for quite some time. Been here for quite some time, but this may be like the halfway mark in this whole event. So buckle up, we're not done yet, and Northwest Florida, you're next. I hate to say it that way, but you are. Need to watch this very, very carefully if you're in Baldwin County or if you're in Escambia County, Alabama, or any part of Northwest Florida. The forecast is verifying, though, in terms of the zones that were kind of thought to have the better potential with this. The enhanced risk zones, that's where we've seen the tornado warnings so far. And I have heard of no significant damage thus far, but it is the middle of the night, and it's really tough to get information at an hour like this, at the insanely early hour of 4:13 in the morning. Let's go into our storm here in central Mobile County. That radar data looks suspicious to me. I'm not sure if that has, I don't think that's updated. So tell you what, if you will, if you'll go over to the iPad, please. You're looking at the velocity display in southern Mobile County. Possible tornado is now just to the east of Bayou La Battery. Bayou La Battery should certainly remain sheltered, though, for the next few minutes. Go back over to LD1. There's the current data. And the storm has really now shifted toward DIP down in southern Mobile County. Let me draw that on the screen. Right there is our concern, and this is moving now over DIP. If it's not, it will be in the next few seconds, really. And let's go up to our storms up here in the heart of the Mobile Metro, because there's just not really a telltale tornado signature. Nasty storms rolling through Mobile right now. Regardless of if there's a tornado or not, you could have damaging wind gusts that could be knocking down a few trees and power lines across the Mobile Metro as of 4:14 a.m. Now, let's talk about this new severe thunderstorm warning, because that includes basically all of Baldwin County. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning that includes much of Baldwin, also northwestern Escambia, Florida, and western Escambia, Alabama, involved in a severe thunderstorm warning. And it's because of this main line of thunderstorms that is rapidly pushing into southwest Alabama. If I call you out, you're involved in this new severe thunderstorm warning, and you need to do something about it. You need to be inside and away from windows, all right? Not a tornado warning. We're talking about the severe thunderstorm warning right now. If I call you out, you need to be inside. Bay Minette, Loxley, Steelwood Country Club, Fairhope, Daphne, Spanish Fort, Point Clear, Barnwell, Yupon, Clay City, Marlow, Foley, Summerdale, Robertsdale, Loxley, Bucky's, right there on Interstate 10 and Baldwin Beach Express, Gateswood, Phillipsville, Perdido, Rayburn, Gopher Hill, all those areas. You need to be inside and away from windows as we have a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's look briefly at Escambia County, Alabama. If I call you out, you're involved in this severe thunderstorm warning. Atmore, Sardine, Wabeek, Canoe, Freemanville, Porch, Robinsonville, Jack Springs Road, County Road 1, McCullough, Huxford, Boonville. This does not go over quite to Barnett's Crossroads, and the two prisons, Holman Prison, Fountain Prison. Also, you've got Nokomis, Davisville across the line, Walnut Hill, Bratt, McKinnon. Severe thunderstorm warning for you, and that one's going to be on the board until 5 o'clock. Tornadoes possible as this line continues moving to the south. Let's go back to our tornado warnings, and the most serious is this one in southern Mobile County. So southern Mobile County, tornado warning for you, valid for the next few minutes as we continue to observe nasty signature of damaging straight line winds moving through Alabama Port and Bellingrath Gardens area. Right now, this is going to come out over Mobile Bay over the next few minutes. Let's go back up to our tornado warning in downtown Mobile proper. This is very near the battleship right now, the battleship USS Alabama. And I'm getting a note from our friend John Oldshoe. John is a former television meteorologist at ABC 3340, and we've done some collaborating with him over the years. We're really grateful for John, and he just sent me a note. He is looking at the debris that could be a debris signature. Let's look at this together, see if we can kind of see what John is seeing, because he brings up a good point. Yep, there it is. So we have, or had, a confirmed tornado. You can put that up because that's what it was. Right there, you see, in fact, I'll get up just for a second and go walk over to the wall. Landon, if you'll cue me up on the wall, please. And again, you may be wondering, Spinks, why in the world are you going from this wall back over to the chair? We're doing some internal testing, so y'all just bear with me tonight. That, it doesn't look like much. It looks like a needle in a haystack, but that yellow dot was likely a confirmed tornado doing damage, lofting debris into the sky. If we advance that forward one more frame, it kind of fizzled once it approaches DIP, but nonetheless, there still could be a tornado down here in southern Mobile County. And look, this is going to be an issue potentially for southern Baldwin County in about, say, 15 minutes or so as this crosses Mobile Bay out near and out south of the Middle Bay Lighthouse, coming across the bay into Baldwin County. Landon, if you'll take me back over to the iPad, please, or the radar scope. Yeah, there we go. And there it is. Possible tornado is now basically at DIP, and this is pushing out over Mobile Bay. And so this is going to be an issue for the waters of Mobile Bay shortly, and will be off land, but stay sheltered. If you're at Coden, Alabama Port, Delchamps, Bellingrath Gardens, you need to stay sheltered in those areas until we give you the all clear. Won't be long, I promise. By the way, Bayou La Battery will give you a tornado all clear. If you're back here at Bayou La Battery, you're done with the tornado threat. It's clearly to your east at this point along DIP, but Bayou La Battery's out, everyone else is in. Let's go back over to the box view, please, sir. And just watching this situation in southern Mobile County, take me back over to LD 1. Yeah, and the Weather Service has canceled the northern 2 warnings. So you're looking at one polygon that's still there. Let's actually turn on the radar data so you can get a better vantage point of what's happening. And yeah, it's gone. So listen to this. This is great news. Mobile, Pritchard, Saraland, Satsuma, the campus of South, University of South Alabama, campus of the University of Mobile, all clear for now. The line is not completely done, but the good news is the imminent tornado threat has passed. Tornado warning canceled for the city of Mobile. Tornado warning canceled for the city of Mobile. Go back to bed. You're about to be done with the whole risk, but I can tell you the immediate tornado threat in the city of Mobile, Pritchard, Saraland, Satsuma, Crichton, Navco, you're done, all right, with the tornado risk. Down here in the southern part of the county, let's give it 1 to 2 more minutes near Bellingrath Gardens and Delchamps, Alabama Port. Just stay in that tornado safe place for the next few minutes, and we will be able to give you an all clear, as this thing will clearly be out over water. It's really probably already is, but let's just give it 1 more minute, 45 more seconds. We've already given an all clear to Bayou La Battery. We'll be doing that in the next 45 seconds for other communities here in Mobile County. Let's look downwind from this tornado warning, because there's a chance that we see kind of a continuation of the tornado warning into these areas, looking something like that. And so what that means is Fairhope, Point Clear, Turkey Branch, Weeks Bay, what else is out there? You've got Clay City, Barnwell, Yupon. Just know you may get a tornado warning. If the Weather Service decides to extend this thing that was back in Mobile County, we're talking about Baldwin County, just know there may be a warning coming, a tornado warning coming. You've already got a severe thunderstorm warning, but you may get a tornado warning in the next little bit as well. All right, so while that tornado warning is really kind of out over Mobile Bay, possible tornado now, a waterspout out over Mobile Bay, let's tell you what we've got going on around the region, because we do have ongoing active weather region-wide. A severe thunderstorm warning does continue for parts of western Escambia, Alabama, northwestern Escambia, Florida, basically nearly all of Baldwin, and for the eastern half of Mobile County. Line of main thunderstorms is pushing through now and will continue to push through over the next few minutes. Watching this situation very carefully, we note we have a new tornado warning outside of our area for Walton County, all right? Walton County, tornado warning. This includes areas near Santa Rosa Beach. And what I'm doing is getting out our All right, so again, tornado warning, you're looking at it for Walton County. Santa Rosa Beach is under a tornado warning now. And the tornado threat has ended for the Mobile Metro. Getting that message in from the Weather Service and certainly agreeing with that, that the tornado threat has ended for the Mobile Metro. And by the way, it's prudent at this point. Let's give a quick all clear. We've got a new tornado warning coming, not yet, but it's coming. Southern Mobile County, all clear for the following places. If I call you out, you're out. Bellingrath Gardens, Del Champs, Fowl River, Alabama Port, DIP, Bayou La Battery, all clear. No more tornado warnings for those areas. It's over. The threat has clearly passed out into Mobile Bay. Now, we're about to get a new tornado warning, and this is going to be a new tornado warning for parts of Baldwin County, most likely. Let's wait on the Weather Service to put, let's see, that's a cancellation for the southern warning, and they're apparently most likely going to pull the trigger. I can tell you based on the radar signature, yeah, there it is. All right, if you're in Spanish Fort, you need to be in a safe place, all right? I know the warning hasn't come out yet, but I'm telling you, get to a safe place now in Spanish Fort. Do it, make it happen. There it is, new tornado warning, official. It's going to come on the board shortly, and we need you to be in a safe place if you're at Spanish Fort. Specifically, Spanish Fort. You need to be in a safe place as we've got this tiny signature that could be conducive for a tornado. And look, even if a tornado is small, if it affects you, it's a big deal, all right? So make it happen. Get to a tornado safe place if you are at Spanish Fort. This is going to be on the board until 5 o'clock. And again, this is for Baldwin County, Alabama. Again, a tornado warning in effect now for Baldwin County, Alabama. Here's your new warning. Landon, if you'll keep me on the wall, I'll get up and introduce that. Tell you exactly who's involved. And I know that you have to be... Landon's a college student. He's not like me. He doesn't stay up at all hours of the night like I do. And so thank you for being here. His service is immensely appreciated. Tornado warning, Baldwin County, till 5 o'clock. Spanish Fort, Daphne, even though the text is out, Daphne is in Bell Forest, Timber Creek, also areas near Malbus, Steelwood, also areas on the north side of Loxley, near the interstate, and Gateswood. All those areas are involved in a tornado warning. So again, an active tornado warning has just been issued for parts of Baldwin County. Baldwin County now under a tornado warning, specifically Spanish Fort. This thing's going to be real close to the Home Depot and the Starbucks and the Taco Mama right there at Spanish Fort, at Highway 90, kind of where the interstate exit splits off right there. That possible tornado is going to be right there, coming up the hill toward the Eastern Shore Center and toward Timber Creek, the subdivision, right there at 31 and Interstate 10. So Timber Creek, be in a safe place. Tornado warning, Baldwin County. Let's go back, and I'm going to control our radar system because, again, we have a tornado warning for Spanish Fort that does include all of Spanish Fort, including areas near the schools, the Eastern Shore Center. You've also got areas near Malbus and the beautiful Greek Orthodox Church right there. Under the gun from this possible tornado, we can get in pretty tight here. There's your tornado. It's moving just a little bit, just a little bit to the east, or excuse me, to the north of due east. And on that trajectory, it's going to be very near, again, the places that I called out. Taco Mama, Home Depot, there's a fresh market, there's up the hill, you've got the coffee shop right there at the Regions Bank, the Rouse's, our friends at HRT Insurance, their office is right there. You've also got areas there near Malbus, all the little eateries, Chick-fil-A, the Eastern Shore Center, back down to the Greek Orthodox Church. You've got Eastern Shore Toyota, which is right there at Malbus, involved in this active tornado warning that's valid until 5 o'clock. Possible tornado is at Spanish Fort. It may be doing damage right now. And you're seeing that flashing box, that tornado warning. And let's look at the whole warning polygon again, or I should say whole area, because we do have an ongoing situation where we have multiple tornado warnings, but in our area, the only tornado warning is in effect for parts of Baldwin County. So Baldwin County under the gun from a possible tornado specifically near Spanish Fort. The other tornado warning that we've got going on is near Seaside, Santa Rosa Beach, Point Washington. This is going to come across Choctawhatchee Bay and be an issue for Freeport. So if you're in Freeport, Florida, you need to be taking those tornado warning precautions now, right now. Don't wait in Freeport. That thing's going to be on you in a matter of moments. Let's go back to our storm in Baldwin County. That's the reason we're here covering this storm at Spanish Fort, Alabama. Possible tornado is now very near Malbus, all right? Very near Malbus. The radar data is a little bit delayed, not by much, but it is delayed slightly as what happens is the radar sends out the energy, it comes back, and then there's a little bit of a lag in the data. So the tornado is now at Malbus, very near Malbus, and the Eastern Shore Center, Eastern Shore Toyota. There's a Lowe's, there's also a Whataburger right there alongside the Eastern Shore Center. And if you are anywhere near Interstate 10, near the Spanish Fort or Loxley exits, you need to just pull over and get in a convenience store if you can. That's the best case scenario. You don't want to be driving in this mess. Same thing on US Highway 31. We would encourage you to please not be driving on 31 south of Stapleton all the way down to Spanish Fort, and no driving on US Highway 90 from Loxley back into Spanish Fort. No driving on Highway 90. Watching the situation very carefully. This thing's going to come right up on the schools. I mean, this is really close. Yeah, look at that. In fact, let's put out the probe. So if you add up 75 plus 26, pop quiz, math time, what is it? It's 100 miles an hour. Well, I'm wrong. It's 101 miles per hour, right? So that could be kind of the delta that we're seeing. You could have a tornado moving through Malbus right now in those areas. In Spanish Fort, there's a new radar scan, and you can see this thing is really marching at a quick pace. In fact, let's look at the text from the Weather Service to see exactly how quick this is moving. 46 miles an hour. So this thing is wasting no time moving off to the east. It's a little bit to the north of due east, but it's not by much. So they're calling it east at 46 miles an hour. Let's go back to our storms up here in Monroe County briefly. Look, no warnings right now in Clark, Monroe, Conecuh, Butler, Covington counties. No warnings in those counties that I just called out. The issues are farther to the south in parts of Baldwin, Escambia, Florida, Escambia, Alabama. Severe thunderstorm warning for Walnut Hill, Atmore, McCullough, Davisville. You've also got areas near the Perdido River involved in the active severe thunderstorm warning. And we're also concerned about this. It's a possible tornado at Malbus right now, going to push into areas near Steelwood and near Loxley. There's an Ace Hardware distribution plant right there near the exit of Interstate 10 near Loxley. If you live near that Ace Hardware distribution facility, be in a safe place. We lost our radar data. Let's see what that's about. I hope the radar did not just go down. We will see. All right, got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming. This is going to be for parts of Butler, Conecuh, all the way back down into Baldwin County. And I see that we got a split cut issue there on the radar, Landon. So I tell you what, let's switch over to level 3. There we go. And this is going to be current radar data, even though it's not as high res. That's all right. This tells the tale of what's happening. Again, we're getting a new severe thunderstorm warning on the board now for parts of Conecuh, Butler, Escambia, and Baldwin counties. So let's kind of watch that and see exactly where that polygon pops up. Get a new warning coming for Butler County, and that's going to be until 5:30 in the morning. There it is. And this is going to include all of Conecuh County and pretty much all of Monroe County as well. So this is a new severe thunderstorm warning. We've got to get back to that tornado warning shortly, but let me send out our app alerts to Conecuh County along with Monroe County. All of Monroe County is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Monroeville, Beatrice, Uri, all those areas, severe thunderstorm warning. What does that mean? It means damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles an hour being possible now at Monroeville, shortly near Beatrice, Uri, Repton, Range, Belleville, Castleberry, Evergreen, Lenox, Range, I think I called out Repton, Leaffian, Bowles, Burnt Corn, Harper's Store. All those areas involved in a new severe thunderstorm warning. Same thing for Forest Home, Greenville, Georgiana, Chapman, Grace, Garland in Butler County. Now, back to our tornado warning. That's what we got to focus on. This is a possible tornado pushing into, goodness, look at that. There is probably a tornado down with that signature. Let's look at our wind values. They're kind of, Yeah, you may have a tornado down with that signature. I'm just telling you, coming into Steelwood right now. In fact, let me text. I've got somebody very near there. And we'll know shortly if there was a tornado down. I actually have an aunt who lives, aunt and uncle who live very near this spot, and I called them to let them know they had a tornado warning. You didn't see it, but I did it off camera. Okay. And let's see if we may have another couplet attempting to develop down here near Fairhope. So this is another one that we're going to have to watch right in through there. This is going to move just like that, all right? So just keep in mind, we may get another tornado warning for parts of Baldwin County over the next few minutes. That's a possibility. This thing near Steelwood, man, that's ramping up. There's a likely tornado, I would say likely on the ground at this point, coming into Steelwood Country Club, just to the south of Stapleton. I mean, just to the south. This is out there near that new large neighborhood that's, that thing's massive. I can't, Stonebridge is the name of it. I couldn't think of it for a second. Stonebridge. If you're at Stonebridge, be in a safe place. Coming out towards Steelwood right now. But again, if you're at Stonebridge, stay sheltered. Here's the deal. We'll give you an all clear if you are at Spanish Fort proper. The leading edge of the storm has passed. If you're at Spanish Fort proper, all clear. And we got a new tornado warning. New tornado warning. This is going to be a new one. So Landon, if you'll key me up on the wall, we will deal with that. Again, this is a new separate tornado warning coming out for Baldwin County. We've had like 10 tornado warnings over the last, hour. It's been a very, very long night, very long morning. And this is the latest in a series of tornado warnings. This one in place for parts of Baldwin County until 5:45 local time. So just sending that out. Now, let's tell you exactly who's involved in this new separate tornado warning, because this is going to be an issue for Alabama Highway 104. This is Alabama Highway 104. This thing's moving right down 104. Fairhope, be in a safe place for the next 2 to 3 minutes. Silver Hill, it's not on this map, but Silver Hill is right here. Be sheltered. Silver Hill, Robertsdale, Elsinore. This thing's moving like a train on a track right down Alabama Highway 104. Let's go over to the radar scope source, Lando, and you'll see There's our new couplet. Here's Fairhope. This is downtown Fairhope. Grand Hotel, Point Clear is right here. This is moving just like that, right down 104. And so it can't be stressed enough. If you live near Alabama Highway 104 in Baldwin County, specifically between Fairhope and Robertsdale, we need you sheltered now. If you know someone that would be near Silver Hill, Robertsdale, there's a neighborhood called Sonoma Ridge right in through here. If you know anyone in that neighborhood, call them, tell them to be in a safe place. Fairhope Farms, another neighborhood out here. Call them, tell them to be in a safe place. Possible tornado is right here, pushing just like that. I mean, it's making a beeline for Silver Hill and Robertsdale. That thing in Baldwin County up here has really ramped up, and I'm just there's some debris. We got a tornado down on the ground doing damage right now in Baldwin County. So this is a tornado on the ground coming into Gateswood. Doesn't look like much, but it's the middle of the night, and I can't show you anything but this. And as a trained meteorologist, I can tell you that is what we call a tornadic debris signature, meaning you have got to be sheltered if you're out ahead of this thing at Gateswood, all right? Be sheltered, no doubt about it, if you are at Gateswood. Take me back to the box. I'm going to come back over there. We're going to continue to talk tornadoes as we've got one on the ground right now. Really, this is north central Baldwin County. We could have two on the ground shortly. The one coming out 104 out toward the new Publix, right there on 181 and 104 where that intersection is, be sheltered. If you're within 5 miles of that, be sheltered. Same thing at Silver Hill, same thing at Robertsdale and Elsinore. Be sheltered. Loxley, you're splitting the difference. You did something right tonight in Loxley because Loxley's not under a warning, but this thing north of Loxley at Steelwood is just particularly intense, and there likely is debris that's being lofted into the sky. Landon, if you'll keep it on that view for a second, because I want to load up the latest data that we have here. I should mention as well, take me back over to LD1, please, sir. We have an ongoing tornado warning. This is a warning for parts of Walton County, Florida. Tornado warning just a bit to the east of our area, but we know a lot of folks watch Walton County. This is on the and this is an observed tornado. So we now have potentially 3 tornadoes down all at once at 4:41 in the morning. This could be a sizable tornado. We'll come back to that in a minute. But Freeport, Florida. If you know anyone in Freeport, Florida, call them now. I can't stress that enough. The Weather Service is calling this a considerable tornado, meaning it's down. We know it's doing damage. TDS is in place, meaning it's happening. Freeport coming out toward Red Bay over the next few minutes. I think the tiny community of Bruce is just out of the polygon, but I mean, it's close. That stretch of, I think it's Highway 20 right there between Freeport and Bruce is under the gun coming out towards Red Bay. Let's go back to our tornado warnings in Baldwin County, and I'll turn on the velocity. That thing at Steelwood means business coming out towards Gateswood. And just like that, poof, the signature goes away. Hopefully for good, but I kind of doubt it. These things are cyclical in nature, and the possible tornado was right in through here, moving just like that towards Gateswood, but right now the circulation appears to have briefly at least broadened out. And so that's a good thing for our friends at Gateswood. Nonetheless, we know that there was a brief tornado down a moment ago doing damage very near Stapleton and Steelwood, south of Stapleton, very near Steelwood Country Club. And so that's tornado polygon number 1. Let's go over to our other warning, and there is this other possible tornado. Silver Hill is in the direct path of this possible tornado. And look, if you are someone that knows really anyone in Silver Hill, call them and let them know that we have a tornado potentially on the ground coming into Silver Hill, Alabama right now. You've got a neighborhood called Fairhope Falls right there just to the east of 181. You've got Sonoma Ridge. Those are neighborhoods in between Silver Hill Fairhope, if you're familiar with this area, you know that you've got the Marathon gas station right there on Alabama Highway 104, just to the west of Silver Hill. And Silver Hill proper, we've got our friends at United Bank have a branch right there in the core of Silver Hill. We've got a new tornado warning to tell you about, but again, Silver Hill and Robertsdale, you need to be in a safe place. This is going to be a new tornado warning, and I'll tell you, Landon, we really need to watch this, because on that trajectory, if this one holds, this would be potentially in about 45 minutes coming our way in the greater Bruton area. That's a long way out, but we have a new tornado warning to tell you about. This is going to be for far eastern Baldwin. I believe this is near Phillipsville. Yeah, it's near there. It doesn't include Phillipsville, but Phillipsville, Pineville, Walnut Hill under a tornado warning. And this is a new one, so let me get out our wonderful app alerts for folks in Escambia, Florida, now under a tornado warning. And also looking at, yeah, we got another one developing. Goodness. Got another one, another possible tornado developing near Clay City. So no warning on that yet. Let's look at our brand new tornado warning that's just come in. And by the way, if I'm not looking at the camera, bear with me. We're trying to get out these app alerts as quick as we possibly can. Got so much going on this morning. We've had so much going on for the last 24 hours, but we're gonna get you through this. We're almost done. We're about probably 3/4 of the way done with this whole event. This new tornado warning is going to be in effect until 5:15, all right? 5:15. So this is going to be for Escambia, Florida, and also parts of Escambia, Alabama, all right? Escambia, Alabama coming on the board. Let's see. I'm gonna get out our app alert for Escambia County, Alabama, before I get up and go to the wall again. Yeah, the Weather Service is noting we got circulations developing all up and down Baldwin County. So let me go over to the wall, Landon, if you'll take me back and key me up on that wall shortly. I have made a grave error. I've got to charge my phone. It actually went dead on me. I didn't have it plugged in like I normally do, so we're gonna plug that in, get some juice in there. New tornado warning in effect for areas near Phillipsville, Walnut Hill. Here's Walnut Hill. Possible tornado going to be in Walnut Hill in 5 to 10 minutes. This is going to be an issue for Florida State Highway 97 south of Davisville, north of Molino. No driving on Florida State Highway 97. Here's Bratt, here's Burnville, near the school out there at Bratt. Century is also included in this tornado warning, as is Flomaton. All right, here's Flomaton, here's Wabeek and Canoe. Atmore is out. If you're at Atmore, you're okay. But the issues are going to be to your south, just to your south, down here at Walnut Hill, Bratt, Burnville, Century, Wabeek, Canoe. All of those areas under the gun from a possible tornado right now in Baldwin County, actually it's crossing the Perdido River now into northern Escambia County, Florida. And for everyone in Walnut Hill, be in a safe place. We'll go back to our storm down in Baldwin County in just a moment, but for the folks in Walnut Hill, be in a safe place. If you know anyone in Walnut Hill, call them now. Don't wait. I know it's 4:47 in the morning. Everybody wants to be asleep. That's fine. Wake them up. Blame me. Tornado warning, Walnut Hill. Same thing at Bratt, Burnville, Bluff Springs, Century. This is Florida State Highway 97. Possible tornado is going to come right up the pike. I'm not saying it's going to be the same intensity, but I am saying this cell is following an eerily similar path to the February 15th, 2016 tornado that was an EF3 in Century that injured some folks. And so, again, not saying it's the same intensity necessarily. It may be a strong tornado. I don't know. I can't tell you that. But I can tell you there's a tornado likely down coming into Walnut Hill over the next few minutes. Now, let's go back down to our storm down in Baldwin County. Silver Hill being a safe place, Robertsdale. You've also got areas out here near Elsinore being a safe place. We're also looking at circulations out here south of Silver Hill, near Sonoma Ridge, near Clay City and Yupon. No warning on that yet, but one may be coming over the next few minutes. Let me check our debris tracker. See, yeah, we got some debris. Landon, let's go back over to radar scope. Here's the northern cell coming into Walnut Hill. That is a tornado. So we know that a tornado has been on the ground in Baldwin County over the last 5 minutes near Phillipsville. Damage is being done. We know it. We see it being wafted into the sky. That's what this tracker does. It tells us if we've got debris. Let's go back over to LD1. If you'll set the box back up for me, please, sir. And again, tracking numerous tornadoes, tornado warnings on this Tuesday. I'm meteorologist Spinks Megginson, joined alongside executive producer Landon Barentine. And we are watching this situation very carefully. As if you'll take the box, go ahead and take the box, Landon, so I can see what this cord is all about. There we go. Trying to see if we can get some. Tell you what, I'll have to just rely on the computer, and that's fine. Thank goodness for multiple modes of technology. Ooh, goodness, just got a report from Fairhope, 73 mile per hour winds. 73 mile per hour winds in Fairhope at the Mesonet site. That's sensor is run by the University of South Alabama. So these storms mean business. Possible tornado coming into Robertsdale now, right now. If you're catching this at the last minute and you're in Robertsdale, please be in a safe place. Don't wait. Because it's on you. I mean, it's right on top of you right now in the next 30 seconds in Robertsdale. I don't mean to, sound dramatic, but we got a lot of folks in Robertsdale, and you need to be sheltered. Silver Hill, stay sheltered. It can't be stressed enough. Possible tornado at Robertsdale. Let's go back up to our other tornado warning polygon, working 2 this morning. As we approach 5 o'clock, the good news is we're going to have a lot more folks awake. I always worry about these nocturnal tornadoes and folks not getting the warnings. But the good news is we're now beginning to go into daylight shortly in the next hour or so. And the good news is this cell at Walnut Hill has fizzled a bit, but nonetheless, the Weather Service is maintaining the tornado warning polygon for Walnut Hill. And let me stress, if you're in Atmore, this has nothing to do with you. Atmore is fine, but from the state line right there at Johnson Ford and David's Catfish in Atmore, right there at Davisville at the, I think it's a gas station now. It used to be a bar right there at the state line. From that facility south to Walnut Hill, we need you to be in a safe place right there along Florida State Highway 97. Anywhere within 5 miles of the water tower at Walnut Hill, please be in a safe place. Same thing at Burnville, same thing at Bratt, Century. You've also got areas out here near Walbeek, Flomaton, Bluff Springs. Be in a safe place. It can't be stressed enough. Again, I'm not saying that it's the same intensity. I don't think it is, but it's a very eerily similar track to the February 15th, 2016 EF3 tornado that hit Flomaton and Century. The trajectory is just very eerily similar to that. That cell started back around Walnut Hill on 97 and kind of went up to Century. We'll see if that holds, because if it does, Landon, that could be potentially an issue for the greater Bruton area where we are in about 30 or 45 minutes. So that's one to watch for us as well. Robertsdale, stay sheltered. Here's some good news. If you are in Daphne, Fairhope, Malbus, Montrose, all clear. You're done with severe weather for the night. It's over. All clear. Let's give out some more all clears. If you are in Bay Minette, Stockton, Tensaw, Rabun, any part of Mobile County, Alabama. To repeat, any part of Mobile County, Alabama. It's 4:52 a.m. I bet you some of you watching don't have to wake up for work until around 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning, whatever. Go get you some sleep. If you're in Mobile County, you're done with severe weather for the night. Go to sleep in peace. Turn me off. Don't worry about weather. We'll reconvene this little meeting on Friday if we have to. We have more severe weather coming in on Friday. Also, more good news. Clark County, doesn't matter where you are. Clark County, Alabama, all cleared. Thomasville, Jackson, Grove Hill, Watley, Gosport, Coffeyville, all clear. Same thing in Washington County and Choctaw County, all clear. Same thing in Marengo County, all clear. For West Alabama's Sumter, Marengo, Choctaw, Clark, Washington, Mobile counties. You are done with severe weather in those areas. This main batch of storms means business. And, you know, I've said it before, I'll say it again because it's so effective in getting our message out. Help us get out the tornado warnings when they're issued. By the way, some good news to pass along, some great news actually. Tornado all cleared for Walnut Hill, Century, Brat. The signature has collapsed. It's gone. The Weather Service has chosen to cancel the tornado warning. And so let's look and see why. Yeah, it's over. It's done. There is no tornado warning in effect now for Walnut Hill. So all clear for Escambia, Alabama, Escambia, Florida for now. You may get more warnings later. You're not done with this risk. But for now, you're done with the tornado situation. We also have ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings in place for Bruton, Atmore, Flomaton, all of Escambia County, Alabama basically, all of Escambia County, Florida, under a severe thunderstorm warning, meaning we could have damaging straight line winds as this line of storms comes through. Also, much of Santa Rosa County is involved in this severe thunderstorm warning. Pace, Milton, Chumuckla, Allentown, Jay, who else is in that? Whitfield, Whitingfield, Point Baker, Milton, Berrydale, Fidelis, Mount Carmel. Caramel or Carmel? You a caramel guy? Caramel, okay. Mount Carmel is how you say that one. But yeah, Caramel. Mount Carmel is in the severe thunderstorm warning polygon. Be inside, away from windows. Again, the reason we're here is this. It's a tornado warning, and it's a tiny tornado warning. Here's some good news. Because it's already passed, the Weather Service can give an all clear from the imminent tornado threat, not the imminent wind threat, but the imminent tornado threat. You're done with it at Silver Hill, Loxley, and Robertsdale. All right, you're done with the imminent tornado threat. The imminent tornado threat shifting out here towards I-10, and I tell you who that includes, Landon. If you're familiar with this area, you know they just built in the last 2 or 3 years the Buc-ee's right there at Interstate 10 and the Baldwin Beach Express. That's ultimately going to be extended up to 65, hopefully at some point in our lifetimes. But right there at the Buc-ee's, that's the area involved in this very tiny tornado warning polygon. All this area down to Orange Beach, Foley, Alberta, Gulf Shores, Perdido Key, Pensacola, all of the Pensacola metros, severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for you. And it could be a doozy in terms of damaging straight line winds. That's something that we're watching. We also should note we have an ongoing active tornado warning over here in Walton County for Uchiana and also Red Bay. Red Bay is where the Eglin Air Force Base radar sits, right there on that road that comes down from Interstate 10 south of Ponce de Leon. Red Bay is where the radar sits. And so right there near that, if you know where the KEVX radome is, right there on the side of the highway, there's a tornado in that vicinity, unfortunately. Hopefully it doesn't hit the radar or anyone near the radar, but there is a tornado warning for Walton County, inland. Be aware of that. Back to our tornado warning here in South Alabama and Northwest Florida. Possible tornado now east of Robertsdale. All right, east of Robertsdale, we have a possible tornado. I'll turn back on the radar data. Tiny tornado warning. Baldwin County is the biggest county by area in the whole state of Alabama. This is about 2% of the land area for Baldwin County. Fairhope, Daphne, Montrose, all clear for you. Spanish Fort, all clear for you. You're done with severe weather for the night. Same thing at Point Clear, you're done. Nasty core of the storm currently moving through Weeks Bay, Turkey Branch, Barnwell, Point Clear, Summerdale, Foley, Bon Secours, Gulf Highlands as well. And I tell you what, these guys and gals at the Weather Service, man, they are rock stars tonight. They're battling these tornadoes and issuing these warnings with very timely skill. I mean, this is the real deal. We've seen a few tornadoes touch down, and these guys and ladies at the Weather Service are they're killing it tonight. They're doing a wonderful job with issuing the tornado warnings because not only are they issuing them in a timely manner, but also they're canceling them when they need to cancel them. And so it's working out great, and that's what we want to do. We don't want to keep you in your safe place for longer than you need. But in this case, we have a tornado warning that continues for parts of central Baldwin County, specifically near Buc-ee's. And I'm calling out Buc-ee's because there is no, population center per se in that general vicinity. This does include the stretch of I-10 that goes from Buc-ee's down to the Derailed Diner at the next exit, which is the big, fireworks stand exit. I forget the name of that fireworks place, but it's the world's largest fireworks stand right there across from the Derailed Diner or something like that. Weather Service indicating that more brief spin-ups are likely in this line of storms as it continues to push off to the southeast. I'll tell you what, that supercell over in the Florida Panhandle, I want to go over to that quickly because this thing really means business. Let's see if we can turn on our label and select that radar. It's going to look a little different. New tornado warning outside of our area, but new tornado warning for parts of Washington and Holmes counties in Florida. Not Washington County, Alabama. Washington County, Florida, and Holmes County in the Florida Panhandle. Caryville is the main city involved in that. Ponce de Leon is as well, but the possible tornado is going to be back here really at Ponce de Leon right now. So this is going into Holmes County, likely tornado near Interstate 10. This is a bit to the east of our area, but I wanted to let folks know in Ponce de Leon, if you know anyone in Ponce de Leon or Caryville, call them now, all right? This thing is probably on the ground doing a serious amount of damage with a signature like that. Let's check the correlation coefficient, the debris tracker product, and there's some minor indications potentially, but it's not enough to call it a TDS. We'll watch that one with keen interest. Let's go back to our storms rolling through our area, and let's go inland for a bit. I hadn't talked much about Monroe or Conecuh counties in the last 5 minutes. Nasty storms capable of producing up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Monroe County, near Monroeville, extending down to the airport, down to Ollie, down to the Alabama Power facility right there north of the airport. On the north side of 84, there's used to be a fruit and vegetable stand right there at the corner of the highway that connects XL up to Monroeville. I don't know if that's still there, but right behind it, there's now an Alabama Power truck facility where they keep the trucks right there on 84. Bad storm going through that area right now. Monroe County Airport, nasty storm. That's coming into Repton and Range, all right? Repton and Range. You're next in line to see this storm. Belleville, if you're in Belleville, Alabama, on 84. There's Belleville in the middle part of your screen near Laurie and Bermuda. It's not Bermuda, it's Bermuda. And possible damaging straight line winds in those areas over the next few minutes. Same thing up here near Skinnerton, coming into Lieffian along Alabama Highway 83 over the next few minutes. Same thing in Butler County. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning, basically all of Butler County at this point. Every location in Butler County, we'll call it a severe thunderstorm warning. Here's Escambia, Alabama. And Landon, let's check us out because I want to make sure that we're not about to have to get sheltered. Yeah, it looks like we're okay. I say that. There's a circulation down around Waubee right now, but that is likely not producing a tornado. And again, we've just now passed 5 o'clock. So what I want to do, we've been so kind of entranced with what's going on that it's kind of easy to get, miss the forest for the trees per se. Let's tell you what's going on as of 5:02 a.m. and kind of do a reset. I'm going to have a bit of water. It's been too long. All right. Severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect basically from the northern part of our area down to the beaches. Everybody's got a severe thunderstorm warning tonight, and it's because of the potential for damaging straight line winds up to 70 miles an hour that extend from Old Texas and Monroeville down to Repton and Range, down to Huxford, Atmore, Porch, Sardine, down into Walnut Hill, also down into Phillipsville, past Bay Minette at this point. The line of storms extends through Baldwin County. Worst of the weather of the whole night is happening now near Magnolia Springs, Robertsdale, Silver Hill. Same thing in areas coming into Gulf Shores and Orange Beach. Nasty weather coming in. Gusty winds up to 60 miles an hour are the concern. I'm also really concerned about our friends in the Florida Panhandle, specifically in Walton and Holmes counties here near Ponce de Leon. That's Interstate 10 right here. This is Caryville. Red Bay is right here. Possible tornadoes on the back side of this right at Ponce de Leon, all right, right at Ponce de Leon. And by the way, if you see my eyes kind of cutting over there and cutting over there, I'm looking at different screens because we have different radar vantage points, velocity, reflectivity, where I can see them, you can't, but that's what I'm glancing at when I'm looking up at our monitors to keep you posted every step of the way. How many hours we've been doing this? What does it say up there?
3 hours, 15 minutes.
Goodness, that's like driving from here to Tuscaloosa. All right, so 3 hours and 15 minutes of this, and we are probably about 75% of the way done. For those of you that, oh, by the way, let me mention real quick, no tornado warnings for any part of southwest Alabama or northwest Florida, specifically for Okaloosa, Santa Rosa, or Escambia, Florida. We do have the ongoing tornado warning for Walton and Holmes in the Florida Panhandle, but locally, southwest Alabama, northwest Florida, right now it's this line of severe thunderstorms capable of producing damaging straight line wind gusts, all right? So again, been doing this for 3 hours and how long did you say, 15 minutes? Looks like this whole thing is going to shift out of here, probably maybe 7:30, 8 o'clock. Out of Covington and Okaloosa, which is kind of our line right now. By the way, we'd love to add Walton County. We've been trying to kind of gain sponsor support in Walton County. We would love to add Walton County, but it's not there yet. So help us out with that. If you know businesses in Walton County that would like to get their brand in front of how many people are watching right now, then some, we would certainly greatly appreciate that. So just Walton County, we want you, but we're trying to get there. Same thing, by the way, up in Choctaw County. We would love to add Choctaw County. They're not in the primary coverage area, but we'll get them one day in there. All right, let's work the line from north to south, starting up here in Butler County. Line of storms pushing in from the west. This is going to come into Butler Springs first, and areas out there near Manningham, if you know where that is, coming into Forest Home now. If you're at Forest Home, you need to be inside, away from windows, away from doors. This is going to be a situation where we could have damaging straight line winds coming into Greenville over the next 10 to 15 minutes. Georgiana, Grace, Garland, McKenzie, Okie Streak, Pigeon Creek, Glasgow, and Daisy, all those areas in Butler County. Just know you may have some rough weather on the way in the next 30 minutes. Monroe County, the worst of the weather is almost over. We'll be able to give our friends in Monroe County an all clear in, say, let's give it 15 more minutes, all right? 15 more minutes for Monroe County, then you'll be done. Conecuh County, nasty storms right now along Alabama Highway 83, near Bowles, near Lieffian, near Loree, near Bermuda, Burnt Corn, Skinnerton, and coming into Belleville. We've got Red Zone Weather sponsor WLT, Ward Land and Timber, set up right there at Belleville. If you know where that office is, Mr. Charlie's office is right there at Belleville. And so strong to severe thunderstorms capable of producing 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming into those areas now. Range, Lenox, Sandcut. Sandcut is where Appleton Road tees into Conecuh County 6, right there at London and Lenox as well. Nasty storms coming in. Here's the greater Bruton area, Bruton and East Bruton. Listen up. You've got strong, nasty storms coming in from the west. You can probably hear the thunder in the background as thunderstorms approach our studio location. Landon, I tell you what, if I were not in this studio, I would probably be in my safe place in Bruton with a signature like that. And Bentley, I see your message. You need to stay put where you are. Our other executive producer is trying to give us some relief, but you need to stay put where you are. And again, this could be potentially up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming into the greater Bruton area from the west. Right now, the leading edge of the storm is basically out there at the AT&T Tower, the red tower on Highway 41, where the two power lines intersect, if you know where that is. That's where the storm is now, basically coming into areas near Appleton Road, and you could have 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts shortly on Appleton Road. Be aware of that. Let's go down to our storm here near Flomaton, Century, Osaka, coming into Jay. Nasty storms producing upwards of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quite a bit of lightning. You see our lightning counter is over 1,000 strikes of lightning in the viewpoint that you see there on the map. That's a lot of lightning, and we're hearing the thunder. You're seeing it on the display. Let's go down into northern Escambia County, Florida. Walnut Hill, nasty storm, 70-mile-per-hour winds being possible. Out ahead of it, once you cross the Escambia River from Escambia County, Florida into Santa Rosa County, Berrydale J, Whitfield, Whitingfield, Milton, Pace, Pea Ridge, Shamuckla, 5 Points, areas out near Brownsdale, Cobbtown, all those areas. You're involved in this severe thunderstorm warning, but you got about 10 minutes until it gets there. Down here in Baldwin County, we still are seeing those circulations ramp up. And Landon, I tell you what I'm going to do. If you'll key me up in the wall, please, sir. What we'll do is go back over to reflectivity, and I will try to work this from the wall for a minute. We have been testing out some equipment in studio tonight. Tests have gone pretty well, but it has required me to sit in a chair. So we've got some things on the horizon that we're working on, and one of those is getting Landon to be able to have audio and video for him as well. And so that's what we've been testing out. Here's Baldwin County. If you'll hand me that mouse, please, sir. Thank you. Appreciate that. Watching this situation in Baldwin County as well very carefully. Alabama beaches, Gulf Shores is here. Here's Orange Beach. Perdido Key is just across the line. Floribama is here. Canal Road. All those areas are about to be under the gun from a storm that could be producing 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I got a lot of friends right there at Ono Island as well. Spoke down there a few months ago, right before the June tornadoes hit. Great group there at Ono Island. If you're at Ono, you need to be inside, away from windows. Probably your safe place, as you could have 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming in. I've had multiple people text me really over the last few minutes, and I want to thank Jan Lanier and some others who have texted me saying they're in their safe place. Hey, I don't blame you. I would be too. You know, if I'm not in studio, that's what I'm doing, being in my safe place, even in this severe thunderstorm warning. That tornado warning that continues for the next 20 or so minutes has really been hanging on. I think what's happening here, this supercell is kind of riding a boundary, and I suspect, well, I know there was some damage. I don't suspect, I know there was damage. Back here when it was near Freeport, because the Weather Service issued a confirmed tornado warning based on a TDS, a tornadic debris signature, and the storm likely is still producing a tornado. In fact, yeah, this is an observed tornado warning, I believe it is, that flashing polygon. And so be aware of that in Ponce de Leon and Caryville. Caryville is here on 10, Interstate 10, and that's going to be coming right into the heart of Holmes County. Let's see if that includes Bonifay. It's on the edge, right on the edge. But if you're in Bonifay, because of the history of this thing, be in a safe place. Bonifay, Florida, if you know someone there, tag them in the comments below. Same thing at Caryville, same thing at Ponce de Leon. Tag them in the comments below. Landon, I think we lost our radar data. If you will, go back over temporarily to the iPad. I'm going to try to fix that up. Again, watching this situation very carefully. The good news is, if there is any good news right now, with nasty storms moving across our region, these are going to kick out of here very soon, probably by 7:30 or 8 o'clock, which is, you know, what, 2 hours from now. Let's go back over to LD1. And again, watching line of storms push across our region. No tornado warnings for southwest Alabama or northwest Florida to the west of Walton County. These are severe thunderstorm warnings, but we could get a tornado warning anytime now in this severe thunderstorm warning. That's why we're staying on the air. It's just prudent to do that because we've had pop-in tornado warning. It goes out, it comes back. It's just, it's a mess. And so we just want to stay here and kind of walk you through this as we continue to track tornadoes tonight. Current time is 5:13 a.m. Have you seen anything? I mean, anything at all in the way of damage? Anything? Nothing. And, part of that is going to be it's the middle of the night. 5:13 a.m., people are just waking up. Some people are just waking up. And they're going to see damage. Some folks are going to see damage. We know tornadoes have happened. There's no doubt. I think at least 4 TDSs have been observed tonight, which means we've had at least 4 tornadoes. When this dual polarization radar technology was deployed just a few years ago, it was a game changer. It is a game changer. When you get a TDS, you know that debris from the surface of the earth is being lofted into the sky. I'll take you to that. Let's go over to the iPad, Lando. And line of storms is right in through here. Right now, no tornadic debris signatures, and that's good. That's what we want to see. Let's check the velocity to see if we see any couplets. No, we see a line of storms, no doubt about it, about to come into Ono Island and Orange Beach down here, but we don't see any imminent tornado threat. Back over to LD1. Go back to the reflectivity source. It's time to give out some more of my favorite thing of the whole night. This is just great. We're giving out an all clear. Monroe County, you're done. If you're in Monroe County, Alabama, you're done with severe weather for the night. Yes, you've got thunder. Yes, you've got lightning, but I can tell you the tornado risk is done in Monroe County, and this severe thunderstorm warning will be let go shortly. So go to bed in peace in Monroe County. We've already given an all clear to all parts of Clark County, Washington, Choctaw, Marengo, Sumter, and all parts of Mobile County. You're done. About 15 to 20 more minutes, we'll be able to do the same thing in Baldwin County. You will be done with the severe weather risk once we lose the severe storms happening in southern Baldwin County. So we can't give you an all clear in Baldwin just yet. But again, just to be clear, in case you missed it for some reason, Monroe County, all clear. Monroeville, Uri, Frisco City, Excel, Tunnel Springs, Peterman, Beatrice. Go to bed. Go to bed in peace. You're done. All right, heavy storms continue in parts of Conecuh County, Liefien, Evergreen, Belleville, Bowles. You've also got Skinnerton, areas out here near Brownville. You've also got Castleberry, Nymph, J Villa, next in line to see gusty winds, perhaps as high as 70 to 80 miles per hour. Current time is 5:16 a.m. We are tracking tornadoes and damaging straight-line winds, specifically in these severe thunderstorm warnings across southwest Alabama and northwest Florida. Let me go over quickly to this warning down in, really this is exclusively almost an issue for Holmes County, but part of Washington right there near Caryville is still included. This is Washington County, Florida down here. Washington, this is Holmes County up here. Walton County is back here. North of this area, this is Geneva County. And ultimately, you get over here into Houston County, that's the Wiregrass. And so this cell is going to come up here towards Slocum. If you know someone toward, I can't talk. If you know someone toward Slocum, call them and let them know that we could have a tornado on the way in the next few minutes. Landon, any comments you'd like to pass along? All right. Tell you what, if you'll get the box view ready again, please. Now, I'll be honest with you. I hope nobody really minds. I don't think you do, but when we go live and stay live for 5-6 hours, man, I kind of have to sit down sometimes, and I apologize. But it's the middle of the night. Normally I'd be asleep right now, and I just thank you for watching. We appreciate you putting up with us and inviting us into your homes. We know that you have a choice when it comes to your weather information, and we're grateful that you choose Red Zone Weather. And you have my word, if you are an app user, we had some problems earlier. We're going to get those resolved, and I don't really care what it takes. We're going to make sure that that never happens again, because I was stressed to the max, I can tell you that. And we want you to be safe, more importantly. So we want to be able to get out good information. We're going to keep it here on the Eglin radar because we actually have this line of storms now pushing into the radar territory that's a bit more well covered by the Eglin radar. By the way, that is a horribly nasty supercell. Goodness gracious, that is the worst tornado signature, or most impressive, I should say, that I've seen all day. That thing is producing a gnarly waterspout south of Laguna Beach. Let's put that into motion. Goodness gracious, that thing is nasty. Let's go ahead and give some folks an early heads up. This is going to be an issue for Bay County, but just know if you're near Panama City Beach or you know someone at PCB, you need to call them now. This is a nasty signature that's about 10 miles out that will prompt a tornado warning if the signature holds. Let's go back over to our line of storms, currently extending from Butler County southward all the way to the beaches, the Alabama and Northwest Florida beaches. We'll zoom in tight. This is coming in on Interstate 65, this main line of thunderstorms that could be producing 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, potentially, in spots along the line as it works its way to the east. Same thing in Evergreen, nasty storms rolling by. The worst of the weather all day has reached our studio location here in Bruton, and I can tell you we can hear it outside. North Bruton, if you are near T.R. Miller High School or near Walmart or Dogwood Hills or Juniper Creek, the Bruton Country Club, worst of the weather all day happening now. And the good news is, at this particular moment, I don't see anything necessarily that would be indicative of an immediate tornado threat. There is broad rotation in all these storms that we're tracking. That's kind of a given, but I don't see any imminent rotation. These things can spin up in a hurry though, and I'm telling you, it's so important that we all are ready for a tornado warning if you're out ahead of this line. We do see some rotation happening near McDavid. Worst of the weather all day. Century, McDavid, US Highway 29, extending from Flomaton and Century back down to Molino and Cantonment. Nasty weather, be inside. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is coming into Santa Rosa County next, all right? Coming into Santa Rosa County next. And for folks who are just waking up, if you're in Jay, if you're in Brownsdale, if you're in Chumuckla, you are first in line in Santa Rosa County to see this line of storms in Santa Rosa County. Let's go down here. These are just very intense thunderstorms moving by Ono Island and Orange Beach. Very heavy rain, gusty winds. Seeing the same thing coming into Perdido Key and areas out there near the Floribama. Could have 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, especially along the immediate coast, coming into Fort Pickens and NAS Pensacola over the next 5 to 10 minutes. So let's show you a wide view across the region. This has been a long duration severe weather event, and it's not over just yet. I promise you we are getting close, but we are not done yet. In a little bit, it will be prudent for me to give you an all clear for some more areas. We're going to withhold doing that because we still got areas technically in severe thunderstorm warnings that have endured the line of storms already. We'll come back to that. I do want to mention what I said a minute ago. The core of the Panama City Metro. This, and you can put up the new tornado warning thing for this because this is a serious one. We have a new tornado warning, and this is for Panama City, Florida, the entirety of the Panama City Metro. Major population center in the Florida Panhandle, and I tell you what, that is quite frankly the best tornado signature that I have seen all day. That thing is likely producing a big, potentially violent storm that will be a violent tornado coming into PCB and Panama City. So this is one of those that I really want you to hear me and take seriously. If you know someone in Bay County, Florida, Panama City, Lynn Haven, Parker, Callaway, anywhere in Panama City, call them now, wake them up, let them know, hey, we've got imminent, serious danger in Panama City. This is one that could be producing, I hate to use this language, but I'm going to say it based on the signature, that could end up being a violent tornado if it comes on shore like that. So again, Panama City, call to action. Tag the folks in Panama City. That's a little to the east of our area, so we're going to come back to our local area and look at this nasty line of storms that continues to work its way to the east. Let's go back over to our mobile radar, and we need to look at this from a different angle as it comes into Pensacola. I think we'll have a better vantage point. Very heavy rain, lots of lightning. I suspect that after the first light of day, we will have quite a bit of tree damage across our region due to this advancing line of storms that continues to push off to the east and really southeast at this point. Gusty winds outside our studio right here in the greater Bruton area. Winds gusting up to 30 and 40 miles an hour. Landon, let me check. Okay, we're good. I wanted to check my microphone batteries and make sure those were still going to be good. This line of storms extends from Evergreen and Greenville back down through Flomaton and Century. This line of storms is coming into Jay, and as it does so, again, the concern in Jay, Brownsdale, back down to Chumuckla, along the Escambia River is for wind gusts up to 60 and 70 miles per hour. But I can't stress enough, arguably one of the most strong, severe, I should say, storms of the day is down here in Panama City, Florida. This is just nasty. Horrible storm coming into Panama City. That has prompted a tornado warning for Panama City. Man, that is a just nasty signature about to come on shore. And you know, the CC, the correlation coefficient, or the debris tracker, doesn't work when these things are out over water like it is right now, because there's no debris for it to loft. I guess it could loft a fish or something out of the ocean, but the radar is not going to pick up on that when it's lofting that much water as a water spout. But that's going to come on shore very near really the core of Panama City. They're in the downtown area. And so I would encourage, it can't be stressed enough, if you know anyone in Panama City, Florida, Callaway, Lynn Haven, Parker, even Panama City Beach, you need to call them now. Wake them up, tell them they really need to get sheltered. That is a supercell storm capable of producing a potentially significant tornado coming into Panama City. We also have a tornado warning for Holmes County, Florida, and I see that NWS Tallahassee has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Dothan. So Dothan and Slocum over in southeast Alabama, severe thunderstorm warning for you as we have a possible tornado coming in from the south, in addition to a threat of large hail and damaging straight-line winds. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just being issued for parts of Covington, Escambia, Conecuh, Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, and Escambia, Florida. So, new warning. We're going to send out a new set of alerts in the Red Zone Weather app. Let's see, that's in effect until 6:30 local time. Again, a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for the main line of storms, so this is the last of it. Once you go through this main line, you're done for the day. And you can, go about your day in peace. No more severe weather after the main line of storms. We will have more severe weather on Friday, and we'll talk about that with time. We've got to get through this one. By the way, if we're still here in an hour and a half, we'll have to play that by ear, because what we'll do, we may do our morning report live. So we'll see how that goes. Longtime viewers and readers know I post a video every morning, every weekday morning at 7 o'clock a.m. Monday through Friday. And so if we're still here, I've got a different set of graphics that we'll pull up for that, which will be a little different for you, because I know we haven't done that here, but we'll get to it. So we'll just remind me closer to 7 o'clock that we need to think about that morning video we will get that up regardless of if it's during this set of coverage or not. And thanks to everyone who watches the morning videos. Those are, certainly something that we value you watching. Again, getting out these app alerts for Okaloosa, Santa Rosa, Escambia counties in northwest Florida. New severe thunderstorm warnings coming on the board, in addition to Escambia and Covington in southwest Alabama. And one more, Landon, got to send it out for Covington County. There we go. All right, so let's talk about our new warning. First thing I need to do is tell you exactly who's in and who's out. Bruton, you are included in this new severe thunderstorm warning. Pensacola, Pace, Milton, Whitingfield, Whitfield, Berrydale, Fidelis, also Munson, Rowville, Muddy Ford, Pine Bluff, also areas near Navarre. You're included in this new severe thunderstorm warning. Crestview, Baker, Milligan, Escambia Farms, Hurricane Lake, Holt, Harold, all those areas. You're involved in the new severe thunderstorm warning polygon. Same thing up here in Covington County. We haven't talked a lot about Covington County because the issues so far have been to your west. No longer, you're now in a severe thunderstorm warning. Andalusia points south. Carolina, Red Oak, Rome, Wing, also areas near the the Sweet South Market out there at the intersection of 29 and 137. It's a fantastic place that they've got going on out there. I think that's a wonderful thing. But that area, if you live near that, within 5 miles, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Escambia County, Alabama, severe thunderstorm warning for you. Same thing for Conecuh and Butler County. Just about everybody, it seems like, has a severe thunderstorm warning going on very early on this Tuesday morning. 5:30 a.m. We have now been here for 3 hours and 40 minutes, going strong as we have a line of storms pushing through. Significant look at that hook echo. Man, oh man, that is a very dangerous storm. That's a tornado, a waterspout right now, coming on shore in Panama City. Do you know anybody in Panama City off the top of your head? Well, I would tell you, if you're watching, if you know anyone at Panama City, call them and let them know. Not only do they have a significant tornado potentially coming on shore, doing potentially a tremendous amount of damage if this signature verifies, you also could have quarter-sized hail in the next few minutes, specifically on the north side of town near Lynn Haven and near the North Bay out there. Just know that. That's Panama City, Florida. Let's go back to our area and let's put this in motion for you so you can get a good idea of what continues to happen across the local area. What we're doing, we're continuing to cover these storms as we've had brief spin-up tornadoes. We probably will have more in parts potentially of Santa Rosa and Okaloosa County over the next little bit. We're watching trends, and if we get another tornado warning, of course, we'll let you know about it as soon as we get that flag from the National Weather Service that they're issuing a new warning. Right now, they're maintaining this severe thunderstorm warning. And look, some good news to pass along. The warnings have been canceled for Conecuh, Monroe, and Butler counties in south central Alabama. The warnings have been canceled. Progress. All right, we're not there yet, but progress. Canceled warnings for Butler, Conecuh, and Monroe counties. We are watching this situation in Escambia County, Alabama, kind of progress right over us where we are. Landon and I are sitting in our Red Zone Weather studio in the city of Bruton, Alabama, very near T.R. Miller High School. And so this is the worst of the weather for the whole night in Bruton. After this goes through, you're done in Bruton, and you can get a few hours of sleep if you can do that. Same thing in Atmore. You're done, by the way. We'll give you an all clear. We'll go ahead and do it. Atmore, Walnut Hill, you're done. Go to bed. Atmore, Porch, Huxford, Uri, all of Monroe County, you're done with severe weather for the night. Turn me off, get some sleep. Same thing in, yeah, we can go ahead and do it. Baldwin County, big one. This is a big all clear. We can give all clear to all of Baldwin County. You are now done with the severe weather threat. I realize you still technically have this polygon in place that you see the line that goes through Bay Minette and Fairhope there, but the severe weather risk is done in Baldwin County, and the Weather Service has so much going on that sometimes it takes them a little longer to cancel these warnings. And so again, we're calling all clear for all clear for all of Baldwin County. You're done with severe weather. So Baldwin County joins the previously mentioned counties in the all clear: Monroe, Clark, Washington, Choctaw, Mobile, Wilcox, Marengo, Sumter, Dallas. All those counties, all parts of those counties, all clear. You're done with severe weather for the night. Now, what we're still dealing with is this ongoing severe thunderstorm warning now in place for parts of Escambia County, Alabama, and Covington County, specifically the southern part of Covington County, under the gun from a severe thunderstorm capable of producing gusty winds up to 70 miles an hour. Based on the signature, to be frank, I don't think we're necessarily having wind gusts up to 70. They may be gusting to 50 or 60. That's still capable of downing trees, downing branches. If a branch falls on a car, that can be a big deal, and a 50-mile-per-hour wind gust certainly can do that. You've got that situation happening shortly in Roberts, Boykin, Dixie, Bradley, Alaflora, also out here toward the Solon-Dixon Forestry Center, out there at right across the line at the community of Dixie, Auburn's Forestry Center, which is the Solon-Dixon thing. You're next in line to see this line of severe thunderstorms about to move through. I talked to a guy out there earlier today who I'm supposed to get with next week to talk about some weather presentation stuff, and so we'll get with him. But we appreciate everyone watching across the region at Solon-Dixon and beyond. Nasty storms going to enter Covington County shortly, and again, the reason we are here, nasty thunderstorms continue to push through the region, of which we could see a few tornadoes from over the next few minutes. In fact, the worst of the weather of the whole night is entering the Pensacola metro right now, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is a spin up. Now, I don't know if the Weather Service is going to put out a warning for this, but there is a little bit of a notch noted coming into Pensacola. Landon, we need to really watch that one, because let's see how that's developed. Yeah, there's something there. We will see if the Weather Service decides to trigger a new tornado warning for Escambia County, Florida. All right, Escambia County and Santa Rosa County. Escambia and Santa Rosa counties in northwest Florida, you may get a new tornado warning shortly, based on the fact that we are seeing rotation on the west side of the Pensacola metro. Now, that's not to say there's a tornado down. I don't think there is one right now, but the thing is moving just like that. This is going to cross a big chunk of population here shortly, and just kind of knowing a little bit about the Weather Service, they do a phenomenal job of pulling the trigger when we've got a lot of folks involved who may be kind of under a high impact event. Good news is the circulation there kind of remains a bit more broad than the last scan. It's cycling, it's going up and down. That's what we expect. Tell you what, let's go back over to our Eglin radar site. I want to check on that supercell over in Panama City. Goodness gracious. That is nasty. Tornado possibly down on the north side of Panama City right here, moving just like that, coming to Lynn Haven. This is going to miss the airport to the south. The Panama City Airport is way up on the north side of town. Going to miss that to the south, but this is coming right through Lynn Haven over the next few minutes. So again, Panama City, Callaway, the community of Parker. If you live near the former West Rock paper mill down there on the south side of Panama City. If you live near the Walmart, which is right there on the east side of Panama City, down from the Geico office. And again, I know that road pretty well because I travel it a good bit. Be in a safe place. Possible tornado in Panama City. Watching this cell in Pensacola, as there is broad rotation noted on the north side of town. Let's put this into motion so we'll show you how this is progressing. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll be able to go back to covering storms in the Red Zone Weather app if these things remain tame across our local area over the next 15 minutes. I'm not very optimistic about that, but we'll see. Hopefully we don't get a tornado warning in the next 15 minutes, and we may go covering storms in the app because we need to record that forecast video that so many people rely on in the 7 o'clock hour as well. So that's why we would be exiting the coverage. But again, we're going to hang out with you for now. We're not pulling the plug just yet because again, no tornado warnings now, but we think that there is a reasonable chance that we may get one fairly imminently as this line of storms continues pushing off to the east. I'll tell you this, that bet has paid off pretty well so far tonight. Just when you thought, things were going to kind of ramp down, goodness, we got a new tornado warning, and I think we've had like 10 or something crazy in the last however many hours we've been here at this point. So, line of storms, let's work it from north to south. No warnings right now in Butler County, no warnings in most of Conecuh County, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning for Escambia County, Alabama, specifically for Bruton and East Bruton and points east out to Damascus, Bradley, Roberts, Dixie, Boykin, all those areas next in line to see this severe line of storms. This line of storms is going to come into Covington as well, Covington County, Andalusia, Carolina, Rome, Wing. You are next in line in about 20 minutes to see this line of storms come in. Core of the Pensacola Metro. We'll zoom into you, and man, oh man, this is the worst of the weather of the whole night for Pensacola. Brent, Cordova Mall, the Pensacola Airport, Scenic Highway, Ferry Pass, the campus of the University of West Florida, Sandcut, Florida, also Warrington, NAS Pensacola, downtown Pensacola near the Wahoo Stadium, near Palafox down there. All those areas are in the worst of the weather of the whole night. And this is going to be out of here in about 20 minutes, and you'll be done. Done with severe weather in Pensacola in about 20 minutes. All right, so not long now. Gulf breeze. We haven't talked about Gulf breeze much tonight. Oriole Beach, Tiger Point. Worst of the weather's moving in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Loud storms, heavy rain, thunder, that sort of thing. Gusty winds up to 60 and 70 miles per hour possible as this storm comes in across the new bridge from downtown Pensacola over to Gulf Breeze. Nice new bridge, I might add. That's coming into Gulf Breeze now. Same thing at Pensacola Beach, out by the Portofino, the Hilton, out by Margaritaville. All those areas about to have very heavy rain and gusty winds up to 60 and 70 miles per hour. By the way, one thing I haven't said tonight, or this, I keep saying tonight, we've shifted into Tuesday morning. It is so immensely helpful, if you will, if you haven't commented necessarily what your weather's like at your location, let us know where you're watching from in the comments below. That is always immensely helpful for us to have, frankly, the intrigue and gratification just to go back and see kind of where folks are watching from. So let us know where you're watching from in the comments below, especially on Facebook. That would be helpful, and we'll look at that later. Landon's watching them now, and I got to give it to Landon. He's done a tremendous job tonight of not only doing all these wonderful graphics on the screen you're looking at, We've done some tests internally with this box thing we've got going on so I can sit down for a bit. And he's done a tremendous job with that as well. So we're certainly grateful for Landon and Bentley Martin, who brought us some cookies earlier. We love her too. All right, let's track the line of storms again, because this is now coming into Pace, coming into Milton, coming into Whiting Field. These storms are moving quickly. And if you're in Milton, you're next in line. Same thing in Pace, Pea Ridge, Chumuckla, Allentown, Whiting Field. All those areas are about to have gusty winds up to 50, 60 miles per hour as this core batch of storms moves through. Has anybody commented about tree damage lately? Have you seen any? You haven't? Okay. If you have any damage of any sort, doesn't matter if it's one branch or a whole tree. Did we just kick off? I think we, did it kick us? I think it may have kicked us off. No, we're still live. I apologize. Facebook on my end said that our stream ended. Don't click it, because we're still good. I apologize. We had sort of a technical glitch on Facebook's side of things. But like I was saying, no matter how small the damage is per se, let us know about it in the comments below so we can pass that to our friends at the National Weather Service in Mobile so they can have it for their warning program. You know, they verify these warnings. They don't want to issue a cry wolf warning. That's the last thing they want to do. They want to issue good, timely warnings, and they have tonight. They've hit all the tornado warnings perfectly, quite frankly. I mean, I haven't seen a case where there's been a spin up without a warning. So, Landon, if you'll go back over to the iPad, please, sir. I need to look at one thing. You're looking at the velocity view across northwest Florida, specifically in parts of Milton, Pace, Whiting Field, those areas about to see gusty winds based on the signature you're looking at on the screen. Back over to LB1, please, sir. And good news, we can give you an all clear, more all clears going out right now. Atmore, Uri, Range, Repton, Flomaton, Century, Bratt, Burnville, Davisville, Walnut Hill, all clear in those areas. Atmore, Uri, Porch, Huxford, Sardine, Wallace, Barnett's Crossroads, Century, Flomaton, Canoe, Wabeek, Burnville, Bratt, you're done, all right? Go to sleep for a few hours. Get you some sleep, especially if you've been up, you know, stressing and worrying like so many people do. I know that severe weather anxiety is real. It's a big deal, and we want you to be safe, but we don't, you know, want folks to have anxiety. And so if you've been, you know, with us up all night, we certainly are appreciative of that. But hey, go get some sleep. Turn me off and, you know, go about your business. If you're in those places that I just called out, Atmore, Walnut Hill, Bay Minette, all of Baldwin County, all clear. Same thing in Mobile County, Washington County, Clark, Monroe. Cannot give an all clear just yet to Butler, Conecuh, or Escambia. Those areas still have thunderstorms in progress. Severe thunderstorms, I should say, for the eastern part of those counties specifically. And it does look like that the cell that's happening down around Panama City, Florida, man, that thing still has tight rotation. Let's switch over to the Eglin view real quick, and I'll zoom in tight and show you that quickly so that we can show. Look at that. That is just a classic supercell thunderstorm. Textbook. You're looking at a classic supercell thunderstorm on your screen, and I would be floored if that thing was not producing a tornado at Lynn Haven, Florida. If you happen to be catching this, we've been talking about this off and on for the last 20 minutes. If you happen to be catching this at the last minute and you know someone at Lynn Haven, Florida, or the north side of Panama City, call them. This is a dangerous, life-threatening storm. That is just textbook. It's as just textbook as you'll ever see in terms of having a supercell come on shore from the Gulf of Mexico into the Florida Panhandle. And so likely tornado doing quite a bit of damage. That is just a nasty signature at Panama City. Tell you what, while we track that, let's go back to our storms. I'll put the radar in motion. I want to check on some things quickly on Twitter, and we may pull up my laptop shortly. Goodness gracious. That is... All right, Landon, we got damage. Bad damage, really bad damage in the Panama City area. Horrible damage. If I'm not going to show that because I'm not familiar with that particular source, but if that is a legit source, and I believe that it is, there is major structural damage down around parts of Panama City. Goodness. I tell you what, I'm going to get up and go to the wall. If you'll key me into the wall, please, sir, and we'll take my laptop full in just a second, because that is horrendous tornado damage that has happened really over the last few minutes. That was not something that happened, hours ago. That happened just recently. And let's see if I can get that queued up. You should see that come up as a source in a minute. Ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings for Escambia County, Alabama, from Bruton out to Damascus, Covington County, Andalusia down to the county line, Carolina, Sweet South Market, Rome, Wing, Red Oak. Severe thunderstorm warning for you. Pace, Pensacola, Milton, Pea Ridge. This is the worst of the weather for those specific areas, all right? Line of storms coming through. After this comes through, you get an all clear. We're not done yet in Escambia County, Florida, but we are getting close. Did you, are you able to see my MacBook source? Okay. All right, go ahead and take that full, please. Okay, so it's still showing that full screen from earlier. Take me back to, well, I tell you what, let's just keep it there and I'll drag it over there. This is using what we call an extended display. Look at this. Goodness gracious. That is from Twitter user J Lacey KWX, and this is Panama City. This is specifically near Lower Grand Lagoon. The tweet says, "We need help." So be aware of that in Panama City. Serious stuff right there. Let's go back over to LD1 because that's horrendous tornado. And I just, with a signature like that, you're going to get damage like that just about every time. It's a very, very terrible situation that has happened down around Panama City. And let's see, Landon, I'm gonna have to swivel that screen around one more time, hopefully. There we go. Again, it can't be stressed enough. This is probably a violent tornado on the ground, the most violent storm that we've seen all night, and it has barreled through part of the Panama City metro. That thing is probably producing a wide tornado. I'm talking a serious tornado. It's probably down right now. This is on the north side of Panama City, and this is really on the north side of Lynn Haven. This is going to be coming out here into the rural northeastern corner of Bay County. This is 20, right in through there, and goodness me, the damage I'm seeing on social is just horrendous. Thank you to everyone, by the way, who's tagged me in these photos of damage. I appreciate that. This is, again, likely a violent tornado in Bay County. We'll zoom in, just something that you hope and pray you never see. But what we're seeing here is a telltale sign of a likely violent tornado. And if there's any bit of good news, it's that the population density out here goes way down, way down. This is a major metro area for the Florida Panhandle in Panama City. But what happens here, you get out here and this is just country land, all right? Country land. The Panama City Airport sits right about here, and this is going to be to the east of the airport, coming into areas in the northeastern corner of Bay County. Back over to our reflectivity view. Goodness, that is just a classic Hook, echo, look at it. That may be a debris ball right in through there. Let's check the correlation coefficient. All right, here it comes. We're going to watch this pop up together, most likely, if it will pop up. Tell you what, Lando, take me to the, yeah, there it is. And it's not the most classic TDS I have seen, but goodness, that velocity signature is just off the charts. All right, so tracking a likely violent tornado here in Bay County, Florida. And look, Weather Service Tallahassee has chosen to extend this. You see it says observed tornado. This is going to come up toward Jackson County. This is Calhoun County right here. Bluntstown is very near this warning if it's not in it. And again, I realize, yeah, Bluntstown's just out. Bluntstown is just out. There's Alpha, and you've got Alford and Mariana. Mariana is in this warning. So if you know someone at Mariana, Florida, tell them this is as serious as it gets. Also, this is serious too. We got a new tornado warning for parts of Houston and Henry counties over in southeast Alabama. This could be a serious situation for Dothan. All right, Dothan, you need to be in a safe place. If you know someone, and I realize, look, all night long, these storms have been coming from west to east across our region. I've called out, I don't know how many towns. It's been a lot, but we're not done yet. And so the challenge now is to not, get complacent. Please help me out and tag folks in Dothan, Alabama, or Mariana, Florida. Landon's got the banner up. You can be a hero. If you know anyone in Dothan or Ashford or Webb, out here towards Headland, which is in Henry County. This is Henry County, this is Houston County. Dothan, Alabama, under the gun from a tornado. A bit more concerned about this. This is a likely violent tornado down here in Bay County that's going to emerge into far northern Calhoun and also southern Jackson County there in the Florida Panhandle. Landon, let's go back over to the iPad view. And let me check, that may be debris in Dothan. Goodness, that's a debris ball. All right, so we've got a confirmed tornado. This is a tornado on the ground at Dothan, near Dothan, coming into Ashford. If you know someone in Houston County, Alabama, you call them now. You wake them up, blame me if they get mad. This is just a very, very serious situation. And, we kind of thought that we would see some strengthening of the storms as they progressed across our region. Well, what you're seeing here, that dot is a tornado on the ground doing damage, coming into Dothan now, all right? Coming into Dothan now. Landon, let's check on the other tornado while we're, that I'm afraid that's just a giant glob of debris that's coming into the Fountain community. This is northern Bay County, and I realize we got to go home. We got to go to our local area, but these are just very, very violent storms in the Florida Panhandle and also in southeast Alabama. So again, one final time, Bay County, Calhoun County, Jackson County, Mariana, be in a safe place. Tornado warning for you. Houston County, Henry County, Dothan, anywhere near Dothan, Ashford, be in a safe place. Tornado moving just like this, that ultimately ends up in Henry County shortly. Back over to LD1. I want to go home. We got to talk about our local area. Severe thunderstorm warnings. Fortunately, we do not have active tornado warnings in southwest Alabama or northwest Florida. We do have ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings, meaning we could have 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts extending from Luango back down to Dixie, back down to Munson, Milton, Pensacola, Garson Point, and areas near Pensacola Beach and Gulf Breeze. That's where the line of storms is right now. It's about to push into Okaloosa County. Coming up on 6 o'clock in the morning, very early on this, what day is it? It's Tuesday. Tuesday, January the 9th. Sorry, it's been a very long night, and we're coming into Tuesday morning. And the urgent call to action, and it has really ramped up in a hurry. We had these QLCS, these embedded tornadoes in the squall line that pushed through. We know that there were tornadoes in parts of Baldwin County. And I'll be honest, we've had so many spin-up tornadoes tonight that I can't remember exactly where every one of them was. No disrespect, I know there's been damage, but we'll figure that out with time. But the urgent call to action now is at Dothan. All right, let's go back over to our debris tracker product, and let's see if we can zoom in. I am particularly concerned about the Dothan area and Ashford as well, which is on the eastern side. Looks like that signature, thankfully, has broadened out a bit, still maybe producing a significant tornado. Let's go over to the iPad view. This has been arguably the most consistent storm of the day, and it is in northeastern Bay County, now to the north of Panama City. Panama City, you're in the clear from this specific supercell storm that did quite a number. Landon, take my MacBook full, please, sir, and we'll show you again. There's the damage. This is from Twitter user J at LESYKWX. That's at Lower Grand Lagoon. And the comment was, "We need help." And I would believe it. That hurts my heart. Hurts my heart to see that. It really does. Let's go back to, keep it there and let me drag that back off screen. And again, we are watching these cells in the Florida Panhandle that are producing a significant tornado, most likely. I can't seem to find my mouse cursor on this computer. There it goes. All right, there we go. All right, Landon, you can take LD1 full again. Thank you, sir. And again, Dothan, tornado warning for you. Ashford as well. Let's go back down to this extremely powerful storm in the Florida Panhandle, now north of Panama City. Back over to the iPad, please, sir. Nasty, nasty tornado signature is coming into the tiny community of Fountain. Fountain sits in that little panhandle. This is Bay County. Most people see Bay County, they see Panama City. No, it goes all the way up here too. Fountain, be in a safe place. If you happen to know someone at Fountain, Florida, let them know. Violent tornado moving in from the southwest. Let's go back over to LD1. Okay, all right, thank you. Landon passed me on a report we'll get to. Look at this, supercell thunderstorm right here coming into Fountain, Florida. This is ultimately going to come downwind of this into Mariana and Alpha, all right? So be aware, you need to be in a safe place now, right now, make it happen in Fountain, Alpha, and Mariana. All right, back to our local area because we've got storms in the Pensacola metro, and looking at this together, it is reasonable and prudent at this point to give an all clear to all parts of Escambia County, Florida. All right, so Escambia County, Florida, all clear for you. Pensacola, you're done. I can't give an all clear yet to Santa Rosa, but I can give an all clear to Pensacola. Yes, you've got rain, yes, you've got thunder and lightning, but the tornado stuff, damaging wind stuff is done. Same thing for Molino, Gonzales, Inslee, areas near Walnut Hill, Barth, also areas near Bogey, Century, Bratt, Burnville, McKinnon, Barreto Park, all those areas, all clear. You're done with the tornado risk for the night. Go to sleep. If you can get an hour of sleep, I would commend you for that. That's what I'll be doing probably at some point this afternoon, hopefully. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning to tell you about. This is going to be a new one for, basically it's a continuation, a downwind warning. And what they're doing here is they're extending this into Okaloosa. So all of Okaloosa County is now involved in a severe thunderstorm warning. So what I'm going to do, we have not talked very much about Okaloosa County thus far tonight because the action hasn't been in your backyard, but it's about to be, and that warning is on the board. Let's see. 715. 0715, all right? Sending that to our good folks in Okaloosa County, Florida. The alert has just gone out for a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, we note that we've got a separate new severe thunderstorm warning for all of Coffee, Geneva, Walton, and Holmes counties, all right? So all those areas that I just called out are also involved in the severe thunderstorm warning. Landon, I'm going to do, let's see if I can, goodness gracious. I want to make sure that we don't have audio with this. There's probably some bad language, and frankly, rightfully so. This guy has shot a tornado video down at Panama City. Just bad damage. Goodness gracious. Again, we got to stay ahead of this. Fountain. If you know someone at Fountain, Florida, call them. Same thing at Dothan and Ashford and Headland over in southeast Alabama. Those are the two tornado warnings that we have on the board. The rest of this is damaging straight line winds, which sometimes can be just as bad as a tornado. But those two cells really mean business, especially the one coming out of Panama City. Current time, 6:04 a.m. I continue to see damage. Landon, let's see if we can. Some of this is not stuff we're able to show on the air, but terrible damage down at Panama City, at Grand Lagoon there. All right, so if you'll take the box again, please. I'm going to step off camera and get in our severe weather box here, I guess you could say. There we go. Thank you, sir. And it has been a very, very challenging long evening, and we're not done quite yet. We're getting close. I promise. We're getting close, and I'm going to have to get a bottle of water as my voice is giving out. Thanks for being patient with me, by the way. I realize, I know that, and I'm sure somebody made a comment about it in the comments, and rightfully so. I know that folks like, you know, the traditional, we want to be on camera at all times, but when we're on the air for, 6, 7, 8 hours sometimes we just have to take a seat. So I apologize. I hope that doesn't offend anyone. I don't think it does, but you can let me know about it if it does. All right, so severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for Andalusia, Ock, Florella. That's where you have the core of the line coming through. We're watching this because we're concerned that we may see more spin-up tornadoes, and just like that, we actually have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued. This is going to be for Covington County. All right, so Covington County, new severe thunderstorm warning coming right now for you. That one's going to be valid until 7 o'clock. Or I apologize, 6:30. 6:30 is the expiration time on that, and that's for Covington County, Alabama. We're noting there's some broad circulation happening just north of Niceville in Okaloosa County. That's one to watch. And Landon, I tell you what we'll do. As soon as this line clears, we will go straight into our forecast video. So the plan of action is we will keep the coverage going for the next little bit as we still have some threat of these embedded tornadoes spinning up and causing damage, specifically in parts of Covington, Okaloosa, and Santa Rosa counties. All right, so those are the counties that still have the issues locally. I can give you a tornado all clear now for all of Conecuh and Escambia counties in Alabama. So Bruton, Atmore, Flomaton, Appleton, Evergreen, Castleberry, Repton, Brooklyn, all those areas, you're done with severe weather for the whole night. It's over, whole morning now. It is over and done with in Conecuh and in Escambia counties in Alabama. We've also given an all clear to Escambia, Florida, Baldwin, Mobile, Washington, Alabama, Clark, Alabama, Monroe, and Butler counties as well. So those areas get an all clear, as does Escambia, Alabama at this point. There is no more tornado risk in Escambia, Alabama. Yeah, getting reports that the tornado down around Fountain is still on the ground. And do we have daylight yet? Yeah, we don't, do we? Or do we? I can't tell. It's 6:08, and the first light of day, I'm afraid, is going to reveal quite a bit of tremendous damage in Panama City specifically. They have taken the hit of the day, per se, which I hate to say for them, but they have. They've had the worst damage of the day down in Panama City as a violent tornado has moved through. Is it daylight? No, okay. Sorry, my days and nights are all mixed up and everything else. Been getting ready for this severe weather event. Violent tornado now at Franklin, or excuse me, not at Franklin, at Fountain, Florida. Violent tornado is down and on the ground, coming into, this is gonna clip, I mean barely clip Calhoun County. This is Calhoun County, Florida, not Calhoun County, Alabama, and come into Jackson County, Florida. Probably gonna be an issue for Mariana. Interstate 10, no driving right now near all of the Mariana exits. There's a brand new Chick-fil-A right there at the one of the Mariana exits. If you live within 10 miles of that Chick-fil-A that's just been built, you are in the direct path of this large, violent tornado that is plowing through the Florida Panhandle, excuse me. Very, very serious stuff over in the Florida Panhandle. Let's go back to our storms in Covington County, because these are severe thunderstorms capable of producing damaging straight-line winds coming through Gant, Dozier, Rose Hill, Opp, Andalusia, Wing, Rome, Red Oak, right now in Covington County. Soon to be in Florella and Paxton, all right? Across the line, Lake Jackson, Florella, Lockhart. Next in line to see damaging straight line winds. Landon, the good news is I don't see any imminent tornado signs in our batch of thunderstorms back here in Santa Rosa and Covington counties, but we do see some suspicious signatures near Duke Field. We'll see how that pans out. That's kind of going to be one to watch. It's not particularly tight, but it's also not something that's just not there anymore. So that's one to watch as it pushes up towards Crestview. Just watching a signature south of Crestview, but I'm more concerned about the tornado at Franklin, Florida, coming into areas near Mariana over the next few minutes. Be in a safe place. If you're at Mariana, point south in Jackson County, Florida, and also far northern Calhoun County, just to the west of the river, the Chattahoochee, or the Apalachicola River that runs from Sneads down to Appalach. This is going to be to the west of the river. By the way, all of Walton County now has a severe thunderstorm warning. Damaging straight-line winds possible over the next few minutes in Walton County in northwest Florida. Y'all know the drill. If I go silent for a minute, just bear with me. And I tell you what, I'm not prepared to give an all clear yet for Santa Rosa County, but I will do this. If you're in Pace, Milton, Florida Town, 5 Points, Point Baker, Whitingfield, Whitfield, Berrydale, Jay, Brownsdale, I'll give you an all clear. You're done. Pace, Milton, points north in Santa Rosa County, you're done. No more severe weather for you. You're out. Go to bed, get some sleep. It's what we all want to do. This severe weather threat is going to continue for the next few minutes for parts of Santa Rosa County near Navarre, also up near Muddy Ford, and also all the way up to Holt and Harold. That's the main batch of storms coming through right now. This is right over the Andalusia Regional Airport. If you live near Babby or Sanford in Covington County, or even Strawn, or what else is out here? You've got Antioch, you've got Gant, Iota, out near the lake on the north side of Ock. All those areas are under the gun from the worst of the weather of the whole night in Covington County. Gusty winds are the main concern in that specific zone of Covington County, up to 60 miles per hour, all right? Again, all clear, Pace, Milton, Jay, Whitingfield, Pensacola, Gulf Breeze, Tiger Point. You're behind the line of storms now, and I can give you an all clear. Not gonna be long until we can give all of Santa Rosa County an all clear. I can't do that just yet, but we can do that again for the previously mentioned communities: Pace, Florida Town, 5 Points, Shamuckla, all that area, you're out. Navarre is still under the gun. This is the worst of the weather for that specific area. By the way, let's talk about Okaloosa County, because the worst of the weather is entering Crestview right now. Just to kind of get your bearings straight of what you're looking at, this is Crestview proper, and you've got Baker, Milligan. You've got the, right there at Milligan, you've got the water tower with the vertical text, and there's a pretty funny billboard right there in Milligan. I guess I can't say that on the air, but some funny billboards right there at Milligan. Across the river, you get into Crestview, you've got Antioch Road, you've got Antioch School on the south side. The Walmart right there in the core of Crestview. You go downtown where 85 and 90 meet. You got the little bakery right there. Coming down a bit, you've got the Starbucks, the Publix, the McAllister's, the Chick-fil-A. You can see I'm a person that likes to eat when I travel. You've got Panda Express, Zaxby's. On the south side where Antioch goes in, you've got what was the Tom Thumb. All those areas, if you have any type of familiarity with what I'm talking about in Crestview, just know if you live near those landmarks, your weather is about to take a turn for the worst, all right? We're talking gusty winds up to 70 miles per hour potentially. That may be on the high end at this point, looking at the signature. But nonetheless, coming into Crestview right now. Let's go down here into southern Okaloosa County. Nasty storms coming into Fort Walton Beach. Fort Walton Beach under the gun from potentially 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Same thing at Ocean City. Wright, Eglin Air Force Base, VPS, Niceville, Destin. You've also got, of course, Mid-Bay Bridge. Don't be driving on Mid-Bay Bridge. If you need to get out on Mid-Bay, maybe you're commuting to Destin from Niceville or Blue Water Bay, I don't know. Don't go on Mid-Bay Bridge right now. Just don't. I'll give you an all clear in about, say, 20 minutes, but don't do it right now. So no driving on Mid-Bay Bridge. We will give you the ability to drive on the Garson Point Bridge over here back behind the line of storms. Yes, it's still raining like cats and dogs, but you're not going to get blown away by damaging straight line winds or a tornado out on the Garson Point Bridge. Same thing on the Bay Bridge, Pensacola to Gulf Breeze, the big new nice bridge with the LED lights at night. You can travel on that at this point. You're good to go. Same thing on Interstate 10 from Milton and Mulat right there at the Avalon Boulevard exit back over to the Dairy Queen at Scenic Highway in Pensacola. You're good to travel on that bridge right now. Go. You're fine. Same thing on the causeway between Pace, Tom Thumb McDonald's back over to Scenic Highway and Starbucks right there on that causeway. You're good to travel. Same thing on the Mobile Causeway and the Mobile Bayway and the Dolly Parton Bridge. You can travel at this point, all clear for those areas. So, watching this line of storms and watching this very, very violent tornado signature in the Florida Panhandle, let's update you on that. Look at that. That is tornado, likely on the ground still. We know it was on the ground because chasers saw it a bit ago, and it's pushing just like that. So that's going to make a beeline for areas just to the south of Mariana. If you've ever driven through this area recently, you know there's a brand new Chick-fil-A on the south side down there near the McDonald's, near Mariana, near the interstate. I'm telling you, if you live within 5 miles of that new Chick-fil-A, get sheltered, all right? Don't play with this thing. The core of Mariana proper looks like it's going to miss the imminent tornado risk a bit off to the north west. I think the tornado will pass a bit to the southeast of there, but I still want you sheltered if you're in Mariana, as this is such a close call and it's such a violent signature in Jackson County in Florida. That cell may be weakening just a touch, but that is still a very, very nasty tornado signature in Look at this. I mean, that is, if you ever take a broadcast meteorology class, that is about as classic of a hook echo as you will ever see. And unfortunately, when you see a signature like that, you just about know that right in through here, there's a big, horrible tornado happening. And it was pushing just like that. You can see as I move the radar, it moved in that general direction. So again, for the folks in Mariana, be sheltered. Let's go back to Okaloosa and Covington counties because that's our home turf. And for the folks in Opp, we haven't talked about you much tonight, but just know your weather is about to be at its worst in Opp over the next 5 minutes. And when I say worst, that means gusty winds up to 60 miles an hour. Same thing in Florella, Oneika. Same thing at the Florella Airport out on the north side of town. Lockhart, you need to be inside and away from windows. Don't travel, by the way. I know that we got folks needing to go to work. If you're in Opp, Oneika, Florella specifically, just wait, all right? If you're late, you can blame me. Tell them I didn't want you traveling in a storm producing 60, 70 mile per hour winds. And it's going to come through in about 10 minutes, so you'll be good to go. You're good to go now if you're in Andalusia. I know that we've got the morning commute is starting, and so let me try to help some folks out. Butler County, you're good to go. Anywhere in Butler County, go. Conecuh, you're good to go. You can travel in Conecuh County. Morning commute, go. Same thing in Escambia County, Alabama, go. You're good to go. Same thing in Monroe, Clark, Washington, Baldwin, Mobile counties. Morning commute, go. You're good to go. You are not good to go if you are in Covington, Walton, Coffee, Geneva, or Okaloosa counties. Not good to go just yet. Same thing in Navarre or areas near Holt or Harold near the county line. Don't leave just yet. It's not going to be long, I promise. This whole mess is about to be out of our area to the east, out of our official primary coverage zone. And it looks like we'll be able to give our entire region of our primary coverage zone, Covington, Okaloosa, points west, an all clear maybe in 45 minutes, maybe less than that, but probably 45 minutes at the latest. Got a new tornado warning out of our area, but let's show it over here. Mariana, you need to be taking action. Greenwood, Florida, Malone, Florida, you need to be taking action. Let's see if Sneads is in. Sneads is going to be close. Sneads is out, just out. You can see Sneads on the map, which is why I was kind of asking that question, but Sneads is just out. Violent tornado coming into Mariana, Florida. In fact, I'm going to send out a quick push alert now that we've gotten into the very early morning hours and send out, let's see if we have a, let's see if the Weather Service has declared that a tornado emergency. No, they're calling it a tornado observed, which is still quite serious, but we just sent out a push alert for our folks who are in that general vicinity. So again, watching this very violent situation unfold coming into Marianna, Florida, this is going to be a big issue. Absolutely no driving on Interstate 10 anywhere in Jackson County, Florida. Could have big issues shortly near the interstate. And I'm telling you, I've been calling it out. It's making a beeline for that Chick-fil-A in Marianna, Florida. That's a new Chick-fil-A, and I try to call out things that people kind of resonate with and know where these things are. If you live in Marianna proper, downtown, anywhere in Marianna within 5 miles there, be in a safe place. Very violent storm. Back over to our warnings. This is an active severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Covington and Okaloosa counties. All right, Covington and Okaloosa. Crenshaw County also under a severe thunderstorm warning. Same thing in Coffee, Geneva, Holmes, and all of Walton County, down to Santa Rosa Beach and Seaside. Severe thunderstorm warning for you. We are 95% done. 95% done, almost done, not quite. Looks like by 7 o'clock, hopefully we will have this whole line out of here. And we will be able to go about our day in peace without severe weather today or tomorrow. And then on Friday, I've said this a few times during this live video session, we've got another severe weather risk setting up on Friday. In fact, Landon, if you will, pull up the iPad, please. I'm going to do something that I don't normally do, but we're going to, because I haven't seen it either, because we've been involved with, yeah, there it is. Okay, take me back to the LD1 source. All right, that is the convective outlook just released for Friday. So I realize we're not even done with the severe weather threat down in Covington and Okaloosa counties, but you are looking live at the new convective outlook for Friday. Already at a level 2, and it's Tuesday. So we may see outlook upgrades. If there's any bit of good news, and I am one to be super thankful for this, this will be in the daytime. This is not going to be a night one. This is going to be in the daytime. We can handle that a little bit better than we can the night ones. You can't see anything at night. We got trees blocking the view, obviously, even during the day, but the darkness just makes these things so complicated. We got people sleeping at night, obviously, and so this one will be in the day, most likely, on Friday. So we'll deal with that with time. Much of Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Georgia is involved in that convective outlook valid for Friday. Now, let's turn on the radar data. This is back now, happening now. We have a tornado warning, and this does include part of Houston County, down around the community there south of Gordon. Tornado warning for Marianna, Florida due to a potentially large, violent tornado. That's look at that. Classic kidney bean shape, hook echo on radar. Tornado is going to be right here. And this is pushing just like that to the northeast. Let's go back over to the velocity view. Violent signature on radar continues. And again, I'm not using that word to dramatize this. That's the last thing we want to do. Landon can tell you, I get very frustrated with people in the media that, talk this stuff up. It drives me mad. And, oh, we're having a code red weather day. Well, We don't do that around here. We don't have, a code red weather day. Who ever heard of that? We just tell you like it is, and that's how it should be. So, and I don't, I don't mean to pick on anyone, but, these weather days are getting out of hand. It's kind of sensationalizing everything, and we don't believe in that around here. But this truly is a large, violent tornado, most likely, down around Marianna, Florida. So it can't be stressed enough. If you know someone at Marianna, call them now. Hook echo moving into town from the south. That is just unbelievable, the structure on that thing as it comes into Marianna. That is, unfortunately, what we were afraid that we would have, and indeed it has happened. Not only there, but we've had tornado signatures throughout the night in South Alabama and Northwest Florida as well. And I say signatures, we've had confirmed tornadoes, we've had damage. We haven't seen many pictures because these have been mostly in rural areas, but nonetheless, it has been an incredibly active night. So let's zoom into Opp. Worst of the weather happening now in Opp, in Sampson, Florella, Lockhart, not on the map, but Lockhart involved in this as well. Red Oak, also areas near Paxton, which is across Lake Jackson from Florella. Worst of the weather right now, Campton, Auburn, Florida, not Auburn, Alabama. Crestview, Baker, Milligan, Good Hope, Blackman, Duke Field. Nasty storms happening now at Eglin. Ooh, I believe that may be a debris signature, Landon. Let's see. We may be about to get a new tornado warning. That is a very, yep, there it is. All right, we got a new tornado warning. Kept the feed going, and for good reason. Here we go again. Put me up on the wall, please, sir. New tornado warning for Okaloosa County. This is Okaloosa County, Florida. And this is going to be a problem for Niceville. If you're in Niceville, we need you to take action now to protect yourself as we have a possible tornado developing. And this is going to be on the board until 7:30. And so a tornado warning now for Okaloosa. Let's tell you who is involved in this. This is about the 15th tornado warning we've had tonight. And let's see, Landon, if you will, let's go in here and tell you who's in. Niceville, you're in. You got to get sheltered now. Make it happen. Niceville, make it happen. Wright, Ocean City, Eglin Air Force Base, the actual airfield, Eglin Air Force Base. You need to be in a safe place. If you are at VPS, the airport, be in a safe place. VPS, Eglin, Niceville. This is going to be on the north side of Niceville, and this is going to clip areas near the college, right there in Niceville. So again, an active tornado warning now for Okaloosa County. Current time 6:31 a.m. I'm meteorologist Spinks Megginson, joined alongside executive producer Landon Barentine. Here comes the radar data. We'll show you exactly where this tornado is right in through here. It's now shifted. It's to the north, and this is coming into Niceville. Be sheltered. If you're in Niceville, this is an urgent call to action for our friends in Niceville. Put a helmet on, something to protect your head. Landon, let's put up our graphics for our friends in Niceville specifically. Lowest floor, site-built structure away from windows and doors, putting as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. Grab a helmet, something to protect your head. Adults and children, all right? Bicycle helmets are great. Cooking pots are great. I know it sounds funny. It could save your life. Back over to the LD1 system, and we'll show you that this tornado warning was just issued by the National Weather Service, and this is going to come up the pike, crossing Florida State Highway 85, somewhere near or just to the north of Eglin Air Force Base. Let's actually go over to the iPad source, please, and see exactly what triggered this. I'm assuming that it was the TDS. Looks like we've got a little mismatch. So here's your warning box. There's your signature of what appeared to be a TDS. Yeah, could be. But nonetheless, we've got a couplet down here near Wright, and this is Fort Walton Beach is down here. Here's Eglin Air Force Base. This is Choctawhatchee Bay. This is southern Okaloosa County, all right? Southern Okaloosa County and Niceville, even though the text is out of the warning box, parts of Niceville are in. Let's go back over to LD1 and I'll show you that in action. Possible tornado coming into Niceville, the north side of town. Here's Northwest Florida State College on the north side of Niceville. This is going to pass near there, very near there, coming just like that. So this will pass by Niceville in the next 5 minutes. You can't wait. Urgent call to action for Niceville. Be in a safe place. Let's check on our storm that also is prompting a tornado warning for Mariana. Some good news. It doesn't look as structurally sound as it did about 5 minutes ago. You don't see the pronounced kidney bean hook, but nonetheless, it may be kind of occluding and going away and coming back, that sort of thing. I'm telling you, if you know someone in Mariana, you're waking up at 6:30, just seeing this, call them. This thing has produced potentially a very long track, violent tornado from Panama City all the way up to Mariana. Very similar to the path that the eye of Hurricane Michael took on October 10th, 2018. Very similar. Now, this is a tornado on January 9th, 2023 at Mariana. Again, not to sound sensationalist, but this is really, really serious stuff. Lives are in danger. If we have a violent tornado still down, we know it was down, we know it was doing damage about 20 minutes ago down here south of the interstate. Could be one coming through Mariana right now, plowing up toward the Chattahoochee River. So that's that tornado, still showing a pretty significant velocity couplet. Let's go over to the iPad view. I'll show you that quickly. Again, this is Jackson County. Here's Mariana, here's Cottondale. This is Interstate 10. We'll zoom out, give you a little bit more geographical context. And just to get your bearings straight, this is Houston County up here. Cottonwood is here. Dothan is up here. Jackson County, Bay County, where the tornado came from, and now this could even cross the Chattahoochee and go into Georgia. It's possible. It's very possible. So we'll watch it over the next few minutes as that storm continues rocking and rolling near Mariana. Possible tornado close to home, Okaloosa County at Niceville right now. If it's not, it will be in seconds, all right? Seconds, not minutes, seconds. Make it happen. Be in a safe place if you're at Niceville. And I don't care where you are. Blue Water Bay and Niceville, you're so close. Be in a safe place. It looks like this is going to be on the north side of town out towards the college, but we can't take any chances on a night like tonight, or on a morning like this morning, I should say, with atmospheric parameters so conducive for tornadoes. And look, we've had several. This could be another one forming right now near Niceville. Let's go back over to our debris tracker. Don't see anything there. That's good. This is a line of storms, though, and this could be a situation where it produced a tornado and it's gone. But nonetheless, the Weather Service is going to continue to maintain active tornado warning for Niceville in Okaloosa County. This does not include Crestview. Let's go back over to LD1. There's our storm over in Jackson County. Again, Hook Echo now to the north of Mariana, out toward Greenwood in the Florida Panhandle region. Back over to our storm, though. This is a tornado warning for Niceville. This does not include Crestview. It does not include Destin. Even Fort Walton Beach will give you a tornado all clear in Fort Walton Beach specifically, as the tornado threat is now up at Niceville, not at Fort Walton. Eglin Air Force Base, stay sheltered. Hurlburt Field, you're good. You can travel at Hurlburt. Navarre, you're good. Gulf Breeze, you're fine. Same thing at Parkerville, same thing at Harold, same thing at Holt, Milton, Pace. Go, travel, you're good. Storm's over. Okaloosa County, though, the threat is not over. We have this active tornado warning for the next few minutes for southern Okaloosa County, including the city of Niceville. Be in a safe place. Lowest floor, you want to go low during tornado warnings, not up. You want to have something protecting your head, like a helmet. You want to protect your kids. If they're infants, put them in a car seat and have them in there, obviously in the safe place with you. Same thing with the pets. Grab the dog and the cat. And, if your kid wants to bring the fish in there, let them bring the fish. Bring the pets in there with you. It's always a good thing as well. Possible tornado passing on the north side of Niceville now. I realize this looks like a bucket of spilled paint to most people, but the possible tornado is going to be right in through here in that little notch, pushing just like that toward Walton County. It's going to be in Walton County in about 10 minutes. Not long, but still got an active tornado warning for now in Okaloosa County. How long have we been here?
Just under 5 hours.
5 hours? Okay. 5 hours of talking straight. We've had like 15 tornado warnings. Hopefully this is the last one of the day for us. I think it will be, but we are not prepared to give an all clear just yet for Niceville. All right, so stay in that safe place if you're in Niceville. We can give an all clear to Good Hope, Escambia Farms, also areas out here near Hurricane Lake, Wing, also areas near Andalusia, Carolina, 137, Red Oak, even Strawn and Antioch. We can give you an all clear. All right, the Weather Service is noting that we have some enhanced wind values moving into Destin, and that's why we have this ongoing severe thunderstorm warning in progress for the city of Destin. All of Destin, you have a severe thunderstorm warning. And Landon, I'm going to come back over there. If you'll get the box ready, please. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Destin, now in progress, and it's because of the potential for damaging straight line winds up to 70 miles per hour coming in addition to a separate tornado threat to the north of Niceville. We have a possible tornado on the north side of Niceville, specifically near Northwest Florida State College. Things moving like a train on a track, and it's going to be over the Eglin property, the Eglin Reservation, north of town, imminently in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Let's go up here to northern Okaloosa County. Some good news to pass along. While we certainly cannot give an all clear to Covington or Okaloosa counties just yet, we can give a tornado all clear now to Baker, Milligan, Crestview, Auburn, Florida, Campton, and Laurel Hill. You are done with the tornado threat in those communities that I just called out. So Crestview, the tornado threat is over for Crestview. This line of storms is rapidly moving into Walton County, Florida, and it's going to be out of here in the next 20 minutes. We are approaching 7 a.m., and it looks like 7 o'clock on the dot is when we will be able to get rid of this to the east, and we will pass off coverage to our friends over in the Wiregrass in Dothan and down in Panama City as they track this ferocious line of thunderstorms. It has been a long night, to say the absolute least. We started this mess really before midnight, and I say mess, what I mean by that is we've had thunderstorms, we've had tornadoes. It has been a mess across the region, and we're about to come to an end once we get storms out of Covington and Okaloosa counties. By the way, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who has commented on Facebook and on YouTube. We really appreciate the ground truth reports. Thank you for watching our coverage. Your eyes and ears mean the world to us. They truly do. Landon gets to watch the comments and relay those to me, and I can relay those to the Weather Service or to you. Thank you for your ground truth reports. Thank you to everyone who sent in photos. Really appreciate that as well. Clearly, we've got some cleaning up to do after the storms and after the damage, and clearly I've got some discipline and some cleaning up to do with this Red Zone Weather app situation. We believe that we were the victim of a cyber attack last night, and let me just stress, you don't need to worry. We don't have personally identifiable information or anything like that. You just download the app and can get information from me. I don't even have personal information in there, which is good, but we got to work on that, and that can never happen again. And so that's something we'll be working on in the days ahead to make sure that Red Zone Weather app is beefy and solid for the next severe weather event. So clearing this out, it's not going to be long. Let's look at our tornado warning that remains in effect. This is a tornado warning, and this is in effect valid until 7 o'clock for Okaloosa County, Florida. So we'll hang with it until the last warning is over. Nasty storms coming through Niceville now. It looks like the tornado threat's on the north side of town, probably not even in the city limits. I don't see anything on the correlation coefficient, which is good. No debris being lofted, most likely. And looks like Covington County, not long until we're able to give a complete all clear to Covington. So wrapping things up this morning in probably the next 15 minutes. Landon, do you have anything you'd like to pass along or say? All right, well, Landon Barentine has been the best thing to happen to Reds on Weather, quite frankly, in a long time. We are so immensely fortunate to have Landon and Bentley Martin around. She is just absolutely fantastic. Get this, she brought us some homemade cookies at like midnight last night. So we are fortunate that Bentley is on our team as well. So grateful for her as a friend as well. Getting a report of a power outage. Got a new tornado warning. This is for Walton County. New tornado warning. This is going to be for Freeport. And so let's tell you about this. This is going to be for Freeport, Red Bay, Uchiana, Choctaw Beach. This also does include a big chunk of the 331 corridor that runs from Defuniak down to Freeport. And so what we're telling you, and I'll be honest, that's a road that gets a lot of travel, especially from commuters. Lots of folks who work down at the coast right now, whether they're a contractor or working out on the beach or whatever, a lot of those folks live farther inland in Walton County. And so what I'm telling you is these areas like Freeport and Defuniak Springs, Uchiana, Red Bay, Choctaw Beach, you're under the gun from a possible tornado exiting Okaloosa County. Interestingly enough, it's not the same tornado that is warned by NWS Mobile in Okaloosa County. This gets to be in sort of a jurisdiction issue type thing. Okaloosa, those warnings come from NWS Mobile. So they come from Mobile, but then when you cross into Walton, you get into the territory of responsibility for NWS Tallahassee. And so what that means is you kind of get some mismatches sometimes in terms of the warning timing and things like that. The warning's gone. The warning for Okaloosa is gone. They've canceled the warning. So that's good. And I tell you what, this one's going to push me to the very last minute, and that's fine. We're going to cover it every step of the way, but there's another rotation that's set up in Okaloosa County, right where that other one kind of left off, and I want to get that across the line. Goodness, we got an 89 mile per hour report, wind report that is, from Destin, all right, moments ago. That's confirmed with the Weather Service, and so 89 mile per hour wind gusts. I would say that warning verified, wouldn't you? Severe thunderstorm warning definitely verified down in Destin. 89 mile per hour winds. That happened on the surface of the earth at Destin. I don't know if there was damage involved. I've not heard of that. I'm sure as the hours go on, we will hear more. We will see more. First light of day usually reveals quite a bit of damage, and I believe, yeah, I see some sunlight through the magnolia leaves out there. Thank goodness. What a long, eventful night. But wrapping things up, we're still going to focus on this circulation. We can't get out of here because that is suspicious. And until that crosses the line into Walton, that still belongs to us. So we're concerned specifically about Dorcas and Forest Highlands near the Interstate 10 corridor in Okaloosa County. Look, this is, there it is, we've got a new warning. This is going to be for Walton County. So what I was just talking about, let me explain it for you, and I'll tilt the map view for you so you can see everything. We have 2 tornado warnings in Walton County. One was issued about 3 minutes ago and is in effect for Freeport and the southern side of Defuniak Springs. The other is now in effect for the northern part of Walton County because of that circulation that's now exiting out of our territory of responsibility and entering into Walton County. So let's kind of watch that over the next few minutes. But Landon, look at that. Storms in Destin are crossing the county line into Miramar Beach right now. And if the Destin ground truth report from the Weather Service is any indication, that could be very problematic for Miramar shortly. So again, very serious situation in Miramar Beach. Even though you're not under a tornado warning, no doubt about it, treat it like a tornado warning at Miramar Beach, because this is serious stuff. 90-mile-per-hour winds coming in, are you kidding me? So yeah, be in a safe place, no doubt, in Miramar Beach. Same thing, you need to be in a tornado shelter now, right now, in Defuniak Springs or Glendale, in Walton County. Mossy Head is not on the map. I can zoom in and it will be. There's Mossy Head, Sandy Mountain too. Be in a safe place. Possible tornado is here, and here's another one. These are moving just like that, all right? So this is coming up the pike to the northeast. Watching this very carefully with these two tornadoes. There we go. Let's check on our storm over. Goodness, that's moved into Georgia. Across the Chattahoochee River and moving into Georgia. So we've had a long track, violent, likely tornado. I say likely tornado. We've had a long track, violent tornado that has ripped through Panama City. We've seen the damage ripped through the northern part of Bay County. I have not heard of specific damage reports yet in Mariana, but I suspect, based on the signature, that it was still producing quite a bit of damage. So, with these tornado warnings in Walton County, we are now able to officially give an all clear to all of Covington County. All of Covington County, no matter where you are. Yes, you've got rain, yes, you've got thunder, but the tornado risk in Covington County has come to an end. And this is a big one for Okaloosa County, always the last one to clear. We'll give you an all clear, which means, let's look at the entire wide view. Landon, it gives me great joy to say, for the first time in many hours, it is time to give Southwest Alabama and Northwest Florida, west of Opp, west of Crestview, and west of Destin, an all clear. With that said, we do have one final thing to tell you about. We got a new tornado warning for Seaside and Sandestin and Miramar. So just as I gave our all clear for our local area, Okaloosa, Covington points west, we got a new tornado warning for Walton County. This is going to be for Santa Rosa Beach, Seaside, Freeport, Choctawhatchee Bay. If you know anyone at Santa Rosa Beach, text them now. Again, Santa Rosa Beach, Seaside, Miramar Beach, you're involved in this active tornado warning as well. Freeport, Defuniak Springs, Red Bay, Mossy Head, be in a safe place. Also, be in a safe place still if you're over near the Chattahoochee River from Florida into Georgia, north of Sneeze, an active tornado warning near Donaldsonville over in Georgia. So, with that said, again, keep your eyes on those tornado warnings in Walton County, but because we don't have any active tornado warnings here in Southwest Alabama or Northwest Florida to the west of Opp, Crestview, or Destin, and we're not going to get any more. We're going to be able to give an all clear post in the next 5 to 10 minutes. We're done. We're done for the night, done for the morning. So thank you to everyone watching. Thank you so much to our wonderful Red Zone Weather sponsors. We appreciate you more than you know. Landon, if you'll keep me up on the wall to kind of clear things out, we'll do an assessment over the next few hours and see exactly where we have had confirmed tornadoes. We know we've had at least 4 across our region. There were 2 in Baldwin County that I remember, but we've had so much action tonight that we'll have to kind of do a list over the next few days to let you know who had a tornado and who had damaging straight line winds, trees down across parts of our local area. Again, please, please, please heed the tornado warnings over in Walton County, Seaside, Santa Rosa Beach, Miramar Beach, Freeport, Defuniak Springs, Mossy Head. All those areas still under the gun, but to the west of that line, all clear. Pensacola, Crestview, Destin, Fort Walton, Andalusia Op, all of us over here are all clear. So, thanks so much for watching. Landon, thank you for your service. We love and appreciate you, not just as a friend, but as someone who's done a really heck of a job doing the executive producing roles. Almost 6 hours of straight nonstop coverage. That is why Red Zone Weather exists, and we are so, so honored and grateful to be right here in the place that we love here in South Alabama and Northwest Florida. My next video will be posted in, I don't know, probably 2 or 3 hours, a forecast video talking about what to expect later this week. We'll deal with that with time. I'm gonna get a nap this afternoon. That's the plan of action. You should too. Showers to continue over the next few hours. Tornadoes off to the east. On behalf of all of us at Red Zone Group LLC, I'm meteorologist Spinks Meganson with Landon Barentine saying goodbye for now. Thank you for watching.
Be sure to find us across social media, and don't forget to download the free Red Zone Weather app and set up your customized alerts. Please support our Red Zone Weather sponsors who make our coverage possible every single day.